Jinfrey has always had this feeling of nostalgia, even though this should be his first time seeing this scenery. And this also is not the first time he has felt like this. He has been feeling this sense of familiarity for as long as he can remember, as if he has known of this world from the very beginning. When he is called by a blonde for his adventurer's registration, he feels like he has met this person somewhere before. The blonde finishes the procedure and opens a display window for him. It is when the authentication screen pops up that Jinfrey finally understands this sense of déjà vu that has been with him ever since he was born. His memories come rushing back, the memory of his previous life, the memories of playing in this world. He realizes that this world is inside a game which he had grinded enough to be deemed as one of the hardcore players, a world known as Grand 7. It is a world where they journey through 7 continents to achieve world peace, a classic virtual online game. The memories of this world start flowing into his brain once again. He is just a normal person who dreamt of becoming an adventurer, holding on to the hope of earning enough riches so that his family could live a fulfilling life. His excitement reaches the point of trembling when he realizes that the world he has been living in is the same game world from his previous life, because this means that he is pretty much unstoppable. The blonde notices and asks if he is fine because he has been shaking for a while, but Jinfrey assures her to not mind him, saying it is just a warrior's excitement. Jinfrey has no clue why the memories of his previous life came back at this moment, but he plans to use this knowledge to his advantage going forward. After authentication, his status window does not say much. The blonde awkwardly wishes him luck as he steps into the domain. Jinfrey is amazed to see the world he had only seen through a screen before. Even his current location, the baptismal altar, looks exactly as it did in the game. He looks around and remembers that in the game's tutorial stage, 5 new adventurers gather together. The flow is exactly the same as it was in the game so far. However, this is now his reality. There will be no such thing as continue here. If he dies, that will be the end. Yet, if he uses the knowledge of his past life, becoming a successful adventurer would not just be a dream. There's an announcement that the baptism ritual will start in 30 minutes and they have to choose their equipment. Jinfrey notes that even this announcement is exactly the same as it was in the game, while the other players rush around trying to pick the best equipment. The others fight over the top-tier weapons and even resort to violence to get them, but Jinfrey remains nonchalant. He understands this kind of desperation from others because of the forced job system. One's job choices will be limited based on how well they perform in the baptism ritual. Jinfrey remembers doing a reset marathon in his previous life until a really good job finally appeared. The bald guy who managed to snatch a weapon looks smug and calls Jinfrey a sloth. However, when Jinfrey does not react, the baldy thinks he is acting superior. Jinfrey calmly steps toward the remaining weapons because he already has one in mind. He chooses a normal short sword of F- rank. The baldy laughs and mocks him for picking a weapon with an attack stat of 1, warning that it will grant him a lowly job. Jinfrey knows that, according to this world's common sense, an adventurer's strength is determined by their job. But what if that common sense is wrong in the first place? A mob's knowledge can never compare to that of a hardcore player. And the hardcore player knows that the right answer right now is to pick this normal short sword. The baptism ritual with a time limit of 5 minutes begins. The participants need to defeat as many flying creatures as possible within that time. Jinfrey remembers the winged centipede, a creature that only appears in the baptism ritual. Its paralyzing poison is enough to immobilize anyone. The baldy throws a smirk Jinfrey's way, warning him not to get hurt, but Jinfrey thinks it is better to ignore people like him rather than respond. The test finally starts, and Jinfrey observes that the monster's appearance and movements are exactly the same as in the game, so their weak point should be the same too. Even though the critical hit system here is a bit rough, he still manages to destroy the monster with a single strike. The loud announcement declaring the winged centipede defeated draws everyone's attention toward Jinfrey, but the baldy dismisses it as mere luck. The truth is that Jinfrey took advantage of a bug in the game that could only be exploited during the baptism ritual. If you strike the winged centipede's weak point using the normal short sword, it results in an instant one-hit victory. Only Jinfrey knows about this strategy here, and it works perfectly, allowing him to easily dispatch the creatures while the others struggle desperately. The Baldy feels smug about his own performance and is convinced he will get the strongest job, swordsman, based on his progress. However, Jinfrey can clearly see he is just making noise and distracting others with loud, unnecessary bravado. Jinfrey sidesteps an incoming monster, quickly turns around and strikes it down, thinking this might actually be even more entertaining than it was in the game. A sense of satisfaction washes over him when the ritual finally ends. Everyone then gets a selection of job options according to the number of monsters they defeated, and most people are not happy with their results. The Baldy, however, laughs hysterically because he has hunted 15 creatures and gets the swordsman job option he wanted so badly. Like the nosy little prick he is, he sneaks a glance over at Jinfrey's results and then comes over to ask directly. He is shocked to discover that Jinfrey has defeated 33 monsters and now has all possible job options available to him. The Baldy is stunned but tries to comfort himself, reminding himself that at least he can still choose swordsman. Yet, Jinfrey knows that the Baldy is incredibly lucky because the chance of being offered swordsman with just 15 hunts is actually less than 2%. People widely consider swordsman and summoner to be the strongest jobs in the game, and Jinfrey is well aware of that. But despite this, he chooses compounder as his job instead. The people around him are completely shocked, and the Baldy even calls him stupid because compounder is known to be the weakest job out there. However, Jinfrey smiles faintly and opens his inventory. Whether a compounder turns out to be weak or not is entirely up to the player's skill and knowledge. Jinfrey actually had a specific purpose in hunting exactly 33 centipedes to collect the drop items available only from these creatures. Using all these drop items along with the normal short sword, he compounds a piece of equipment so powerful that it fundamentally broke the game's balance. The newly compounded weapon now lies in his hands, named Centipede, which deals 3 times more damage when striking a weak point. This becomes his very first hidden equipment. The strength of an adventurer is determined by their level and their job skill. Equipment is widely considered just a support item, something that enhances your attack or defense, nothing beyond that. And yet, this world has cleverly concealed equipment that challenges that norm, items which overwhelmingly boost the user's strength or defense to extraordinary levels. Hardcore players have named items like this hidden equipment. In the town of new adventurers, Rogue Begin, all kinds of people gather and mingle for trade, and Jinfrey stands at the heart of this central town on Ground 1. He picks up an apple and starts munching on it, thinking about how he should proceed from here now that he has obtained his first hidden equipment exactly as planned. The objective of this game remains fairly straightforward. Across all 7 continents, there exists 1 S-rank dungeon each, and players must defeat all 7 boss monsters that reside within them. Jinfrey knows he needs to get stronger first, so he plans to start grinding the dungeon right away. The standard approach is to clear dungeons gradually, starting from the F-rank dungeon. However, Jinfrey walks directly to the C-rank dungeon teleportation portal. He arrives at the forest guarded by a powerful creature, with the clear condition being to slay the boss monster. Once an adventurer enters the dungeon, they can't leave until the clear conditions have been fulfilled. The recommended level to enter this dungeon should be around level 17 to 30, which does feel risky given Jinfrey's current level 1. Yet he doesn't get much time to worry when a level 17 devil plant emerges in front of him. Jinfrey instantly summons Centipede. He knows it shouldn't pose too much trouble, as he has faced this monster before, but a 16-level gap is still something to be cautious about. He readies his attack stance, fully aware that just 1 hit could send him straight to the afterlife. The devil plant's attacks are quick, but Jinfrey knows its pattern and understands that it becomes vulnerable right after launching such an attack. He seizes this chance to slash the plant and defeats it with a single strike. The experience gained from this hunt is immense, shooting him up to level 10 in one go. With each level up, his HP and MP automatically increase, and for every level gained, he also receives 5 SP to invest into any other stat he desires. Jinfrey decides he has enough attack power for now, so he funnels all the points into defense. He feels deeply grateful for his hidden equipment, knowing it is thanks to Centipede that everything is going so smoothly. Centipede's active skill, Mind's Eye, is incredibly handy, as it can even be used to grind the B-rank dungeon in the first continent. However, its true value has yet to be fully revealed. Finding it interesting, Jinfrey decides to aim for the dungeon boss in the deepest part while leveling up along the way. After some time, Jinfrey finds himself surrounded by 3 level 23 noir snakes, a mid-boss creature of this dungeon. The encounter rate for 3 appearing together should be less than 1%, so in a twisted way, he considers himself lucky. Jinfrey barely dodges the first snake's strike and doesn't even have a chance to curse before the second lunges at him. After weaving through attacks and running, Jinfrey takes a breath to calm himself, reminding himself that he already knows both their attack pattern and their weak points. Determined, he aims to strike at the weak point of one snake, but another slides in front to shield its companion, and the third sinks its fangs deep into Jinfrey's shoulder. Despite the pain, Jinfrey swings Centipede and manages to cut the snake down with a single slash. Defeating just one noir snake grants enough experience to boost him up to level 13, but the wound aches terribly. His HP drops to just 8, and the system flashes a critical condition warning. Yet Jinfrey thinks this is still within the range he had predicted. Earlier, by boosting his def stat to 72 upon reaching level 10, he secured himself a slim margin of safety. Thanks to that, if he starts at full HP, he won't get one-shotted in this dungeon. Moreover, by enduring this desperate battle, he also meets the conditions to unlock Centipede's skill level 2, skyrocketing his SPD stat from 19 to an impressive 190. The 2 remaining noir snakes lunge at Jinfrey, but he remains calm because he has just met the conditions to unlock Centipede's skill level 2. This level up increases his speed from 19 to a whopping 190, and grants an additional 10-fold speed boost through Divine Axle, which only activates when the wearer is on the verge of death. Naturally, Jinfrey defeats the 2 snakes in less than a second. He levels up once more, reaching level 17. The monsters have been taken down and Jinfrey has gained levels, yet the pain from his wounds still throbs sharply. Treating his injuries would be the obvious choice in this situation, but if he restores his HP now, the critical buff from Divine Axle will vanish. Losing that 10-fold speed would be too great a sacrifice, especially when he still has the experience and knowledge to press forward. Standing up again, Jinfrey decides it would be an even greater hassle to intentionally take damage later just to return to this state, so he chooses to stay wounded. Jinfrey takes care of the next monster with ease, determined to turn this 10-fold speed into what feels like 10 times the experience points. It may not actually multiply EXP, but it certainly increases his grinding efficiency. His goal is to keep leveling like this until he encounters the boss, but before that, he needs to compound a specific item essential for the fight ahead. The ingredients he needs include water, thorngrass, strong acidic berry, caterpillar, skull jelly leaves, fresh blood flower, and hyrairi seed. Even Jinfrey thinks it's ridiculous that so many materials are required just to create a single D-rank item, and it annoys him how the game mechanics were made to feel this realistic. He recalls that the game itself was often criticized for this complexity. Complaining won't help, so he pushes the frustration aside and focuses on gathering the materials before facing the boss. Jinfrey collects the necessary items in the dungeon, and everything goes smoothly until someone unexpectedly calls his name. Looking around, he spots someone from the same village, a person who looks more like a bully than an ally. Jinfrey recognizes Julius, though he is surprised to see him still wandering here, considering it has been 3 years since Julius became an adventurer. Julius notices that Jinfrey is a compounder and mocks him for being too poor to buy new equipment. The boy beside Julius asks if Jinfrey is a friend, but Julius clarifies that they merely came from the same village, adding that since Jinfrey is the poorest among them, it would be embarrassing to call him a friend. He cruelly reveals more, mentioning that Jinfrey's father died and his mother is bedridden with illness. Jinfrey reflects silently, thinking that Julius is the worst kind of person to run into here. It is true that his father died when he was young, and now his sister is the one caring for their sick mother. That was the reason he became an adventurer, to earn money for his family. Julius's taunts pull him out of his thoughts, and the threat of being beaten like before hangs in the air. But before Jinfrey can fully process what to do, a loud roar echoes around them. The ground seems to tremble with approaching footsteps until, before long, the boss monster Cyclops of level 31 appears in front of them. Julius urges his companion to run as Jinfrey realizes that the Cyclops is targeting him. The Cyclops raises its massive weapon and brings it down, instantly ending the nameless character beside Julius. Jinfrey curses inwardly, while Julius falls back in shock. The Cyclops then turns its single eye toward Jinfrey, who knows that trying to attack directly would be pointless due to the overwhelming level gap. Instead, he narrowly evades the monster's strike by a hair's breadth. The system announces that Jinfrey has been targeted by Cyclops, and because of the effect of its one-eyed skill, escaping the battle is impossible. With no other option, Jinfrey summons Centipede and begins to dodge every swing from the Cyclops. Thanks to Divine Axle, his speed is more than sufficient, and combined with his knowledge of every move the boss can make, he stays one step ahead. Julius watches from the side, shocked to see such agile footwork from the same boy he once used to bully. Jinfrey keeps evading the relentless attacks, yet he knows that running forever won't bring victory. When the next opportunity comes, he leaps onto the Cyclops' weapon, balancing on it as the monster roars in anger and reaches out with its free hand to grab him. Jinfrey propels himself higher, soaring above the creature's head, and brings Centipede down in a precise slash to the fully exposed nape. Jinfrey leaps above the monster to land an attack on its nape, but he can barely inflict any damage. The Cyclops becomes alert and swings its massive hand to smack him, but Jinfrey manages to leap down just in time, realizing that fighting this creature head-on is nearly impossible due to the overwhelming level gap. Hidden in the bushes, Julius watches with wide eyes as Jinfrey swiftly evades the monster's relentless attacks, silently wondering what kind of buff could allow someone to move at such incredible speed. Jinfrey keeps dodging, but the effort is draining, and he knows he urgently needs to create that specific item. He has already gathered thorn grass, strong acidic berry, and fresh blood flower, but the remaining ingredients are still missing. Looking around, he notices that the last 3 ingredients he needs, caterpillar, skull jelly leaves, and hiriri seed, are all near where Julius is hiding. The blonde boy shrieks in fright as he sees Jinfrey running toward him, but Jinfrey completely ignores his presence, focusing only on picking up the ingredients. The final ingredient, water, lies just ahead. Jinfrey splashes it over the gathered materials and compounds them to create a poison that steadily decreases the HP of whoever drinks it every second. Julius observes the process and says it is foolish since Cyclops has a high resistance to poison. However, Jinfrey is already aware of that limitation. His true plan from the start was to compound the poison together with drop items collected from the noir snakes. The result is a strong poison capable of draining HP consistently despite resistance. Julius stares in disbelief as Jinfrey compounds it once, then compounds it again, and finally compounds it a 3rd time, layering effects to make it even stronger. With this, Jinfrey applies a poisonous attribute to Centipede, revealing the weapon's true form. Julius is still trying to process what he just witnessed when the Cyclops reappears behind him, massive and menacing. Jinfrey, who has been anticipating this moment, welcomes the challenge, ready for round 2. The Cyclops attacks fiercely, but Jinfrey uses his heightened speed to evade every strike. He leaps above the monster, slashing repeatedly at its nape. The Cyclops shrieks in pain as a system notification appears, confirming it has been severely poisoned and its HP will steadily decrease every second. In a desperate rage, the Cyclops roars and nullifies the poison's effect, but Jinfrey remains resolute, determined to repeat this strategy no matter how many times it takes. The cycle continues, striking, poisoning, and nullifying, until the towering creature slows, its movements growing sluggish and heavy. Finally, as the monster becomes too weak to fight back, Jinfrey leaps high into the air, gripping his sword tightly, and drives it straight into the Cyclops' single eye. The massive creature collapses to the ground, defeated at last. From the sidelines, Julius watches silently, his heart pounding, stunned by the scene before him. In disbelief, he questions whether this truly is the same Jinfrey he once knew from the village. Julius can't believe he is looking at the same Jinfrey, but when their eyes meet, Julius turns and runs away, fearing he might be the next to be beaten. Jinfrey calmly puts away his weapon and opens the status window, seeing that he has reached level 23. Deciding to think about his unused SP later, he then opens his inventory. The dungeon boss subjugation has rewarded him with a hefty amount of gold and the Cyclops' fang. Jinfrey feels pleased about the gold, planning to send it back home to support his mother. One of the biggest benefits of playing solo is the ability to keep all the rewards for oneself. The system also informs him about acquiring the Cyclops' eyeball, a somewhat grotesque-looking item that can still be sold for a decent price. Jinfrey decisively ignores how it looks, satisfied that he has secured one of the materials needed for the next hidden equipment. Now arriving at the D-ranked dungeon known as Flat Plain, Jinfrey reflects on the grand objective of this game: to defeat the demon gods spread across all 7 continents, starting from the one he stands on now. To get closer to that goal, he needs to find the second hidden equipment. For that, he requires the Cyclops' eyeball and 1 additional material to solve the trial at the fallen goddess's statue. That's why he has come here, to gather the needed material and grind some levels along the way. Jinfrey dreams of defeating all the demon gods and creating a world free of monsters, earning enough money to let his family live in peace and comfort. Along the way, he also wants to silence the villagers who once looked down on him. But to achieve any of that, he must become stronger first. Unbeknownst to him, news of his feat at the baptism ceremony, defeating 33 creatures, is spreading wildly. They have even released his name and a description of his appearance. Following that, new reports talk about the overhunting of the cobalt bird. Meanwhile, Jinfrey hunts down another monster, but still hasn't found the one he's searching for. Although he has already gathered many other materials, he still needs cobalt bird feathers. What makes it frustrating is that the cobalt bird isn't even supposed to be rare. On each continent, there are 7 dungeons in total, 6 ranked from F to A and a 7th S-ranked dungeon where the demon god resides. The D-ranked dungeon on this first continent should have had the highest spawn rate for the cobalt bird, yet not a single bird is in sight. Seeing no better option, Jinfrey decides to return to the city to gather some information. Jinfrey heads toward a general store, but before he can step inside, a group of men barges out and rudely shove him aside. Jinfrey briefly wonders if it's a robbery and watches as the gang passes by a mother and daughter, shoving them too. The young girl stumbles and nearly falls down the stairs, but Jinfrey quickly catches her. He glares at the retreating men, who hurry away without a word. The grateful mother comforts her crying daughter, while the store owner curses at the hooligans, calling them mountain dogs. Curious, Jinfrey asks, and the owner explains that the Mountain Dog Guild is a band of thieves and poachers who recently claimed this area as their territory. Jinfrey isn't particularly surprised to hear about such a group, but when the shopkeeper mentions that the recent overhunting of the cobalt bird is also their doing, he feels frustrated that he's getting this information by chance. The owner laments having to temporarily close his shop after just being robbed. Jinfrey thinks the Mountain Dog Guild is a nuisance. A guild is essentially a gathering of adventurers who share the same beliefs, and even he wouldn't want to fight an entire guild alone. Yet, the fact that they're bothering innocent people angers him maybe 10%, while the fact that they overhunted the cobalt bird infuriates him the other 90%. Fueled by mostly personal frustration, Jinfrey decides to chase after them. He sneaks a peek into a back alley where the gang is sorting through their stolen loot. Among the spoils, he spots a decent pile of cobalt bird feathers, feeling even more annoyed that they hunted the birds almost to extinction. The gang, meanwhile, is loudly gossiping about the new adventurer who defeated 33 creatures, but Jinfrey pays them no attention as he debates his next move. Suddenly, one of the bandits notices him, catching Jinfrey off guard. He suspects the thief might have used a covert skill to approach unnoticed. Jinfrey tries to explain that he isn't suspicious, but the thief clearly isn't convinced, having heard such excuses too often. The thief lunges at him, but Jinfrey dodges effortlessly. Seeing no other choice, he summons Centipede, evades another attack, and swiftly trips the thief to land a hit on his back. The scuffle draws the rest of the gang's attention, and they rush over. They accuse him of being a spy from another guild, but Jinfrey clarifies that he only came here for the cobalt bird feathers. However, with the weapon still in his hand and the downed thief beside him, he realizes that no matter how he explains, they will figure out what happened. As expected, the gang quickly pieces it together, forcing Jinfrey to accept that he has no choice left. If he wants those feathers, he'll have to take them by force. Jinfrey finds himself cornered by the thieves. One of them steps forward to attack, but Jinfrey swiftly dodges and counters by striking him in the face. The man shrieks that his nose has been sliced, yet Jinfrey knows he only used the flat side of Centipede, realizing the guy is simply trying to rile up his friends. Jinfrey doesn't like the fact that fighting against a guild usually turns into a one versus many situation, and he narrowly dodges an incoming swing. He lands a solid hit on one thief, then another charges at him wielding a weapon. Calmly, Jinfrey grabs the weapon barehanded and punches the guy in the stomach. It turns out to be a critical hit, leaving Jinfrey feeling slightly bad for the man doubled over in pain. Almost immediately, another thief lunges with a weapon, but Jinfrey easily sidesteps and strikes his chin with the back of Centipede. With 3 men now clutching their injuries, Jinfrey still tries to keep things from escalating further, silently wishing they'd cut him some slack since he genuinely doesn't want to fight. Yet before he can start searching for the cobalt bird feathers, another thief sneaks up on him and attacks. Jinfrey parries with Centipede, but the attacker mocks that he left his back open. In that moment, Jinfrey realizes this is the same guy who had used covert earlier. Jinfrey puts a little distance between them, and the thief introduces himself grandly as the sub-master of the guild, Sub Masuo, expecting that Jinfrey would have heard of his name before. It's the first time Jinfrey has heard such an embarrassingly flashy title. Masuo suddenly remembers that they shoved Jinfrey back in the city earlier and regrets not finishing him off back then. Observing Masuo's weapon, Jinfrey thinks it's rather low quality for someone calling himself a thief, but Masuo doesn't take offense. Instead, he smugly claims that equipment is merely decoration and that real power comes from developing job skills. Jinfrey remains calm and unfazed, which makes Masuo fume with irritation that a rookie dares to act so boldly. Masuo points out that Jinfrey's armor is the beginner gear from the compounder tutorial, yet the weapon in his hand clearly screams of high rarity. Masuo believes it's only thanks to this weapon that Jinfrey can put on such bravado, and it even seems to him that this is Jinfrey's first time fighting an adventurer. Without warning, Masuo throws daggers at Jinfrey, who deflects them with ease. Still, Masuo lectures that in a battle between adventurers, the moment one's job is known to the opponent, it creates an overwhelming disadvantage. Masuo assumes Jinfrey doesn't know his job or skills, while he knows Jinfrey is a compounder limited to the compound skill. However, Jinfrey calmly points out that Masuo is a thief, since covert is a skill unique to that job. Masuo insists that he is actually a summoner, which only makes Jinfrey silently pity him. Still, Jinfrey considers whether Masuo might have also learned the plunder skill, because if his centipede were to be stolen mid-fight, it would be disastrous. Determined to finish things quickly, Jinfrey lunges forward to attack, but before he can strike, 2 more thieves suddenly use covert to sneak behind him. Reacting instantly, Jinfrey flips backward to dodge their attack, but in doing so, Centipede's hilt accidentally lands a super critical hit on an extremely sensitive part of Masuo's anatomy. Sub Masuo sees stars and shrieks so loudly that it shatters the surrounding glass, before collapsing unconscious from the sheer impact, his men rushing to his side in panic. Jinfrey can't help but feel a little sorry for him, but there are still 2 thieves left standing. Leveling his gaze at them, he threatens that unless they want to share their sub-master's fate, they should hand over the cobalt bird feathers immediately. Leveling his gaze at them, Jinfrey threatens that unless they want to share their sub-master's fate, they should hand over the cobalt bird feathers immediately. The hooligans panic at his words and seem ready to comply, but before they can move, their backup arrives at the scene. The thieves brighten up with relief, while Jinfrey curses internally that these thieves keep popping up like hornets from a nest. They quickly surround him, jeering that he's got guts to mess with the Mountain Dog Guild all on his own. However, their confidence falters when they spot their sub-master knocked out cold on the ground. Shock and disbelief ripple through them as they speculate how a single kid could have done this, though they quickly convince themselves that the sub-master probably drank too much and got beaten while drunk. Jinfrey silently thinks the only thing their sub-master was drunk on was his own meager power. The rising commotion draws the attention of a big man approaching the scene, and the thieves rush to him like children running to their mother, voicing complaints about Jinfrey. Observing his presence, Jinfrey quickly realizes this must be the master of the guild, and even bets that his name is probably Guild Masuo. Guild Masuo listens as his men explain that someone dared to pick a fight with their guild, and even handled their sub-master. His cold eyes fix onto Jinfrey, who matches the stare without flinching. After a brief silence, the guildmaster finally asks about Jinfrey's guild affiliation. Jinfrey replies that he is solo, which surprises the guildmaster that a lone adventurer could handle all his men. Amused rather than angered, the guildmaster laughs and extends an offer for Jinfrey to join their guild. Jinfrey is momentarily dumbfounded, expecting the guildmaster to threaten him or make him regret raising a hand against the guild. But instead, his victory over Sub Masuo seems to have earned some twisted respect. The guildmaster, pleased with his own offer, even suggests sharing drinks to welcome Jinfrey. Yet Jinfrey refuses, stepping away from the man's grasp, and clarifies firmly that he came only for the cobalt bird feathers and has no interest in joining their mess of a guild. The guildmaster freezes at those words, stunned that someone would call his guild a mess. He asks again, as if he couldn't have heard right, but Jinfrey repeats that a guild that targets only the weak is nothing more than a total mess. Hearing that, the guildmaster summons his weapon with a heavy thud and strikes the ground beside Jinfrey so hard it shatters the stone floor. Announcing that he's changed his mind, the guildmaster now decides to rough Jinfrey up and turn him into a slave. Jinfrey observes calmly and notes to himself that the guildmaster likely isn't a thief given his raw power. As the guildmaster swings, Jinfrey swiftly dodges, recognizing that things would become troublesome if the man began using job skills. He weaves past another powerful swing and rushes forward to land a blow against the guildmaster's side. The guildmaster scoffs at Jinfrey's choice to strike with the flat of the blade, but begrudgingly admits it was still a solid hit. Jinfrey too silently acknowledges that the man is tough. Then suddenly, the guildmaster unequips his weapon, catching Jinfrey off guard. Without hesitation, the guildmaster activates Infight, a skill that doubles his physical stats for 3 minutes. His minions cheer loudly as their master's figure seems to tower over Jinfrey even more. Watching this, Jinfrey realizes the man's true job is a fighter. The guildmaster throws a powerful punch, and Jinfrey narrowly dodges, fully aware that even a single direct hit from a fighter using Infight would be enough to make him explode from the sheer force. The man turns to launch another attack, while Jinfrey, his eyes narrowing with determination, braces himself to counter. The guildmaster lunges forward to attack Jinfrey, but the younger one counters with an attack of his own, landing a critical hit and activating the Mind's Eye skill. The minions stare in shock as their master drops to the ground, now limbless. They can't believe their guildmaster has been defeated and only now realize that Jinfrey matches the description from the news, a black-haired man with striking blue eyes. Seeing him clearly for the first time, they panic, but Jinfrey himself has no idea what they're talking about. Jinfrey tries to address them, but they're so terrified they scatter and flee, leaving him dumbfounded about how they even knew his name and why they were so afraid that they abandoned their guildmaster. Not understanding any of it, Jinfrey turns back to look for the cobalt bird feathers and plans to return the stolen goods to the store owner. At the B-ranked dungeon called Sigrin Fall, Jinfrey swiftly takes down the boss monster and gains a good amount of experience points. Moving deeper into the dungeon, he approaches a massive stone monument and notes that he has missed seeing the fallen goddess's statue. By solving the mechanism hidden within this statue, he can obtain the second hidden equipment. He uses the Cyclops eyeball and the cobalt bird feather to mark this significant reunion. Anyone with keen intuition would instantly sense that there's a trick in the eye of the statue. While a few players might notice that the left eye can be fitted with the Cyclops eye, as far as Jinfrey knows, none have discovered the small gap on the wings at its back, just big enough to hold a single feather. Placing these two items fulfills the wish of the goddess statue, causing it to shed tears of joy. This is how Jinfrey acquires the second hidden equipment, named Lucifer's Halo, which grants him mind-reading and magic perception skills. With such powerful functions, it makes sense why this equipment is so hard to get. Jinfrey gazes at the statue one last time and silently promises to make good use of the halo. He equips it immediately, though it gives him the appearance of a wandering spirit. He doesn't want to stand out too much, but he's certain people won't guess its true, broken potential just by its look. Now that he has secured Lucifer's halo, his next destination is the S-ranked dungeon. Standing in the middle of the city, Jinfrey can't help but curse under his breath. The S-ranked dungeon, Agni Volcano, is so dangerous that entry is restricted to parties of 7 or more adventurers, and unfortunately, there are no recruitment notices at the moment. Once the boss monster of an S-ranked dungeon is defeated, the entire dungeon disappears, only to randomly respawn somewhere else within the same continent after some time. Defeating the first demon god also grants a title that allows an adventurer to journey to the second continent, and Jinfrey is eager to move forward as soon as possible. His attention is caught by the excited chatter of people nearby, all gathered around the party led by Freyna, the flame magician. Observing them closely, Jinfrey notices Freyna is accompanied by 5 other men. Just by glancing at her, the halo reacts, activating the mind-reading skill. Through it, Jinfrey senses her strong desire to challenge the S-ranked dungeon immediately, but also picks up on her anxiety about lacking enough members. Smiling slightly at the unexpected opportunity, Jinfrey watches as Freyna and her party decide to call it a day and disperse. Seizing the moment, Jinfrey approaches and asks to join their party. Before anyone can respond, they all notice the halo on his head. Even without fully using the skill, Jinfrey can sense what they're thinking about him in that moment. One of the men bluntly tells him to look elsewhere since they're done for the day. Yet from his thoughts, Jinfrey picks up genuine worry for an injured party member who is currently in the hospital. Seeing this, Jinfrey instead asks the leader, Freyna, for her opinion, as he senses deeper anxiety from her, and asks if she has something urgent waiting in the S-ranked dungeon. Though Freyna coldly tells him to mind his own business, Jinfrey's mind reading reveals her hidden worry for her father, an adventurer who has been missing inside the S-ranked dungeon for over a month. He also senses another layer of unease about the halo he's wearing, so he lightly kicks the air in front of him to ease the tension. Finally, he introduces himself as Jinfrey, explaining that he too wants to challenge the S-ranked dungeon as soon as possible. Freyna pauses, trying to recall where she has heard his name before. The men beside her quickly whisper that he's the one from the news, the black-haired guy with blue eyes who defeated 33 monsters at the baptismal altar. Jinfrey feels awkward at the attention and silently curses the system for completely ignoring his privacy. Freyna, on the other hand, feels something different. She senses that Jinfrey might have seen through her thoughts and also gets an odd impression that he has endured many hardships. Through his skill, Jinfrey realizes that Freyna is a bit awed by his presence. In the end, Freyna accepts him into the party, though she warns that they will leave him behind if he turns out to be useless. Jinfrey silently thanks Lucifer's halo, knowing it is because of this hidden equipment that everything fell into place and he can finally enter the S-ranked dungeon. In the S-ranked dungeon called Agni Volcano, Jinfrey is appointed as the vanguard of the party, the most dangerous position in an emergency. Still, the party members remain skeptical of him since they can't fully trust him yet. Freyna reassures them that they don't need to worry because if he proves useless, they can always use him as bait. One of the men walking behind Jinfrey asks if he truly is the guy from the news. Jinfrey awkwardly affirms, though he hasn't heard the news himself. This reaction makes the man, Arthur, even more suspicious of him, deepening his distrust. The other members also struggle to believe in Jinfrey's strength, judging him by the angelic halo on his head. Jinfrey silently wishes they'd drop the subject, knowing that despite its appearance, it's actually a completely busted piece of equipment. All of a sudden, Jinfrey's magic perception skill picks up an unfamiliar magical disturbance. He realizes that monsters near the summit are all coming down at once, and urgently warns the shield user to cover everyone with his skill. The shield user bristles at being ordered, but before anyone can react, the volcano erupts violently, throwing everything into chaos. Jinfrey again urges him to shield the team as everyone gathers together, and the shield user finally activates his Reflect Guard skill. Jinfrey worries they can't move until the eruption calms down since molten boulders are raining from above. But before panic can set in, Freyna steps forward, instructing everyone to stand by and raises her staff. With confidence, she casts Meteorite Blaze, summoning a massive ball of fire that collides with the falling rocks, vaporizing them instantly. Jinfrey silently marvels at how she used her magic to protect the party from the volcanic assault. Yet before they can recover, the ground trembles violently and splits apart. Arthur loses his footing and falls into a widening crack, but Jinfrey, being the closest, catches his hand just in time. However, the shaking ground offers no stability, and both of them plummet into the depths below. The fall looks grim, but they land safely on the back of a giant fluffy cotton bat. Relieved, Jinfrey catches his breath and wonders if this stroke of luck is thanks to the halo. However, the cotton bat turns its head to glare at them, clearly angered. Sensing the danger, Jinfrey tells Arthur to jump off quickly. As they face the monster, Jinfrey explains that the cotton bat absorbs any impact and unleashes it back as a devastating counterattack. The impact of their fall will likely be amplified several times, so caution is crucial. Arthur snaps that he doesn't need the lecture, but Jinfrey still warns him just as the monster lunges, even pushing Arthur out of harm's way. Jinfrey tells him to step back if he doesn't want to die, then squares off against the cotton bat himself. Arthur, catching his breath, glances at the shattered cracks in the stone wall, realizing he would have ended up the same if Jinfrey hadn't acted. It dawns on him that even an ordinary monster in an S-rank dungeon can wield such terrifying power. But before Arthur can fully grasp what's happening, Jinfrey finishes off the monster in a single, decisive hit. Back on the surface, Freyna uses her dowsing skill and confirms that Arthur is still alive. She notes that Jinfrey put himself at risk to save Arthur and also detected the volcanic eruption sooner than anyone else. The party members ask if they should descend to search for them, but Freyna declines, explaining that doing so would drain their energy before confronting the demon god. She believes since they're all headed to the same summit, they will reunite naturally along the way. Besides, she has confidence in Arthur because he's her brother, and she trained him herself. Meanwhile, Jinfrey discovers that Freyna is Arthur's sister and realizes Arthur must also be here searching for their missing father. As Arthur finally steadies himself, Jinfrey tells him to get moving now that he's calmed down. Arthur hesitates, pointing out that the demon god is at the summit while they're heading in the opposite direction. But Jinfrey bluntly tells him he'd be destroyed instantly if he tried to fight the demon god at his current level. Jinfrey explains that he plans to do a bit of hunting deeper below and senses that Arthur, despite himself, also wants to become stronger. So, Jinfrey offers him the choice: follow if he wants to get stronger. Not long after, Arthur forces out a mechanical laugh at Jinfrey's idea of a bit of hunting as they now stand surrounded by a whole herd of flame-bone birds. Jinfrey and Arthur are surrounded by a herd of flame-bone birds, which are of a higher level than the cotton bat from earlier. Arthur believes they don't stand a chance against this many, but Jinfrey smiles and begins slashing through them with ease. Arthur is impressed by his strength. However, as he watches, a flame-bone bird approaches from behind and spits fire at him. Arthur quickly dodges the attack and summons a dagger to counterattack. He soon realizes that he can't let the firebird get too close, so he switches to a bow and shoots at the bird. The arrow pierces through its body and it crashes to the ground. Arthur, exhausted after taking the bird down, still insists that he won't lose if it's a one-on-one fight. When he turns to locate Jinfrey, he discovers that all the other birds have already been taken care of. Jinfrey is now casually enjoying a drumstick while waiting for Arthur to finish his hunting. Arthur is shocked to see Jinfrey eating the drop items, unaware that flame-bone bird meat tastes like fried chicken. Jinfrey begins to feel sick from eating too fast, but he continues regardless, needing to consume 50 of them to gain a buff. Suddenly, he senses a large amount of mana approaching their way. As he feared, a salamander of level 44 emerges before them. The monster is a mid-boss of Agni Volcano, and something about it makes Jinfrey vomit out his stomach contents. Jinfrey is in the middle of warning Arthur that the monster is a subspecies mutated by eating a human, when the salamander wriggles its tail and launches an attack at Arthur. Jinfrey worries for the guy, but Arthur insists that he is fine. Jinfrey advises him to hide somewhere safe while he takes care of the monster. Facing the snarling beast, Jinfrey notes that its movements are a bit sluggish, likely because it just finished eating. The salamander begins trembling and vomits a revolting mass, along with some human bones. Jinfrey isn't too surprised at the sight, having expected this much from the monster. Meanwhile, Arthur's gaze falls on a sword lying in the cave, his expression haunted. Jinfrey tells the salamander to settle things before they both end up barfing again. Arthur clutches at the sword and the clothes beside it, instantly recognizing them as his father's. This revelation awakens an intense, destructive rage in him toward the salamander. Blinded by fury, Arthur summons his daggers and charges at the salamander without any plan. Jinfrey tries to stop him, but Arthur doesn't listen and is thrown aside by the monster. Undeterred and driven by the desire to avenge his father, Arthur stands up again. However, Jinfrey tackles him to the ground to stop his reckless assault. The two end up shouting at each other as Jinfrey tries to make Arthur understand that salamanders aren't something people hunt alone. He pleads with him to think about the rest of his family if he were to die here as well. This strikes a chord in Arthur, making him pause for a moment. Jinfrey seizes the chance to explain that he can't defeat the monster alone. Arthur feels frustrated and upset because he already knows he's powerless against the salamander. Jinfrey senses his emotions and lets him go, apologizing for yelling at him. Jinfrey confirms that Arthur's job is hunter and mentions that he can use the battle cry ability. He then asks what Arthur currently has in his inventory. Arthur lists some healing herbs, a bow and arrows, and cotton bat's fluff. He's confused about the last item, unsure why he has it. Jinfrey explains that Arthur acquired it through the hunter's hidden ability. Although Arthur doesn't know anything about this hidden skill, Jinfrey decides to explain it later, because now he has a plan to defeat the salamander. The plan has already been discussed, and now it's time for action. Arthur remains a bit skeptical about defeating the salamander with just the two of them, but he still decides to follow along. Jinfrey instructs him to buff him up, so Arthur chants the incantations to activate his battle cry skill. The ability enhances Jinfrey's strength and speed by 30% for 5 minutes. Even the monster is alerted by the sudden surge in power, but neither of them pays it any mind as Arthur hands over the cotton bat's fluff that Jinfrey had requested. Jinfrey thanks him both for the buff and the fluff, then reminds him to follow the plan moving forward. Without wasting another moment, Jinfrey charges at the salamander wielding his centipede weapon. The monster has a massive pool of HP, and the standard approach usually involves coordinated attacks from a large group of players. However, Jinfrey intends to take it down using poisonous centipede alone. As soon as he finishes applying the poison, Arthur shoots an arrow between the monster's eyes, just as they planned, since the salamander's weak point lies between its eyebrows. A close-range fighter like Jinfrey would have had difficulty aiming for that precise spot, so he's thankful that Arthur is there to support him from a distance. Jinfrey continues his relentless assault with the centipede while Arthur supports him by firing arrows at the beast. Their coordinated offense forces the salamander to roar violently and enter its berserk mode, which boosts all its stats by 30%. Even from a distance, Arthur can feel the pressure and power radiating from the monster. Despite this, Jinfrey rushes in, prepared to exploit the berserk state using the cotton bat's fluff. The salamander strikes, but Jinfrey uses the attack's impact to charge the fluff, grinning widely when the setup is complete. In berserk mode, the monster's weak point shifts as well, so Arthur begins targeting its front legs instead. Using his mind's eye skill, Arthur deals a critical blow, causing the salamander to stagger. Their one-sided assault continues, and soon the flames that had been swirling around the salamander's body begin to weaken, a clear sign that it has entered a critical state. However, the salamander possesses the ability to regenerate HP by absorbing the surrounding flames. Both adventurers understand the gravity of the situation. If the monster manages to heal itself, they won't be able to defeat it within 5 minutes, and the battle cry buff will expire. It's now or never. They must eliminate it before it fully recovers. Arthur takes his stance and signals that he's ready. Still standing directly in front of the beast, Jinfrey affirms and dashes forward. He slashes at the salamander's throat, provoking it to open its mouth. At the same time, he throws the cotton bat's fluff into the air. The moment the fluff floats in front of the salamander's open mouth, Arthur releases an arrow that strikes the fluff, sending it straight down the monster's throat. The salamander gulps it down, but nothing happens. Arthur momentarily fears that they have failed. However, Jinfrey remains calm and begins counting down, his expression filled with confidence. Jinfrey begins his countdown, and the moment he reaches one, the salamander explodes. The hidden effect of Cotton Bat's fluff is finally revealed. It absorbs attacks and reflects them with triple the original power. As soon as the monster goes down, the buff from Battle Cry also fades away, making it clear that their victory had been a close call. The salamander is finally defeated, and Jinfrey gains experience points from the battle, yet he doesn't feel entirely satisfied with the outcome. Once outside the cave, Arthur clutches his father's sword tightly in his arms. Jinfrey observes him quietly, then removes Lucifer's halo, the artifact that allows him to read thoughts and emotions. Freyna and the rest of the party arrive and ask if they are all right. Freyna instantly recognizes the sword in her brother's hands, prompting Arthur to explain that he found it inside the salamander's stomach, along with their father's clothes. The two siblings embrace in mourning, overwhelmed by the painful discovery. Still, Freyna feels some relief knowing that Arthur is safe and that he did everything he could. Arthur, however, tells her that the one who actually defeated the monster was Jinfrey. The party turns their attention to him and finds him quietly collecting rocks in one place. They immediately understand his intentions and join him in building a grave. Once the grave is complete, the siblings and the other party members kneel in front of it and offer their prayers, while Jinfrey stands silently to the side. Watching the two siblings at the grave triggers memories in Jinfrey. He recalls the moment their mother told them about their father's death. He's pulled out of his thoughts when Freyna and the others come forward to thank him. However, Jinfrey refuses to take credit, claiming that Arthur is safe because of his own strength and decisions. Arthur, fully aware of his own limits, insists that all the credit goes to Jinfrey for saving his life and defeating the salamander. He declares that Jinfrey is far stronger than the rumors suggest. The group is clearly impressed, but Jinfrey has no interest in basking in praise. Instead, he shifts their attention to the true culprit behind it all, the demon god who controls the monsters across this continent. Freyna becomes resolute, vowing to turn the demon god into ashes. The party resumes their journey, fighting their way through all manner of creatures until they finally reach the summit of Agni Volcano. As they scout the area for the boss monster, the ground begins to shake violently. Suddenly, the volcano erupts, and from its fiery core emerges the level 50 demon god, Helmberos. The three-headed monster lets out a deafening roar that forces everyone to cover their ears to withstand the sheer pressure. Once the roar subsides, Helmberos taunts them, asking if they have come to die. Jinfrey quickly tells everyone to retreat, warning them that the monster's first move will be a breath attack. Freyna sees flames gathering inside the monster's mouth and urgently instructs everyone to follow Jinfrey's command and fall back. The party obeys, but Freyna notices that Jinfrey himself isn't moving. Instead, Jinfrey stands firm and smiles as Helmberos unleashes a torrent of fire upon him. Even from behind the protective barrier, the rest of the party can feel the searing heat of the blast, causing Arthur to fear the worst for Jinfrey. All they can see is a wall of smoke billowing in front of the massive monster. Helmberos laughs cruelly, mocking that not even Jinfrey's ashes could have survived that fire breath. The party is momentarily gripped by dread, believing Jinfrey might truly be gone. But then, to their shock, the smoke clears to reveal Jinfrey standing tall and unscathed in front of the demon god. He calmly remarks that the heat was lukewarm at best. The truth is, Jinfrey had developed fire resistance from consuming flame-bone bird meat. Helmberos narrows its gaze, intrigued that someone had managed to survive its deadly flame. Jinfrey smiles, remarking that Helmberos did all that and couldn't even make him break a sweat. Arthur is relieved to see that Jinfrey is unharmed, but Freyna is in disbelief, knowing that an attack of that scale should have completely melted him, unless he has fire resistance. Jinfrey internally reflects that all the eating and suffering finally paid off. By consuming 50 pieces of flame-bone bird meat, he acquired 7 minutes of fire resistance. However, the resistance doesn't fully nullify the damage. His HP still drops, pushing him into a critical state. But that works to his advantage, as Jinfrey can activate Godspeed in this condition. Helmberos notes with interest that this human has some backbone and declares that he's going to enjoy this fight. Jinfrey braces himself as the demon god unleashes scorching heat wave. The entire party is affected. Each member suffers from burn due to the intense heat, losing HP every second. Freyna quickly orders everyone to take cover behind the boulders, knowing that the heat will pierce through their gear otherwise. Even though their equipment had been tailored for the volcanic terrain, a single skill from the demon god rendered it practically useless. Everyone begins to wonder how Jinfrey is still standing. Meanwhile, Jinfrey taunts the demon god, calling him a useless dog. Thanks to his fire resistance, the burn effect has no impact on him. Helmberos observes that Jinfrey is different from the rest of the humans and warns him not to get overconfident just because he can withstand the heat. Determined to humble Jinfrey's arrogance, Helmberos dives into the magma. The party watches cautiously as Jinfrey takes a fighting stance with his centipede. From the demon god's earlier attack patterns, Jinfrey already knows which move to be wary of. As anticipated, Helmberos emerges from the magma and lunges at him, but Jinfrey blocks the strike with centipede. The resulting impact sends a shockwave rippling out toward the party. Freyna takes note, acknowledging how fast both of them are. Helmboros seems a little impressed that Jinfrey can parry his attacks. The demon god admits that Jinfrey has caught his interest and declares that he should feel honored, because now Helmboros will truly begin to play. With that, the monster disappears back into the magma and challenges Jinfrey to try and parry the next assault. Freyna picks up on the voice echoing from beneath the ground, but Arthur is taken aback when he sees Jinfrey standing motionless, his eyes closed. Suddenly, Helmboros erupts from underground and lunges at Jinfrey from behind, but Jinfrey effortlessly dodges the attack using magic perception. The entire party is stunned. They are unaware that Lucifer's halo grants Jinfrey the ability to sense the magical presence of adventurers and monsters within a 5-kilometer radius. Helmboros comments that Jinfrey has sharp instincts, but Jinfrey simply states that he knows the demon's movements like the back of his hand. Helmboros remains unconvinced and insists that Jinfrey is just lucky. The monster sinks into the magma once more, preparing another surprise attack. Fed up with this whack-a-mole game, Jinfrey decides it's time to take control. He closes his eyes, using magic perception to locate the monster's position, then prepares to use Godspeed to counter. As he quiets his thoughts, he recalls the motions he has repeated 1,000,000 times. Just as the ground behind him erupts and Arthur shouts a warning, the demon god is shocked to find that Jinfrey has already vanished from his original location and now appears high above him. Jinfrey descends rapidly, slashing downward with Centipede as he lands another blow. Helmboros reels in confusion, unsure of what just happened. Jinfrey lands smoothly and asks, with a smirk, whether this oversized puppy still believes he can't strike back. Jinfrey lands smoothly and, with a smirk, questions whether this oversized puppy still believes he can't strike back. The rest of the party members watch in amazement as he fearlessly battles the demon god. Helmboros growls at the insult, declaring that it will no longer allow a mere human to interfere with its mission. Jinfrey is taken aback by the mention of a mission, as he has never heard of anything like that in the game. Once again, Helmboros vanishes into the magma. Jinfrey decides to think about it later and focuses on landing another hit. The demon god bursts out to attack, but Jinfrey successfully lands a critical strike, triggering the active skill Mind's Eye. Helmboros starts to suspect that Jinfrey can somehow see where its attacks are coming from. Jinfrey is pleased with the outcome. Not only was the hit critical, but Centipede also inflicted heavy poison, ensuring that Helmboros will continue to lose HP every second. The demon god accuses Jinfrey of resorting to underhanded tactics, such as poison, but Jinfrey sees no issue in exploiting the weakness, especially since Helmboros's lack of poison resistance is common knowledge for anyone attempting to face it. Targeting an enemy's weakness is the very foundation of battle. Freyna and her party watch in awe. Many groups have been annihilated by this demon god, yet Jinfrey is fighting it head-on and holding his own. Confident that the poison will hunt the beast within 5 minutes, Jinfrey taunts Helmboros once again. Enraged, the demon god roars and vows to tear him apart. Another wave of scorching heat waves sweeps through the area, worsening the party's burn status. Freyna immediately orders everyone to retreat to a safer distance. Arthur follows the order but feels frustrated that he can't even stand beside Jinfrey in this fight. Helmboros breathes fire at Jinfrey once more and is stunned to see him remain unharmed again. Meanwhile, Jinfrey is also surprised. The fire breath was only ever used during the first attack in the game, and there was no repeat pattern like this. Helmboros becomes convinced that Jinfrey must be using a special skill to detect its magic, but Jinfrey internally notes that this is just an excuse from a monster that knows it's losing. Provoked further, Helmboros warns that even if Jinfrey can sense one attack, he won't be able to defend against simultaneous attacks from all 3 of them. The entire party is stunned as Helmboros suddenly splits into 3 separate monsters. Jinfrey is certain there was no such mechanic in the game. All 3 forms of Helmboros then leap into the magma and disappear from sight. Even with his skills, Jinfrey admits that there's no way he can handle multiple enemies attacking from different directions. He suddenly hears a voice threatening to take him down first. One of the monsters emerges from the ground and strikes, but Jinfrey narrowly dodges the assault. His HP is critically low from using Godspeed, and now, even the slightest graze could destroy him. Still, he finds this kind of high-stakes moment to be the most thrilling of all. Helmboros taunts him once more, claiming it has been fun, but that it will send those dead weights to hell as well, so Jinfrey won't feel lonely. Without warning, the demon god breaks through the ground and appears directly behind him. Just then, Freyna intervenes with her frost explosion skill, attacking the monster before it can strike Jinfrey. She remarks that 3-on-1 is a little undignified and that she doesn't appreciate being called dead weight. Helmboros, clearly annoyed by her interference, decides to eliminate her first. However, Jinfrey seizes the moment and swiftly cuts off the monster's head. As the severed head rolls across the ground, Jinfrey looks at Freyna and tells her they're even now. Only 2 more to go before they can claim victory. Jinfrey defeats the demon god Helmboros's right body, and everyone cheers. Although he's exhausted, the battle is not over yet. 2 remaining monsters, enraged by their brother's death, charge directly at Jinfrey and Freyna. The 2 block the attacks together. Jinfrey notices that Freyna is using ice magic and wonders aloud, given that she's known as the Flame Magician. Freyna explains that while she is more proficient in fire magic, she does have some affinity with ice, just not a high one. Jinfrey asks if she's alright being so close to the scorching heat wave. Freyna admits she's only able to manage because of the buffs applied, although they won't last much longer. Jinfrey tells her to hold her position just a little longer. Activating Godspeed, he swiftly slashes one monster, then rushes to Freyna's side and attacks the other. Thanks to the Mind's Eye skill and the lingering poison effect, Jinfrey manages to defeat the left body of Helmboros with a single strike. The final monster, however, retreats into the magma in its injured state. Jinfrey assures Freyna that things should be manageable from here and suggests she take cover, but Freyna, determined to contribute, activates her Sunflame skill. The powerful spell buffs Jinfrey, increasing his attack for 3 minutes and greatly boosting his fire resistance. She explains that the cost of the spell is that she won't be able to cast any more magic while the buff is active. Still, this is all she can do, and she entrusts the rest to him. Jinfrey nods gratefully, sincerely thanking the Flame Magician. Deep within the volcano, Helmboros sits wounded, seething with anger that mere humans could do this to him. He's startled to hear a mocking voice call him a lazy mole-playing prick. Shockingly, Jinfrey has jumped into the volcano's core himself. Helmboros cannot believe a human would go so far, but Jinfrey has had enough and tells the demon god to put an end to this. In his final moments, Helmboros struggles to comprehend how a mighty demon god could fall to a single man. Outside, the volcano erupts violently, alarming everyone. Arthur spots Jinfrey emerging from the lava and rushes to his side, followed by the others. They tend to his injuries, relieved to find him alive. Jinfrey confirms that it's over. Helmboros is finally defeated. Arthur and Freyna are overwhelmed with emotion, believing their father can now rest in peace. Their status screens activate, awarding them for defeating the demon god Helmboros. Jinfrey is satisfied with the 800,000 gold reward, excited to send the money to his mother. However, while other loot items like Hardclaw and Huge Fang are impressive in rarity, the one item he truly wanted isn't among them. Freyna and Arthur thank him wholeheartedly, acknowledging that they wouldn't have survived the battle without his help. Jinfrey tries to downplay his role, saying the victory was a team effort, but Freyna insists they merely followed him, and somehow the system still counted it as a team battle. She even received demon god material drops. Jinfrey assures her that she earned those drops and thanks her sincerely for the buff. Freyna believes that Jinfrey would have won even without it, though she keeps that thought to herself. Wanting to offer him something in return, she considers her highest rarity item, a B-rank Scorching Rock. To her surprise, Jinfrey immediately perks up and proposes a trade, his S-rank Hard Claw for her Scorching Rock. Everyone is stunned that he'd offer such a high-tier item in exchange for a relatively common one, but Jinfrey insists the Scorching Rock holds much more value to him. He's overjoyed when Freyna gives it to him for free. Freyna, however, finds Jinfrey impossible to read and is baffled watching him gleefully grab an entire window panel just to claim the item. Jinfrey senses a budding crush from Freyna and also picks up on Jidas's jealousy, realizing he may have stirred up some emotional chaos. Still, with the Scorching Rock finally in hand, Jinfrey feels ready for what lies ahead. His journey now leads to the second continent, the town full of desires. At the first continent's central city, Rogue Begin, Freyna and Arthur bid their farewell as they prepare to return to their town to take care of things in their father's absence. Arthur promises that he will be stronger than Jinfrey the next time they meet and expresses his gratitude for everything. Jinfrey acknowledges him and looks forward to their next encounter. Jinfrey has obtained the Scorching Rock, the crucial material he needed from the first continent. The memories from his previous life proved invaluable, but he is also grateful for all the encounters he has had. He has already sent the money back home, so now it is time to move on to the next destination. With that in mind, he makes his way to the teleportation portal that will take him to the second continent. Onlookers speculate whether he is the one who defeated the demon god, especially since he is still wearing the beginner equipment of a compounder. Jinfrey has earned the title of First Demon Godslayer and teleports to the second continent, although the onlookers remain in disbelief. Upon arriving at the second continent's central city, the Prison of Desire, Jinfrey notices a missed call from his sister Emilia and calls her back to see what she needs. Emilia scolds him for being so nonchalant after sending such a large amount of money back home and questions whether he is involved in anything shady. Jinfrey, who has been keeping his life as an adventurer a secret from his family to avoid worrying them, assures her that he is not doing anything illegal and that there is no need to worry. However, Emilia informs him that their mother's condition has worsened. Alarmed, Jinfrey realizes he needs even more money for her treatment as soon as possible. Jinfrey overhears some people talking about the auction listing, which includes a high-rarity item, the High Elf's Tear. He recalls that the High Elf's Tear is a key ingredient used to create an elixir, something typically not found on the second continent. If obtained, it could help cure his mother's illness. However, it's being sold in an auction attended by the wealthiest people around, and the cost alone would be in the hundreds of millions. Even so, Jinfrey resolves to increase his capital no matter what. He sets out for the E-rank dungeon, Eterni Snowfield. Though he should ideally be tackling high-ranking dungeons for money, this specific one holds something he's after. Fortunately, his luck holds out as he soon finds Kate Sith, the creature he was looking for. Using items he gathered along the way, Jinfrey attracts Kate Sith's attention with Snowfield's silver vine, warm grass, and cold fish. When the feline notices the fluffy bed made from warm grass, it becomes so overjoyed that it does a Superman pose and summons a gold coin. Kate Sith's golden coin is a fortune-boosting item capable of doubling the money earned just by being in one's possession. The creature happily gives Jinfrey the coin and enjoys the luxury it has been offered. Jinfrey, now in possession of this powerful hidden item, decides to start hunting monsters immediately. After defeating various enemies and the dungeon boss, he earns about 12 million gold. Pleased with this starting point, he heads back to the city to earn even more. Jinfrey arrives at an underground casino, a place brimming with individuals obsessed with money and governed by the philosophy that anything goes. It's a dark zone where social class doesn't matter, which means Jinfrey doesn't have to hold back. He notices a man boasting about his winning streak. This man, named Entei, has accumulated around 10 million gold through shady dealings, making him the perfect target. As Jinfrey approaches, Entei warns him that the dice have been rolling in his favor. Feigning innocence, Jinfrey plays the part of a first-timer, although in truth, he's done this countless times in the game. Entei and the dealer fall for the act and offer Jinfrey the chance to set his wager and go first in a game of roulette. However, Jinfrey's Halo skill detects deception, warning him that the dealer is planning to cheat. Amused, Jinfrey notes how entertaining this place still is. The game they're about to play is roulette, famously called the Queen of the Casino. In this version, the dealer throws in 2 balls, and each player calls 2 numbers. If one of their chosen numbers is correct, they win half of what they bet. If both are correct, they double their money. If no one guesses correctly, the bet remains, and the game continues until someone wins. Players also can't pick the same number twice. Jinfrey chooses red 36 and black 8, placing a staggering 10 million gold bet, stunning both Entei and the dealer. When they remain silent, he reiterates his chosen numbers and wager, reminding Entei that if he doesn't call his numbers quickly, the balls will stop and he'll lose automatically. Jinfrey is confident Entei can't now call out the same numbers, putting him in a tight spot. Jinfrey bets 10 million gold on red 36 and black 8. The dealer is stunned because Jinfrey has accurately guessed where the balls will land. Jinfrey reminds Entei that the balls will stop spinning soon, prompting Entei to urge the dealer to tell him the numbers. Thanks to Lucifer's halo, Jinfrey already knows them inside out. The dealer's job is a hunter, and his sniping eye skill allows him to hit his targets with absolute precision. As expected, both balls land exactly on Jinfrey's numbers. Normally, the dealer uses his skill to lock onto 2 numbers, throws the roulette balls accordingly, and secretly informs his cronies. However, since the skill cannot change its target once activated, Jinfrey exploits this fact. Entei accuses Jinfrey of cheating while the dealer hurriedly calls for the manager. He insists to the manager that Jinfrey cheated and that everyone saw it happen. The manager notes that Jinfrey has monstrous fortune, but still asks him to step outside to have a word. Jinfrey doubts it will be a mere chat, especially since the manager is clearly involved in the casino's underhanded tactics. The manager orders his men to capture Jinfrey, but those who charge at him end up flat on the floor. Everyone is startled by the sight, but the dealer quickly aims an arrow at Jinfrey while Entei rushes at him with a dagger, again accusing him of cheating. In one swift move, Jinfrey kicks the bald attacker towards the dealer, knocking both off their feet. He reminds them who the real cheaters are. The manager is shocked to find Jinfrey far more troublesome than expected, and one of his subordinates suddenly recognizes Jinfrey as the rookie who made headlines for breaking the baptismal ritual record. The realization dawns on them. If Jinfrey is already on the 2nd continent, he must have defeated the demon god Helmboros. Unaware of their internal panic, Jinfrey taunts them to come at him quickly as he's already bored. Unexpectedly, the manager drops to his knees and apologizes for doubting him. Although they know they stand no chance against Jinfrey in a fight, they figure they might be able to smooth things over. After all, he's just a kid. What they don't realize is that Jinfrey is a demon in disguise. They offer to make amends however they can. Jinfrey demands all the money in the casino and an invitation to the upcoming auction. The manager is stunned by the demand, but Jinfrey insists it's just cheap hush money. If they refuse, he'll report everything to public security. Reluctantly, the manager agrees to his terms. With enough money to bid for the High Elf's tear, Jinfrey heads to the Second Life Central auction hall. The invitation secured from the manager grants him successful entry. Meanwhile, the casino he had just raided shuts down until further notice. The manager is in tears, lamenting how the kid took everything from them, but his despair turns to hope at the arrival of the branch master. The auction begins with 11 rare items. Jinfrey needs 3 of them to craft an elixir for his mother, the High Elf's tear, the Ice Chimera's fang, and ancient red clay. While the tear can be obtained from a hidden dungeon on the 6th continent, the other 2 can be found in demon god dungeons located on the 2nd and 3rd continents. Fortunately, all 3 are available in this auction, saving him considerable time. Unexpectedly, Qinlong wine is also up for bidding. If he secures it, he can craft hidden equipment sooner than anticipated. The Ice Chimera's fang is the first of the 3 essentials to appear, starting at a bid of 500 gold. Jinfrey immediately raises it to 1 million, but another bidder stuns him with a 10 million gold bid. Turning to see who made the bid, Jinfrey is shocked to find it's the manager from the casino, here for revenge. He realizes now that the man had not handed over everything earlier. The High Elf's tear is likely to be the final item, but if Jinfrey lets the manager dominate the auction, he might lose it. He decides to conserve some capital, allowing the fang to go to the manager for 10 million gold. The other participants start whispering nervously, noting that the Windsnake Guild is participating. With branches on all 7 continents, the guild is a financial juggernaut. Jinfrey had already known from reading the manager's mind that he belonged to the guild, but he hadn't expected it to be this massive. The manager reports Jinfrey's actions to the branch master, explaining how he stole their money and invitation. The branch master agrees that the kid must be taught a harsh lesson for challenging the guild that operates this city from the shadows. Next on the auction block is the ancient red clay. Jinfrey starts with a bid of 50 million gold, but the manager immediately counters with a 200 million gold bid. Jinfrey expected resistance, but he realizes that their financial might is overwhelming. He senses the manager's malicious intent. He plans to block all of Jinfrey's attempts to win anything as revenge. If this keeps up and Jinfrey loses the High Elf's tear, he'll be forced to take desperate measures to obtain it elsewhere. Aware that he can't win in a straight bidding war, Jinfrey decides on a different strategy. He begins raising the bid on every item, and each time, the manager aggressively counters and wins. Everyone in the hall starts to notice that the auction has become a one-on-one battle. The customer with the angel halo can't win a single round. The manager, gloating in victory, is determined to crush Jinfrey's hopes and take everything he wants. But in Jinfrey's mind, it's the manager who's falling into a trap. The last item of the auction is presented with all the deserving fanfare, it being the High Elf's tier. It is such a precious item that the starting bid is set at 50 million gold. Immediately, Jinfrey raises the stakes and bids 500 million gold for it. The other contestants can't compete with such an astronomical amount, so they stay out of it, except the manager, of course. The manager assumes that nothing will change this time either and doubles the bid to 1 billion gold. However, a red mark suddenly appears on his status screen, prompting the announcer to declare that the representative from the Wind Snake Guild will no longer be able to place any more bids for this item. Jinfrey smirks as the announcer explains that the manager has reached his maximum successful bid limit. The manager is visibly confused, prompting further clarification. As per the regulations of this auction, a bidder may only win up to 5 items. This rule exists to prevent monopolies and ensure fair competition. The manager insists he has never heard of such a rule, even though he's a regular at this auction house. Jinfrey internally mocks him, noting that this is not an ordinary auction, but a special one approved by the Adventurers Association. It's a unique hidden event with no prior announcement, even in the game. The rule to prevent monopolizing rare items is absolute. Jinfrey thinks the manager should have sensed something unusual given the incredibly rare lineup, but it seems he failed to even recognize that this was a special auction. The manager trembles with rage, while the branch master beside him stays composed. At last, the High Elf's tier is sold to the customer with the Angel Halo, a nickname that irks Jinfrey slightly. On the other side, the manager erupts in anger, threatening Jinfrey publicly and summoning a lightning ball to attack him. Jinfrey immediately stands, asking the manager to take it outside since they aren't the only ones present in the hall. He doesn't want to harm any innocent people and tells the man to stop casting the spell. Internally, the manager curses, confident that he could end Jinfrey right there if he followed through. However, the branch master intervenes, warning him that if they resort to violence, the Adventurers Association will track them down. The manager throws a tantrum, but the branch master repeats his warning with authority. Left with no choice, the manager retreats alongside the branch master. Jinfrey is pleased to have obtained the High Elf's tier despite the unexpected nuisance. Although the guild secured the other 2 items, he knows he'll get them soon enough as long as he moves swiftly. Still, it stings a little that he wasn't able to obtain the Qinglong wine. He can still order it on the 5th continent, but he'll need to clear a troublesome quest first. Jinfrey blames the Windsnake Guild for the loss. Just then, a voice calls him peculiar out of nowhere. Jinfrey looks up to see a girl commenting on the halo floating above his head. He doesn't know who she is, but she begins asking about his connection with the Windsnake Guild and the branch master. When Jinfrey questions her motives, she explains that the long-haired man who stood beside the manager is the 2nd continent's branch master of the Windsnake Guild. Jinfrey admits he doesn't know the man personally, but does have some business to settle with the guild. He refrains from revealing more and asks about her identity. The girl responds that she's an adventurer currently tailing the Windsnake Guild. Lucifer's halo informs Jinfrey that her name is Mira, and she's on a mission issued by the Adventurers Association to investigate the guild. Jinfrey immediately understands what that means. She must be one of the 8 Guardians. The 8 Guardians is the collective name for the 8 S-rank adventurers officially recognized by the Adventurers Association. Those who hold this title are eligible to accept high-stakes missions from the association in exchange for massive rewards. In short, Mira is an adventurer who has it all: ability, honor, and wealth. Jinfrey recalls how, in the game after a full clear, he would usually accept association requests just to pass the time. He tells her that the guild members already left and asks if she's not going to chase after them. Mira replies that she plans to, but first wants to ask about the thing floating above his head. Jinfrey wonders if she's unaware that hidden equipment exists. Then again, hidden equipment is a term for items that haven't been recorded by the Adventurers Association. He realizes that it could get complicated if word spreads, so he decides to brush it off. However, Lucifer's halo warns him that Mira's interest is piqued. Her inner gear geek has been activated, and now she wants her own cute angel halo. Mira asks once more, but Jinfrey casually replies that it's a long story, implying the conversation would take a while. The atmosphere turns slightly awkward due to his vague excuse, but Mira lets the topic drop and says she'll look into it herself. She thanks him and takes her leave. Jinfrey is amused to see that a gear enthusiast like her is also one of the 8 Guardians. Just by talking with her, he can tell she's probably one of the strongest among them. On the other side, Mira walks away, intrigued. She's been to all 7 continents but has never seen anything like that halo. She wonders to herself, who exactly is Jinfrey? At the second continent's A-rank dungeon called the Moonlight Wasteland, Jinfrey defeats the boss monster and obtains the Goblin Snatcher Glove, which has the effect that when you incapacitate an opponent, you can select one item from their inventory and make it yours. So far, Jinfrey's level grinding is going well, and he has reached level 63. His initial plan was to go to Grace Castle, the S-rank dungeon of the second continent, to get the Ice Chimera's Fang, but he decides to obtain one specific hidden equipment before going there. This means he needs to snatch a couple of things from the members of the Wind Snake Guild. Getting the Qinglong wine is crucial for crafting the next hidden equipment, so Jinfrey uses magic detection to track their location. He is currently tailing them, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. However, Mira is also tailing the same pair as part of her job. Mira is surprised to see Jinfrey following the Wind Snake Guild, but chooses not to approach him. Jinfrey observes as the pair enter through a secret passage in the wall to reach a private biotope belonging to the Wind Snake Guild. The manager shows the yield to the branch master in hopes of brightening his mood, knowing he'll be in deep trouble otherwise. The branch master approves, noting that they can sell it for a better price, so the manager starts bootlicking by assuring him he'll immediately gather the right people for production. Unexpectedly, Jinfrey asks if they have a hobby of flower cultivation. Both men are shocked to see Jinfrey on their private property and question whether he's been following them. Instead of answering, Jinfrey points out that the Moonlight Azalea, the flower they are mass-producing, is an ingredient used in magic doping. Magic doping is a dangerous drug that can cause side effects such as visual and auditory hallucinations, and in the worst-case scenario, even death. Hence, the practice has been strictly forbidden by the association. Judging by their expressions, Jinfrey appears to be right. The branch master questions whether Jinfrey is a spy for the association, which Jinfrey denies. He requests the Qinglong wine in exchange for looking the other way, but the manager grows agitated at the demand and begins casting a spell again. In the blink of an eye, Jinfrey appears behind him. Mira, who has tagged along, hides among the flowers but can't hear what's happening from her distance. Jinfrey clarifies that he is not threatening them but trying to negotiate, even willing to pay the price. The manager assumes that Jinfrey's main aim at the auction was this Qinglong wine and decides they must never hand it over to him. Jinfrey then threatens to report the flower field to the association, prompting the manager to attack him with a dagger. Jinfrey summons Centipede and knocks the man out cold using the hilt of the weapon. Mira is stunned that he managed to do it in a single hit and is unfamiliar with the weapon he's wielding. The branch master comments that Jinfrey has guts to pick a fight with outlaws who operate behind the scenes. He summons his own weapon and admits he's been holding back for far too long. The status screen reveals that the branch master is Simone Braidberry, a level 97 warrior. Jinfrey remains undeterred and claims that he needs to blow off some steam as well. Mira doesn't interfere because she wants to observe how Centipede functions. Jinfrey and Simone face off directly with their weapons. Jinfrey can easily tell that Simone has a higher level than him, especially as he continues blocking the man's attacks. Mira had received word from the association that Jinfrey is a new adventurer who broke all records during the baptismal ritual, but she recognizes that Simone possesses superior raw strength. The fight rages on, and it's apparent that Jinfrey is struggling. Simone warns him that he cannot win and asks if he's the type to fight to the bitter end. Jinfrey makes it clear that he does not fear death because he's pursuing his own goals and won't stop here. Simone believes Jinfrey is bluffing and renews his attack, causing Jinfrey to retreat slightly. Still feeling something is off, Simone activates his skill and is shocked to discover that Jinfrey has been fighting with his eyes closed the entire time. Simone wonders if Jinfrey has memorized his movements solely by sensing his magic power, something he's never seen before. Jinfrey continues countering every move perfectly, still with his eyes shut, until he finally opens them as the Lucifer Halo's third skill is unlocked. Mira notices that the angel halo on Jinfrey's head is shining so brightly that she can't see properly. The condition to unlock the halo's third skill is maxing out the hidden parameter gained from magic sensing level up to level 252. One can raise their MS level by parrying enemy attacks during battle. The amount of skill experience earned is directly proportional to the normal experience points, so the stronger the enemy, the more experience you gain. Normally, it takes much more time, but since Simone is exceptionally strong, Jinfrey maxes the level far earlier. However, Jinfrey is shocked as Simone's blade pierces through him, causing a spray of blood. Simone scoffs that Jinfrey lost because he let his focus slip mid-fight and failed to assess his own strength. Unexpectedly, Jinfrey appears right behind him, questioning who among them is truly the better fighter. Jinfrey appears right behind Simone, shocking him to the core as the person he just stabbed stands perfectly fine. Mira can tell that something is strange about the situation. Simone notices that even the corpse is gone, despite being certain that the sensation of slashing the body had been real. Suddenly, blood gushes out of his own body, even though Jinfrey has not moved an inch. Simone is further horrified to realize that the one slicing him up is none other than his own weapon, making him howl and groan in pain. From a distance, Mira finds it bizarre that Simone has started howling out of nowhere. This is the effect of Lucifer's Halo's third skill, Phantom Playground, which triggers hallucinations in anyone who sees the player's eyes. The cooldown time for this skill is 72 hours. Finally, Mira steps out, prompting Jinfrey to ask whether she enjoyed tailing them. Mira clarifies that she wasn't tailing him per se, as her business is with Simone. Jinfrey recalls that she is on a mission from the association and decides to leave the cleanup to her since he doesn't want to get involved any further. Suddenly remembering the purpose of all this chaos, he uses the Goblin Snatcher glove to take the Qinglong wine from the manager. With this item in hand, the second demon god battle will be a breeze, and he can move one step closer to treating his mother. Mira watches him with suspicion, but Jinfrey insists that he's only using legal items here. Mira confirms she has no complaints, allowing Jinfrey to make his exit. Mira analyzes the situation and notes that there is no evidence of any item or skill usage during the battle. The most logical conclusion, then, is that the power stems from his equipment. She ponders whether Jinfrey is using gear forbidden by the association, which would complicate things, but finds that none of his equipment is on the restricted list. In the end, she concludes that Jinfrey is far from being an average adventurer. Jinfrey arrives at Tobar's workshop to craft his next hidden equipment using the Qinglong wine and a cutting board. Two disgruntled individuals exit the shop, grumbling that the legendary blacksmith has a screw loose. Jinfrey can relate. Without the right gift, Tobar wouldn't even entertain a conversation. Entering the shop with a cheerful expression, Jinfrey blocks the tools thrown at him using the cutting board, still managing to maintain his smile. The legendary blacksmith Tobar, who despises being disturbed, yells at Jinfrey for barging in uninvited. Jinfrey politely asks him to listen, but the old man is in no mood to entertain visitors. Finally, Jinfrey pulls out the Qinglong wine as a bribe, and it works wonders. Tobar wants the alcohol but does not want Jinfrey, making the young adventurer think that the old man is quite a character. Tobar even starts kicking him to grab the wine, but Jinfrey raises it higher, just out of reach. In the game, offering the Qinglong wine alone causes Tobar to get drunk, become more amiable, and craft an S-ranked piece of equipment. However, if one adds the scorching rock to the offering, the outcome changes significantly. Jinfrey and Tobar sit inside the workshop as Jinfrey pours the wine for the old man. The blacksmith wells up while drinking, reminiscing about his late wife who loved this wine, especially when it was heated by the scorching rock. Jinfrey has heard this story countless times before, so he quietly keeps pouring the wine. With this, Jinfrey officially enters the hidden event. Handing over only the Qinglong wine yields an S-ranked item, which is respectable, but that's not where it ends. If both the Qinglong wine and scorching rock are offered together, Tobar will craft a hidden grade piece of equipment. As a result, Jinfrey spends the entire night listening to the blacksmith weep about his beloved late wife. The next morning, Jinfrey wakes up feeling sluggish, while Tobar is in high spirits and promises to give him something extraordinary in return. Jinfrey thanks the old man for the third piece of hidden equipment, Idaten's leg. This item grants him free walking and the ability of Tempest teleportation. With the third hidden equipment secured, Jinfrey has no further business here. His next destination is clear: the second continent's S-rank dungeon, Grace Castle. Jinfrey obtains the third hidden equipment, the Idaten's leg, but Tobar also gives him a bonus on top of it. It turns out to be a non-alcoholic sake that can warm up the body. Tobar knows that Jinfrey is going to the S-ranked dungeon, so he warns him to be careful, since the demon god of ice is a cunning creature. Jinfrey thanks him and takes his leave. Jinfrey arrives at the entrance gate of Grace Castle. He feels the sheer cold on the mountain, just as he had expected. He takes out the sake he received from Tobar, gulps it down, and gains the extremely warm status for the next 100 minutes. Thanks to that, he doesn't need to dress up for the occasion, but the other adventurers gossip that he's taking this mountain too lightly and even has a strange object floating above his head. The whispers continue, but when Lucifer's halo tries to inform Jinfrey about them, he tells the artifact to stay quiet. Regardless, Jinfrey needs to hurry because there's a restriction on the second continent's S-ranked dungeon. Adventurers can only remain inside for 2 hours. If the time limit is surpassed, the adventurer will be forcibly teleported back to the city and will lose half of their inventory and money as a penalty. Jinfrey clearly remembers his time as a newbie while desperately searching for treatment in the game. Each failure pushed him to grit his teeth and grind once again for gears and money. Jinfrey notices a high level of magical movement within the castle. Many visitors are already ahead of him. He needs to reach the demon god hall before them to obtain the iced chimera's fang, the ingredient he urgently requires. Elsewhere, 2 adventurers are having a hard time climbing the mountain. They worry that at their current pace they will run out of time rather quickly. But to worsen their misfortune, a monster called Kunikurus blocks their path. The beast begins its assault, but one of the adventurers spaces out, causing his friend to shout in frustration. However, the distracted one keeps looking skyward, where Jinfrey is simply flying through the air. The adventurers and even the monster freeze in disbelief as they witness Jinfrey walking in the sky. Jinfrey feels elated, strolling through the air as if within a dream, all thanks to the skill from Idaten's leg, which allows him to walk freely regardless of terrain or location. But even at such a height, 2 monsters leap up to block his path. In a hurry, Jinfrey swiftly eliminates both creatures in a single strike and continues on. The adventurers and even their monster adversary remain dumbfounded. The 2 guys recall seeing Jinfrey at the entrance. Now, witnessing him walking through the sky and bearing a halo above his head, they begin to assume he's a restless spirit. Both adventurers and the mob that passed the vibe check offer their respects to the so-called spirit. Jinfrey hears everything and mentally threatens to smash the halo if it dares to comment. At last, Jinfrey reaches the demon god Olmud's castle in just 5 minutes. However, he is shocked to see Mira already there. He suspects she's after the hidden equipment as well and doesn't want to get involved with her again. Still, he wonders what an 8 Guardian member is doing here, as this dungeon should be outdated for someone of her level. Mira has been informed that the individual she seeks is hiding within the demon god's lair. She's aware that adventurers can only remain here for 2 hours, but she believes that person can manage. Placing her hand on the castle gate, she shatters it like glass right before Jinfrey's eyes. He is stunned, but silently acknowledges that she is truly worthy of being called an 8 Guardian member. Jinfrey follows her inside, still impressed by her sheer strength, as clearing this gate typically takes quite some time. He counts himself lucky to be here and makes his way in, though he's quickly pursued by more monsters. Just as they are about to strike, Jinfrey activates the Tempest teleportation skill of Idaten's leg, instantly warping to the 9th floor, directly in front of the corridor leading to the polar ice chamber. To enter the demon god chamber, one must first defeat the mid-boss stationed here. However, this will be Jinfrey's first time challenging it with the Idaten's leg, so he expects to break his personal record. At the demon god Olmud's castle, Annex 7th floor, a group of men ask their master why he is pointing his sword towards them. Garuda, who still has over 1 hour left on his time limit, states that he is doing it because they are too slow. Garuda, a swordsman by Job and the guildmaster of the Windsnake Guild, slashes the man who questioned him and gains an additional time limit for himself. He tells the remaining men that being worthless while living is a sin, so they should repent and die at his hands to become something worthy. Without hesitation, Garuda slashes down the entire group as a subordinate sighs quietly on the side. His time limit increases to 8 hours after slaying everyone in the group, yet he still asks his subordinate about the next batch of men. The subordinate informs him that they are currently working hard to supply more people, but it takes time for them to arrive. Garuda threatens the man, making him rush off to secure more people for him to slay and extend his time further. The subordinate can hardly believe what Garuda is doing, especially knowing that Garuda plans to stay here for another few months. This would mean a lot more people have to die. Garuda is particularly in a bad mood because Simone was caught by Mira. Garuda knows that when the association becomes serious about destroying a guild, they begin by targeting its executives. Still, he believes that even if they manage to sniff him out, the time limit will work in his favor inside the Grace Castle. Meanwhile, at the main building's 9th floor, Jinfrey continues eliminating the monsters with excitement. He is thrilled to have this much freedom in combat, all thanks to his third hidden equipment. Jinfrey has been feeling an intense magical power for a while now. He can sense the magical aura of the second demon god coming from the 10th floor of the castle. But there's another presence, one even stronger than the demon god. Although curious, Jinfrey puts that aside because the demon god remains his top priority. He clears out all the monsters to prepare for the mid-boss's arrival. However, before the boss appears, the gates to the chamber swing open, and Mira walks in. Jinfrey, momentarily forgetting her presence in the dungeon, quickly realizes that she is the source of the other magical power. To avoid being spotted, he positions himself on the ceiling and quietly observes her from above. Mira finds it odd that there are no monsters in the chamber, but the mid-boss, Snow Golem, suddenly emerges from behind her. Suspicious of its sudden appearance, she immediately summons Sylphid. Jinfrey watches with awe. Even for a summoner, it requires a very high level to summon an elemental. Mira doesn't waste time. She extends her hand toward the snow golem, engulfs it in a gust of wind, and then clenches her fist, electrocuting the monster. Jinfrey is impressed that she was able to defeat both mid-bosses in a single move. He admits to himself that she is truly on another level. A door appears before Mira, one that leads to the demon god chamber. However, she does not seem interested in entering it. Instead, she decides to head to the annex building. Jinfrey realizes that she is searching for someone and is relieved that she has no business with the demon god. Suddenly, Mira turns around, sensing a gaze on her. Yet she finds nothing, despite the feeling that she is being watched. Unbothered, she shakes off the thought and focuses on her mission. Afterward, Jinfrey stands before the demon god chamber and slowly pushes open the gate to enter. Jinfrey greets the demon god like an old pal. Sitting on the throne, grinning ominously, the second demon god Olmud welcomes the arrival of another livestock. Jinfrey arrives at the demon god Olmud's chamber, where the demon god declares that he will soon join the other humans in their death. Jinfrey looks around at the bodies pierced by ice and assumes they are all dead, since he cannot detect any magic power from them. However, he soon notices that one of them is barely alive and is weakly urging him to run away. The first attack comes as a shower of ice crystals, but Jinfrey simply steps aside, recognizing the move from the game. Still, he remains cautious. As with Helmboros, there's no telling when Olmud will start acting outside of Jinfrey's knowledge. The demon god scorns humans, calling them useless and merely tasty meat. There have been plenty of visitors today, Jinfrey being the 10th, and Olmud seems excited about a feast tonight. The barely alive adventurer can feel the crushing pressure and believes that there is no way anyone can defeat the creature. He considers it a hopeless and foolish effort. Suddenly, Olmud lunges at Jinfrey, aiming to butcher him, but Jinfrey uses Tempest teleportation to vanish and reappear behind Olmud, slashing his face mid-air. The only surviving audience watches in awe as the demon god panics and screams in pain. Yet Jinfrey calmly tells him to cut the act, knowing he's not that hurt. The demon god smirks while healing himself and praises Jinfrey's intelligence. Calling it a good warm-up before dinner, Olmud releases another barrage of ice crystals, aiming to crush Jinfrey entirely. He is convinced that Jinfrey is already dead, but to his shock, he's suddenly stabbed from behind. Jinfrey delivers a critical hit using the mind's eye skill of Centipede, forcing the demon god to vomit blood. Olmud is confused, unable to understand what just happened. It wasn't sheer speed. It felt as if Jinfrey had just appeared there in an instant. But with his 3 hidden pieces of equipment, Jinfrey doesn't consider Olmud a real threat. He wants to finish the fight quickly, but not before Olmud summons Ice Chimera. So, for now, Jinfrey holds back. Charging forward, Jinfrey suddenly stops as a dead body is thrown in his path. He immediately steps back, prompting the demon god to mock him for hesitating at a mere meat shield. Jinfrey feels sickened by the grotesque antics, while Olmud laughs maniacally. Raising his hand, Olmud casts Glacier Marionette, transforming all the corpses into zombies. The barely surviving adventurer watches in horror as the zombies respond to the demon god's command and begin surrounding Jinfrey. This is the first time Jinfrey has seen this particular attack. Just like when he fought Helmboros, he's unnerved. These demon gods possess moves that weren't in the game. Olmud notices the one surviving adventurer and lifts his hand to strike, but before he can act, his raised hand is severed clean off, thanks to Jinfrey. Both Olmud and the adventurer are stunned. Jinfrey reminds the demon god that his eyes should be on him, the real opponent he's fighting. Olmud growls in pain only to realize that his body has been severely poisoned. He's now losing 10 HP per second. Desperate, he summons 3 ice chimeras, each at level 99. This is precisely what Jinfrey had been waiting for. Without giving the demon god time to finish boasting, Jinfrey charges forward and swiftly defeats the chimeras. He's satisfied, he finally obtains the ice chimera's fang. Additionally, the durability of the centipede has dropped below 500. That was the final condition needed. Jinfrey warns the demon god that the playtime is over, because now the conditions to unlock the centipede's skill have been fulfilled. Garuda continues to slaughter his own men, even as they beg him for mercy. He admits that it's a good hiding place, but considers it too much of a hassle. However, just as he is about to strike down the last man of the batch, a sudden gust of wind blows open the door, causing his weapon to fall to the ground. A moment later, Mira enters the room, declaring that Garuda is guilty of homicide, human trafficking, illegal gambling, and the production of contraband items. And that's only scratching the surface. Furthermore, she points out that he is now using his own guild members to prolong his time limit. Mira then uses her Summon Elemental skill to call forth the Water Elemental Undine, the Fire Elemental Ifrit, and the Wind Elemental Sylphid. Garuda knows that even among summoned beasts, elementals rank the highest, and yet she has summoned 3 of them effortlessly. He criticizes her for not introducing herself, prompting Mira to do so gladly. She then declares that, by the authority of the 8 guardians, she will arrest him and deliver him to the Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 3rd skill of Centipede is unlocked after all the conditions are fulfilled. Jinfrey is thrilled. This is exactly what he had been waiting for. The demon god Olmud becomes so enraged that he abandons all intentions of eating Jinfrey and resolves to crush him entirely. Roaring furiously, he sprouts a pair of wings and soars into the air, circling above while mocking Jinfrey for remaining on the ground. But Jinfrey, now airborne as well, notes that it's much more entertaining up here, especially when he gets to look down on the demon god. Olmud instantly skips away and asks how long Jinfrey plans to stay so calm. He then summons his weapon, Despia, and swears to eliminate everyone who obstructs their mission. He begins swinging violently, but Jinfrey effortlessly dodges every strike. Then, at last, Jinfrey activates Centipede's 3rd skill, Meltdown. This ability transforms his blade into a liquid state, granting him the power to reshape and summon the weapon at will. The only limit to this skill is the reach of his own imagination. Olmud taunts him, claiming that mere dodging is meaningless. But his mockery turns to shock as he sees Jinfrey now wielding a long, flowing weapon. Olmud tries to block the incoming strike, but it's too late. Jinfrey cleaves him in half with a single, fluid motion. With this blow, Jinfrey sets a new personal record, marking the fall of the 2nd demon god. Jinfrey uses Poison Gate of Heaven to take down the 2nd demon god, Olmud, within a time limit that sets a new personal record. A barely alive adventurer watches in awe, unable to believe that a single person managed to defeat a demon god. However, the adventurer's clear time limit expires, and he is teleported back to town. Jinfrey feels glad for him. Despite the penalty, the man has survived. With the material safely secured this time, Jinfrey now only needs one final ingredient, ancient red clay. Once he obtains that, he can finally create the elixir to cure his mother's disease. But before he can proceed, the ground around him begins to tremble violently. Elsewhere, Mira is engaged in a fierce battle with Garuda. The guildmaster remarks that she is being quite ferocious, but Mira ignores him and launches her blazing mirage breath. Garuda effortlessly deflects the attack with his sword. She follows up with Raging Current Wave, but again, Garuda proves formidable, slicing the water elemental in half. Watching the fight from a concealed spot, Jinfrey notes that the man facing Mira is astonishingly strong. Garuda questions if Mira is simply toying with him, claiming her attacks are disgraceful for someone bearing the name of the 8 Guardians. He summons a whirlwind and charges toward her, aiming to sever her arm in one strike. Jinfrey continues watching without stepping in. Garuda scoffs at Mira, calling her weaker than expected and dismissing her summoned spirits as mere bluffs. Mira, however, responds that Garuda is a sore loser too ignorant to grasp the difference in power levels. To his shock, Garuda realizes she is actually sitting on a distant railing, mocking him as a former member of the 8 Guardians. The version of her he attacked was nothing more than a mirage. Mira declares her intent to teach him a lesson, one he should have learned after being exiled from the association for straying down a foolish path. She summons a 4th spirit, the spirit of heavenly thunder, Chiron. Garuda senses the tide turning and pleads for a pause, but Mira questions whether he ever stopped when someone begged him to wait. She activates her thundering god skill and strikes him down. Garuda collapses in defeat, prompting Mira to comment that it's a miserable end fitting for a scoundrel. Jinfrey thinks it would be a nightmare to ever make her an enemy and tries to tiptoe away unnoticed. However, Mira detects his presence and calls out his name. Jinfrey steps out, explaining that he wasn't spying. Mira isn't bothered. He didn't interfere with her mission after all. As Jinfrey pieces things together, he realizes that if this was her mission, then Garuda must have been the guild master of the Windsnake Guild. Mira confirms this indirectly, sensing no more presence from the demon god and congratulating Jinfrey for defeating him. In a hurry, Mira takes her leave, remarking that they will likely cross paths again someday. At the Adventurer Association's headquarters, Garuda is imprisoned. The vice president thanks Mira for her service, expressing hope that this incident will serve as a warning to other criminal guilds and help deter future crimes. He notices a thoughtful look on Mira's face, prompting her to admit that there is one adventurer who has piqued her interest. Meanwhile, Jinfrey arrives on the 3rd continent without any issues. If he defeats the demon god here, he will finally acquire the last ingredient for the universal elixir. But right now, the more pressing issue is the durability of Centipede. If he enters battle in its current state, the weapon's durability will reach 0 and disappear entirely. The time has come to acquire the 4th hidden gear. In the central district of the 3rd continent, known as the 3rd Warrior, Jinfrey enters an inn to stay the night. However, he specifies that the stay is for one person, but he wants 2 rooms, requesting the 3rd room from the north and the 4th from the west. The attendant pauses, staring at him for a moment, before telling him to enjoy his stay and leading him to a staircase. The passphrase Jinfrey used is something that can only be learned by clearing a hidden event on the 5th continent. He's relieved that he still remembers it as he descends the staircase. At the bottom lies a hidden ranked dungeon called the Underground Boxing Gym, where the strongest boxer in history, Mike Weather Inoue, awaits. Mike tells Jinfrey to step into the ring to prove his strength. Jinfrey thinks Mike is still as theatrical as ever, considering the dramatic pose and presentation. At first glance, Mike looks like a joke NPC, but Jinfrey knows better. This guy is a serious threat. Getting the hidden gear from him won't be easy, but Jinfrey has no other option. Jinfrey steps into the ring as the announcements begin, introducing both fighters and outlining the rules. The match prohibits the use of any personal equipment and will consist of a single 3-minute round. Points are earned by landing punches on visible target zones on the opponent's body. The fighter with the most points at the end, or the first to reach 10 points, wins. However, a single knockdown results in an instant loss. As the fight begins, Mike immediately throws a barrage of punches. Jinfrey blocks with his arms and quickly realizes that Mike is just as fast as ever, despite his enormous size. It's no surprise that Mike is aiming for the high point zones early in the match. Even at this speed, if Jinfrey can predict where Mike is aiming, he can dodge effectively and land his own counterattacks. He manages to score 1 point but understands that Mike allowed it intentionally. Jinfrey challenges Mike to fight him like a real champion. Amused, Mike attacks again, but Jinfrey dodges. Mike acknowledges Jinfrey's sharp reflexes but assumes his stamina will deplete soon. As Jinfrey avoids every blow, he reminds himself that getting knocked down isn't an option. To explain the hidden truth behind this stage, it's essentially a guaranteed loss event. With every point scored by the challenger, Mike's speed and power increase exponentially. Now cornered, Jinfrey faces a relentless combo. The real goal isn't to win the match, victory is impossible, but to endure it. The actual condition to obtain the fourth hidden gear is to survive the full 3 minutes inside the ring. With 1 minute remaining, Jinfree ducks and begins throwing punches of his own. Mike is surprised to see Jinfree still raising his arms after all the punishment. The excitement builds within Mike. It's been a long time since he's enjoyed a match this much. He channels all of his strength into a devastating uppercut, but Jinfree withstands it. Impressed, Mike charges forward, ready to end the fight. However, Jinfree counters with a perfectly timed cross-counter, halting Mike's final blow. Mike admits to himself that Jinfree is indeed an interesting opponent, while Jinfree thinks he cannot afford to back down now. The match concludes, with Mike declared the winner. Mike thanks Jinfree for the fight, acknowledging him as the first challenger to last the full 3 minutes without collapsing. As a reward, he presents Jinfree with a parting gift. Gratefully accepting it, Jinfree obtains the fourth hidden equipment, the Soul Vantage. Jinfree has acquired the new hidden equipment, so there's no time to waste anymore. He heads straight to the S-ranked dungeon of the third continent, known as the Revenant Ruins. This dungeon is quite peculiar because there are no other monsters present, only the demon god himself. As long as adventurers can defeat the demon god, they're free to clear the dungeon and leave. However, the third demon god, Jackal, has an elusive encounter rate of only 0.1%. Adventurers essentially have to turn over every grain of sand and stone just to locate him. As a result, most who venture here end up spending an exhausting amount of time wandering through this unforgiving land, physically and mentally drained, without ever meeting the demon god. Jinfree, of course, doesn't have the luxury of time, which is why he opts for a shortcut. If he can't find the demon god, then he'll force the demon god to find him. Scanning the barren landscape, Jinfree searches for a coffin buried in the sand. Once he uncovers it, he apologizes internally for disturbing the peaceful rest of the soul inside. He opens the coffin, flooding the area with radiant light under the sun and releasing the soul that had been resting there. Almost instantly, Jinfree senses a magical presence closing in on him. The ground begins to shake, and with steady anticipation, he watches as it breaks apart. From beneath emerges the third demon god, Jackal, now face to face with him. The third continent's S-ranked dungeon is also referred to as the Tomb of the Lost Souls. In ancient times, these ruins were a sacred place where the souls of the fallen were honored and revered. Since the demon god Jackal is the overseer and protector of the dead, any disturbance to those resting souls is met with direct judgment from him. As Jackal recites his ominous opening lines, Jinfree calmly equips the Soul Vantage. In response, Jackal activates his ability, the Scales of Judgment, and places Jinfree's soul upon the scale, claiming he will personally purify it and guide it to heaven. The scales tip in Jinfree's direction, and his soul returns to his body with an ominous announcement. All of his stats are reduced by 30%. Jackal warns him to repent with his life, but Jinfree had anticipated this outcome. He knew that the Scales of Judgment was actually a penalty debuff meant to punish adventurers for triggering the boss prematurely. It's the price one pays for skipping the exhaustive search process, but for Jinfree, it's just another challenge, another fun stipulation. All he needs to do now is defeat the demon god before he begins using abilities Jinfree doesn't understand. Jackal launches his first attack with dark bullets, but Jinfree dodges them effortlessly, sustaining no damage. His Phantom Playground skill doesn't work against monsters, which means this fight will be a straightforward physical brawl. Jinfree retaliates with a punch, but Jackal vanishes and reappears behind him, firing another round of dark bullets. Jinfree reacts quickly, dodging again and leaping toward Jackal's face, but the demon god blocks the assault and counters with yet another barrage. Jinfree skips backward, noting that his body feels noticeably weaker due to the ongoing stat debuff. Suddenly, a ringing sound interrupts the chaos. Jinfree's status window flashes. Emilia is calling him. Amid the battle, he wonders if something might have happened to their mother, all while blocking another wave of dark bullets. Clearly, this isn't the time to answer a call. He resolves to finish the battle quickly. Jackal shifts his attack and unleashes Dark Vortex. In response, Jinfree activates Soul Vantage's skill, catching the demon god off guard with a flaming fist. The Fire Fist ability doubles Jinfree's attack power but comes at a cost. He will lose 1 HP per second. Jinfrey uses his fire fist to strike Jackal in the face, sending the demon god flying through the air. However, Jackal quickly stabilizes himself mid-air and mocks the power of Jinfrey's flaming attack. Jinfrey responds with a sharp remark that only fuels the demon god's irritation even more. In retaliation, Jackal summons a vortex, and Jinfrey immediately senses that the attack feels unusual. The demon god unleashes his Skill Knight Meteor, causing a massive black fist to emerge from the dark vortex. It strikes Jinfrey with such force that he is launched straight into a wall, buried in the rubble. Jackal snarls, pleased that Jinfrey has now experienced the strength of his so-called invisible fist. Sitting in the debris, Jinfrey wonders why the demons in this world have abilities that differ so drastically from the versions in the game he once knew. As he tries to regain his footing, the demon god looms over him. At that very moment, Jinfrey's status window lights up again. Emilia is calling. Jackal, meanwhile, expresses admiration for Jinfrey's resilience, though his compliment only irritates Jinfrey further. The demon god warns him once more that strength is meaningless before someone like him. But Jinfrey knows he must end the fight quickly. The Fire Fist may be powerful, but its constant HP drain is becoming critical. As he dodges another oncoming attack, another call comes from Emilia, deepening Jinfrey's unease. The feeling of a looming premonition intensifies. Unable to ignore it any longer, he activates his teleportation skill and vanishes from Jackal's sight, reappearing deep within the ruins, far from the battlefield. There, he finally takes Emilia's call and asks why she's been trying to reach him so desperately. Emilia, sobbing, asks where he is. Jinfrey explains that he's in the middle of something important. Through her tears, Emilia tells him that their mother doesn't have much time left. He needs to hurry home. Just then, Jackal locates Jinfrey again. But before the demon god can interrupt, Jinfrey assures Emilia that he'll return right away and ends the call. Jackal assumes Jinfrey tried to escape after disturbing the resting souls, so he summons Night Meteor once again to punish him. But Jinfrey teleports behind him in a flash and launches another Fire Fist attack. The demon god effortlessly blocks it with the palm of his hand, remarking that such strikes won't be enough to end the battle. Jinfrey, however, notes that no matter how Jackal bluffs, the continuous damage from Fire Fist is slowly accumulating. Jackal retaliates with Night Meteor once more, but this time Jinfrey dodges it cleanly. He then switches to the second skill of Soul Vantage, X Counter, a powerful technique that reflects a previously received attack back at the enemy, tripled in strength. Jinfrey uses it to punch Jackal with devastating force, hurling the demon god across the ruins, smashing him into debris and ending the battle once and for all. Jinfrey remarks that there was no way Jackal could have withstood both his doubled attack power and his own tripled Night Meteor. With the third demon god defeated, Jinfrey earns the Ancient Red Soil among other rewards. Without delay, he begins his journey back home. Far away, in a small village on the outskirts of the First Continent, Jinfrey's mother lies bedridden in her home. He bursts into the house, urgently asking about her condition. Emilia rushes to him as the doctor steps forward and explains that their mother is in the final stages of mana deficiency syndrome. Black patches have appeared across her body and she has fallen into a coma. The depletion of her mana has caused her blood pressure to crash, resulting in severe heart and lung failure. Not even high-ranking healers can do anything at this point. As Emilia breaks down in tears beside their unconscious mother, Jinfrey quietly consoles her. With unwavering resolve, he assures her that he will cure their mother's illness. The others, stunned by his declaration, look on in disbelief. Without wasting a moment, Jinfrey uses his accumulated experience points to level up his intelligence and alchemy mastery. Then, using the Ancient Red Soil, Ice Chimera's Fang, and High Elf's Tear, he begins crafting the Universal Elixir, a mythical potion capable of restoring all abnormal conditions and completely curing any disease with just a single sip. Jinfrey makes the Universal Elixir at last. The doctor is shocked to see it, as he has only read about it in ancient texts. Emilia wants to talk about it, but Jinfrey tells her they will speak later, stepping toward his unconscious mother. The alchemy job allows for the creation of high-ranking items by enhancing intelligence. With the necessary materials and skills, Jinfrey manages to craft the elixir just in time. He feeds it to his mother, desperately hoping she wakes up. The elixir works wonders. The black patches disappear and she slowly opens her eyes, confused. Emilia throws herself at her mother in relief, while their mother remains puzzled at seeing her two children so worried. Jinfrey asks how she is feeling, making her remember how long she had been bedridden, yet she now feels fine. Emilia tells her that Jinfrey saved her. Their mother cannot understand how that is possible, so the doctor steps forward and explains that the universal elixir Jinfrey prepared worked perfectly and all her symptoms are gone. Jinfrey's mother knows the universal elixir is no ordinary medicine. It cannot be found just anywhere, and she realizes Jinfrey has become an adventurer. Jinfrey tells her not to worry, but she suddenly snaps at him, surprising everyone. She stands up with a dark aura surrounding her and points her finger at Jinfrey, scolding him for leaving them alone to become an adventurer. Jinfrey tries to explain but can only sit upright, listening quietly as she scolds him. The doctor takes his leave during the heated moment, and Emilia attempts to calm their mother down, explaining that Jinfrey became an adventurer only to save her. Meanwhile, Jinfrey internally laments that the universal elixir worked too well, tears streaming down his face. Their mother softens, saying she understands why Jinfrey made that decision, but warns that something could have happened to him along the way. Seeing that he is safe, she orders him to go out and defeat more demon gods. Jinfrey and Emilia are both shocked to hear this, as a family dinner is the usual ritual when someone returns home. However, their mother explains that she recognizes the same look in Jinfrey's eyes that his father once had. She sees clearly that Jinfrey became an adventurer because he has something he wishes to accomplish. That is why she insists he must go, because she is already fine. However, she gives him two conditions. First, he must check in daily so she knows he's alive. Second, he absolutely must not die, no matter what, Jinfrey promises her. She hugs him tightly and tells him to take care of himself. With that, Jinfrey leaves home once again, parting from his mother and Emilia. His mother's illness, mana deficiency syndrome, is caused by having one's mana entirely drained by creatures and demon gods. It is considered incurable, but Jinfrey was fortunate to save her with the universal elixir. However, countless others are still suffering in the same way. Jinfrey reasons that if they can eliminate these monsters and create a peaceful world, the disease may vanish altogether. But even in the game, even after defeating all 7 demon gods, the monsters did not disappear. That makes him think there is more to it, something beyond what he reached in his past life. The 8th demon god, the one he could not uncover before, must be the key to it all. Jinfrey arrives at the 3rd continent city of Colosseum, 3rd Warrior. Many adventurers have gathered for the International Strongest Adventurer Tournament, Battle Olympia. The energy in the area is so intense that Jinfrey has to cover his ears. As the tournament rules are announced, Jinfrey stands confidently. What matters most is that he grows stronger and defeats all demon gods as quickly as possible. The grand prize for the tournament is 10 billion gold for first place. However, everyone's eyes are on more than just the gold. The real goal is the exclusive bonus reward unavailable anywhere else, the double S-ranked scroll of job change. In the preliminary round, every adventurer's mana and attack power is measured. The combined total will determine their ranking, and the top 8 contestants will advance to the main tournament. Jinfrey places his hand over the magic circle in front of him to have his mana measured like the others. The first 3 places are announced, but Jinfrey ends up in last place from the start. As an alchemist, his mana is already low, and his level hasn't even reached 150, unlike the others. Next, they must measure attack power by hitting the machine in front of them with their strongest strike. Jinfrey urges himself to remain calm, reasoning that although his mana was the lowest, he can make up points in this segment. He summons his Fire Fist skill, doubling his power, and further triples it using X Counter. Finally, he gains a 6-fold power boost by combining it with Night Meteor. Everyone is shocked by the loud sound created by Jinfrey's punch. The impact echoes through the hall, drawing stunned reactions from the audience. After a few minutes, the results for the attack measurements are announced. Jinfrey secures first place, shocking everyone even further. Though he had been nervous about scoring last in the magic test, he feels somewhat reassured now, believing he can manage with this impressive score. The combined results are released, showcasing the top 8 contestants, and Jinfree finds himself in 4th position overall. Suddenly, Mira appears out of nowhere and confronts him, questioning whether he is stalking her or something. Jinfree is taken aback to see her again. She accuses him of showing up wherever she goes, but he retorts by throwing those words right back at her. Mira eyes him suspiciously, noting that he's once again equipped with some strange gear. Intrigued, she wants to know more about it. Thanks to Lucifer's halo, Jinfree can hear her thoughts and realizes that she is also here for the scroll of job change. Mira confirms this, explaining that a job change is unavoidable for those who aim to grow stronger. The 8 guardians are well known among adventurers, so she is using the alias Rami to avoid drawing attention. As the main tournament is about to commence, the battle schedules are released. Jinfree notices that if he wins the first round, his next match will be against Mira. Since his match is first on the roster, Mira wishes him luck, though he can tell her words lack sincerity. Jinfree steps into the battle arena, but the crowd gossips about his compounder attire and the halo floating above his head. Even his opponent, Gringe, the guildmaster of the Silver Devil Guild, glares at him with disdain. The audience praises Gringe, already assuming that he will win this round effortlessly. As the match begins, Gringe voices his disappointment, scoffing at the idea of fighting a compounder wearing odd gear. But Jinfree doesn't respond. Instead, he moves in swiftly and launches his fire fist at the man. A relentless barrage of fiery punches rains down on Gringe, leaving him no time to react or understand what's happening. The final blow sends him crashing into the arena wall, knocking him out cold. The crowd stares in disbelief, their mouths agape, as Jinfree is declared the winner within minutes. Mira finds the flame-clad equipment interesting, given her passion for gear and weapons. For the second round, Mira, under the alias Rami, faces off against Ozishun. The crowd heckles her simply for being a woman, telling her to step aside and return to where she belongs. Mira remains silent in the face of their scorn, while Jinfree grows irritated by the mindless yapping. As the match starts, Ozishun makes a crude comment, claiming he'll go easy on her if she lets him touch her. In response, Mira summons her elemental spirits of fire and wind. She unleashes Breath of Heat Haze, a powerful combination attack that engulfs the old man in searing flames, burning him to a crisp. Jinfree is taken aback by how quickly she defeats him. Following that, the tournament proceeds smoothly, concluding the 4th match. The participants who have secured victories advance to the semi-finals. The first semi-final match will be between Jinfree and Rami, while the second will pit Liuda against Geneth. Jinfree watches Geneth with keen interest, sensing that this man is in a league far above the rest of the adventurers. He speculates that Geneth may be just as strong as Mira, if not stronger. The first semi-final match begins. Jinfree stands opposite Mira in the center of the battle arena. Mira, calm but intense, warns him that he still has time to back out. But Jinfree sees this as the perfect opportunity to settle things once and for all, to determine who is really stalking whom. The first semi-final match begins between Jinfree and Mira. As the battle starts, Mira immediately summons her elemental, Ifrit. Jinfree braces himself for the confrontation ahead, while the audience erupts in excitement, cheering for Mira for bringing out yet another elemental. Facing just one elemental is already a hassle, but to everyone's astonishment, she also summons Undine and Kirin. Jinfree is impressed by how Mira commands 3 powerful elementals at once as if it's nothing, realizing she's an entirely different force to reckon with when on the opposing side. The audience is equally exhilarated. It's their first time witnessing 3 elementals summoned simultaneously. Mira, fully aware of Jinfree's capabilities, decides not to hold back, while Jinfree silently acknowledges the compliment through his composure. Mira launches her first move with the Water Dragon Wave, but Jinfree narrowly evades it. Without giving him a moment to recover, she follows up immediately with Thunder Hoof. The quick succession of attacks shocks both Jinfree and the audience. Despite the intensity, Jinfree manages to dodge again, though just barely. He begins to understand the severity of the situation. If even one of her attacks connects, he's in serious trouble. Mira escalates the assault with Flame Bomb. This time, Jinfree retaliates with Fire Fist, effectively countering and dissolving the incoming attack. Mira grits her teeth in frustration, while Jinfree wonders if she's truly trying to finish him off for good. He knows now more than ever that her skills are the real deal, and even a moment of carelessness could be the end for him. Mira mocks his visible struggle, claiming she might have overestimated him. Jinfrey remains calm and responds with a jab of his own, noting that she's quite smug for someone who merely summoned a few elementals and gave them commands. Mira smiles at their version of trash talk, but her fans in the crowd turn hostile, bombarding Jinfrey with insults. They loudly place bets on Mira devouring him in this match and accuse Jinfrey of cheating to win his previous round. The jeers grow louder and more frequent, testing Jinfrey's patience. Mira suspects these are the rumors she has heard about the biased spectators and concludes that Jinfrey is just unlucky. Jinfrey, reading her thoughts through Lucifer's halo, wishes he could shut her up once and for all. To end things, Mira commands Kirin to use its Thundering God skill. Jinfrey sprints away from the devastating blast, only to find Undine blocking his path. He quickly realizes that managing 3 elementals simultaneously is far more difficult than he had imagined, and up until now, he hasn't even found a single opening to counterattack. As Undine and Kirin chase him down, Mira stands calmly on the sidelines with Ifrit, who remains on standby instead of attacking. She knows that Jinfrey can handle fire-based attacks with his Fire Fist, so she chooses to conserve Ifrit, waiting for the perfect moment after her barrage of aggressive moves. Jinfrey understands her intent. She's setting up for something big, so he resolves to take the offensive instead. He teleports straight in front of Mira, ready to strike her with Fire Fist, but before he can land the blow, Lucifer's halo warns him that Mira has set a trap. At that moment, Mira summons a 4th elemental, Sylphid, and commands it to attack using Whirlwind Blade. It dawns on Jinfrey that she used herself as bait to summon the final elemental. The devastating attack crashes down on him with massive impact. After the devastating attack, the audience holds its breath in anticipation, waiting to see the result. Mira, convinced that Jinfrey shouldn't be able to stand after taking such a hit, is stunned when she sees him completely unharmed. He is still standing, without a single scratch. Jinfrey reflects that it was a close call. Had he not used teleportation at the last moment, he would have been finished. Mira is visibly shaken as Jinfrey charges toward her again. She wonders how he can use such a powerful skill like teleportation repeatedly and seemingly without any limitations. Quickly reacting, she commands Ifrit to engage. Their fire-based attacks collide, resulting in a neutralizing explosion of force. Mira points out that she can cancel out his Fire Fist with her own fire elemental, but Jinfrey presses forward, using Fire Fist once again against Ifrit. Mira warns him again that it's pointless. Attacks of the same attribute will only cancel each other out, but Jinfrey surprises her by removing the Soul Vantage and equipping a new weapon, Centipede, a poison attribute armament. He surges toward her, activating Centipede's liquefaction skill, allowing it to freely change its shape. Centipede begins to twist and wind around Mira, using its low durability form to rapidly encircle her. Jinfrey knows it won't hold up for long, but he just needs one decisive blow. The 100-legged construct wraps around her completely, preventing her from even issuing commands to her elementals. Mira cries out in pain as Centipede lifts her into the air, restricting her movement entirely. Jinfrey manages to end the attack with Centipede still holding a durability level of 9. With Mira unable to continue the fight, Jinfrey is declared the winner of this round. He promptly unequips Centipede and catches Mira in his arms as she begins to fall. After regaining her balance, Mira admits defeat, acknowledging that she's not foolish enough to deny the strength of a superior opponent. Jinfrey offers her a special antidote and a healing potion that he crafted himself. Mira watches him intently, her mind racing with thoughts about the combat skills he has displayed, skills far beyond what one would expect from a compounder. Her curiosity, driven by her obsession with gear, is now fully ignited. Illusions, teleportation, Fire Fist, and unique weapon abilities. She's thrilled by it all. She can hardly contain her excitement, but Jinfrey knows there's little he can do to stop her enthusiasm now. The second semifinal match begins between Liuda and Geneth. Both warriors step confidently into the arena. Liuda intends to end the battle instantly, while Geneth calmly says he's looking forward to the fight. Meanwhile, Jinfrey takes a sip of water when a sudden, explosive sound draws everyone's attention. He and Mira turn to see that the match has already concluded. Geneth is the winner. It turns out that Geneth is a swordmaster, a rare and powerful class achieved after advancing from swordsman. He shifts his gaze directly to Jinfree, as the two are now destined to face each other in the final round. Jinfree can immediately sense that Geneth is no ordinary opponent. The announcers reintroduce the two remaining adventurers and invite them to step forward. Mira gives Jinfree a blunt warning not to die, but he brushes her off, telling her to mind her own business. Jinfree squares up to face Geneth, and the two silently prepare, no words exchanged between them. As soon as the final match begins, Geneth releases a powerful surge of energy, making it clear that he intends to end the battle immediately. Jinfree stays calm, noting that while Geneth appears cool and composed, he's actually burning with intensity. Jinfree senses that their strength is likely equal, so he decides he must resolve the fight quickly. Without hesitation, Jinfree activates Skill 3 of the Soul Vantage, Title Match. For 3 rounds of 3 minutes each, all of his stats will be doubled at the beginning of every round. However, there's a catch. If he fails to win within 3 rounds, the equipment will be destroyed. With that, the first round begins, every one of Jinfree's stats now doubled. On the other hand, Geneth is equally fired up and kicks off the battle by using his 1000 Rend skill. He closes in on Jinfree, swinging his sword in a fierce assault. Jinfree dodges the initial strike, but Geneth doesn't let up and continues pressing the attack. In the heat of battle, Jinfree reflects on Geneth's abilities and realizes that his opponent has already undergone a job change, a system that allows adventurers to evolve into higher-tier jobs. With a job change, more powerful skills are unlocked and stats receive a considerable boost. Jinfree dodges another blow and counters with a charge forward, unleashing Fire Fist toward Geneth. However, Geneth slips away effortlessly and remarks that if this is all Jinfree can manage, then he's no threat at all. His movements are as slow as a fly. Jinfree acknowledges that skills from a swordmaster are not easy to contend with. Before he even realizes it, the first round of Title Match ends. As the second round begins, Jinfree's stats are now tripled. Empowered by the new surge, he rushes toward Geneth with renewed hope. Geneth notes the sudden increase in speed but declares it still too slow. He uses Counter, a skill that closes the gap and delivers a swift attack. The resulting explosion sends Jinfree flying backward. He regains his footing and realizes that Geneth is even stronger than he had anticipated. Not wasting a moment, Geneth prepares his next move, Radiant Flash, and fires it at Jinfree. But Jinfree leaps into the air to avoid the attack and lands again, regaining control. He recalls that Geneth just used one of the most advanced techniques in the Starflare sword style, a skill exclusive to swordmasters. The crowd cheers for Geneth, clearly awed by his prowess, but Mira quietly observes, noting that Geneth's skill level is comparable to that of the 8 Guardians. Without either fighter landing a decisive blow, round 2 of Title Match ends. Jinfree now receives a 4-fold stat increase for the third and final round. As the last round begins, Jinfree activates Fire Fist once more. Geneth senses the shift in atmosphere, and even Mira can tell that the next exchange will determine the victor. Both fighters rush at each other with everything they've got. Geneth uses Stormlight, a high-speed sword skill, while Jinfree suddenly teleports behind him and throws a punch with Fire Fist. Geneth narrowly evades, but Jinfree swiftly turns and surprises him by equipping Centipede, catching Geneth off guard with the weapon change. Jinfree dissolves Centipede mid-motion, scattering its poisonous pieces in the air around Geneth. The disorienting effect of the floating fragments leaves Geneth momentarily stunned, long enough for Jinfree to land a solid punch with Fire Fist. Geneth tries to counter, but Jinfree disappears again, reappearing above him in midair. In that instant, Jinfree unlocks a new ability linked to Idoten's leg, the devastating skill called Dragon God Tempest. Geneth is so stunned by the sudden emergence of this powerful move that he has no time to defend. The explosive attack comes crashing down, slamming him into the arena wall and rendering him unconscious. Jinfree is declared the winner of the tournament. As the crowd erupts in applause, he celebrates, relieved that he managed to finish just in time, preserving his gear from destruction. Mira watches from a distance, then turns away, silently thinking that she too needs to become stronger. As the new champion of Battle Olympia, Jinfree is awarded a prize of 10 billion gold and the coveted job-changing scroll. Later, at the S-rank dungeon, Ruvenin Ruins, Jinfree obtains the scroll. The system prompts him with a simple question, whether or not to use it. After everything he went through, the obvious choice would be yes. However, Jinfree's finger unexpectedly hovers over no. he has another use for it. The system prompts Jinfrey with the question of whether he would like to use the job change scroll. However, since he has another purpose for it, he selects the no option. The system then double-checks, confirming if he truly doesn't want to initiate a job change, warning that pressing yes again will cause the scroll to disappear. Jinfrey confirms with a second yes, which prompts the system to ask if he would like to equip the job change scroll instead. This is the option Jinfrey had been waiting for. He selects yes to equip the job change scroll. This is a hidden command that only becomes available at the Ruvenin Ruins altar. If the user selects don't change jobs here, the scroll becomes equipable and transforms into Memoria's necklace, a hidden rank equipment that grants the user the ability to freely switch to any job previously defeated. With this fifth hidden equipment now in his possession, Jinfrey can freely switch between the jobs of any adventurer he has overcome so far. During battle, he can adapt by changing jobs to match his opponent and adjust his stats accordingly. The necklace also enables the use of unique skills tied to those jobs, making it an incredibly versatile item. Now that he has acquired the necklace and already defeated the third demon lord, it is time for him to move on to the fourth continent. Before stepping into the fourth continent's transfer portal, Jinfrey takes a deep breath and braces himself, knowing that this new land is entirely different from any he has encountered before. It has the highest dropout rate among adventurers, meaning that he must remain on high alert at all times. At the central district of the fourth continent, Force Resort, everyone is enjoying the beach, playing games, and relaxing under the sun. Despite the lively and cheerful atmosphere, Jinfrey remains cautious and still considers it a dangerous place. The entire continent is built around rides and entertainment, seemingly disconnected from the harsh realities of battle. It's a true resort, a haven where adventurers who have survived grueling hunting grounds can finally unwind. However, once they surrender to its temptations, many never return to dungeon exploration again. While Jinfrey walks along the coast, he is suddenly approached by an adventurer with the features of a sea wolf. The kid introduces herself as Kukuru, claiming to be a guide at Force Resort. She offers to show Jinfrey around, but Jinfrey notices that her adventurer job is Bandit Chief, an advanced form of the thief class. When Kukuru asks for an introduction, Jinfrey gives his name but states that he has no interest in sightseeing and doesn't need a guide. Unfazed, Kukuru grabs Jinfrey's arm and insists on showing him the recommended spots immediately. Jinfrey declines again, stating that he doesn't have time to waste, causing the girl to pout in defeat and finally give up. Kukuru then pats Jinfrey casually and walks away. Jinfrey finds the encounter odd but decides not to dwell on it. He still has things to do. He opens his status window to allocate his saved SP, only to freeze in shock. His soul vantage is gone. Realization hits him almost instantly. The strange girl he had just met must be connected to this. Somewhere in the crowd, Kukuru strolls away leisurely, having successfully stolen the weapon. In her mind, she's already planning to sell it off for a high price. Jinfrey discovers that his soul vantage is missing and immediately realizes that the strange girl must be responsible. Meanwhile, Kukuru is skipping merrily along the beach, excited about how much the stolen item will fetch. On her carefree path, she bumps into someone and quickly apologizes. The person she bumps into turns out to be Mira, who also apologizes and asks if she's all right. Both of them freeze when they hear footsteps rapidly approaching. Jinfrey is running toward them in anger. Mira is stunned to see him here and is about to speak, but Jinfrey ignores her and grabs Kukuru, demanding she return the stolen item. Kukuru protests, pretending innocence, but Jinfrey sees right through the act. Suddenly, cold juice is poured over his head. Mira has doused him, accusing him of harassing a child. Jinfrey finally turns to look at her, shocked that Mira has appeared here as well. Mira, equally surprised, retorts and demands that he let the child go. The two begin bickering, leaving Kukuru to wonder if they're acquaintances. Jinfrey tries to explain that the girl stole his equipment. Before they can continue, Kukuru lets out a shriek. Both of them turn to see her caught in thick chains. Kukuru cries out as she is yanked backward by a group of men and stuffed into a sack. Jinfrey and Mira watch from the sidelines as the gang prepares to take the sea wolf girl back to their master. Jinfrey steps forward, stating that he has business with the girl. To his surprise, the gang responds by revealing that they've been tracking him ever since he crossed continents from the Colosseum. They explain that while the beast girl is a nice bonus, since beast folk fetch high prices on the black market, their true target is Jinfrey himself. Jinfrey is stunned they know his name, but Mira quickly realizes who they are, adventurer hunters. She recalls that the Adamant Guild operates from the fourth continent, thriving on robbery and targeting valuable adventurers. Jinfrey begins connecting the dots as well. Since they've been following him since the Colosseum, their real aim must be the 10 billion gold reward from the tournament. The gang warns him that they're professionals in looting and that escape is impossible. They proceed with their plan to restrain Jinfrey and loot his entire inventory. Staying calm, Jinfrey watches as one of the men throws chains at him to tie him up, but he vanishes in a flash. The gang looks around frantically, confused. They then notice Mira, who made it to the semi-finals at the Colosseum, and assume she must have something valuable. Jinfrey reappears on a tree behind her, teasing that she's become famous. Mira sighs, annoyed, since she was finally enjoying a rare vacation. Still, she admits that it works out well, as the Adventurers Association has been keeping tabs on this gang. With that, she engages one of the attackers, while the gang leader decides to retreat, taking Kukuru along. Jinfrey calls out for him to stop, but the chain-wielding man blocks his path. Though these enemies are small fry, Jinfrey notes they're still adventurers from the fourth continent, so he can't afford to rely on his bare hands. Meanwhile, Mira has already taken care of her opponent and calls out to Jinfrey to do the same. Jinfrey replies that he would love to, but unfortunately, thanks to the Seawolf girl, he has no weapon. The chainman attacks again, and Jinfrey dodges while asking Mira if she has any weapons he can borrow. Mira assumes he's asking for a flask, given his status as a compounder, but Jinfrey sarcastically questions whether she's ever seen a compounder fight with a flask. He asks her to show whatever she's got, prompting her to send her equipment list to his status screen. Jinfrey scrolls through it and is shocked. Mira's inventory looks like that of a gear enthusiast. She has an absurd collection of strange and eclectic weapons, most of which she can't even use herself. As Jinfrey continues to scan the list, the chainman becomes increasingly frustrated, irritated that he's being ignored. Finally, Jinfrey finds something promising and asks Mira if he can borrow it for a bit. Mira is stunned. He's selected a thief-exclusive weapon, something a compounder shouldn't be able to wield. But Jinfrey assures her it's not a problem as he activates Memorial's necklace and seamlessly switches to the thief job. Jinfrey switches his job from compounder to thief, leaving Mira utterly shocked. She wonders if he used the job change scroll, but dismisses the thought immediately because the thief job does not branch from compounder. As Jinfrey activates the theft skill, Mira is even more astonished to see that his status window perfectly syncs with the new job. Jinfrey, however, is surprised that she even possesses a weapon like that, although it's something he would expect from an otaku. The weapon in question is Shutendoji's Rodomontade. Mira allows him to borrow it, but warns that it's not meant for combat. Her surprise only grows as she watches Jinfrey use the gear in a completely unexpected manner. From her expression, Jinfrey realizes that she has no idea how to wield it properly. He reveals that when used like this, it transforms into the Evening Demon's Iron Club. Mira watches in awe as Jinfrey swings the weapon and defeats the chain-wielding man with a single blow. Jinfrey surveys the area, searching for the remaining gang members, and tells Mira that he'll be holding onto the weapon a bit longer. Suddenly, Mira becomes flustered and distressed upon discovering that her muscle axe has vanished from her inventory. Jinfrey experiences a sense of déjà vu and informs her that the Seawolf girl likely stole her equipment as well. He offers to retrieve it while he's at it, but Mira, visibly fired up, declares she'll reclaim it herself since her collection is more precious than her life. At the gang's hideout, the thugs present the captured Seawolf girl to their masters with pride. The two so-called masters, younger brother Agyo and elder brother Ungyo, agree that she'll fetch a high price. They inquire about the other target, and a lackey informs them that Jinfrey was located as planned and is likely being dealt with by their men. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the hideout, and everyone turns to see their door shattered by a figure emerging through the smoke. Mira steps forward, demanding the return of her collection, with Jinfrey walking in beside her. He points out that she could have just opened the door normally, but Mira declares that nothing can hinder her goals, not even doors. Kukuru and the other captives are stunned to see the two of them, questioning what became of their henchmen. Mira casually replies that those trashy men are probably floating with jellyfish and demands the return of the Seawolf girl. Agyo swiftly attacks, accusing Mira of being rude for breaking in unannounced, but she dodges with ease. The two brothers quickly realize their lackeys have failed, but they're confident they can handle the intruders themselves. Jinfrey notes that the situation has grown more chaotic than expected. However, Mira recognizes the brothers and explains that their criminal activities have already been reported to the Adventurers Association. The two brothers, now aware of Mira's affiliation, mock her and Jinfrey, claiming that both of them reek of money. Agyo launches his tree worm skill at both Jinfrey and Mira. Jinfrey dodges, though he grumbles at the hassle of the confrontation. Meanwhile, Mira reasons that they need to take this gang down anyway and summons Sylphid to attack Ungyo. Unfortunately, the older brother counters with his Iron Wall skill, nullifying the wind-based attack. Mira quickly assesses that since Ungyo uses earth element magic, her wind elemental Sylphid is at a disadvantage. Agyo laughs, boasting that attacks like that can't scratch his brother's iron defenses. However, Jinfrey has already made his way to Ungyo, stating that while he has no business with them, they're obstructing his path, so he has no choice. Before he can strike, Agyo uses his Dancing Branches skill to knock Jinfrey away from his brother. The brothers jeer at Jinfrey, claiming that even the Battle Olympia champion is no match for them. Mira and Jinfrey both acknowledge that these two are more dangerous than they let on, notorious for human trafficking, torture, and murder. Jinfrey advises Mira to synchronize with him instead of charging ahead, but Mira fires back with the same complaint. The two start bickering again, only to realize too late that they've been caught off guard. An explosion erupts at the entrance of the hideout. The explosion covers the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. The mob stares in anticipation as the two brothers instruct their underlings to double-check the area and collect the money. Kukuru feels troubled, thinking both Jinfrey and Mira must be dead, and blames herself for it. However, when an NPC goes to verify, no bodies are found. Suddenly, Jinfrey and Mira appear behind the two grotesque brothers, still bickering as usual, causing the brothers to turn around in shock. Jinfrey wants to retrieve the stolen goods and part ways, but Mira, being a member of the association and one of the 8 guardians, insists on handling the situation more thoroughly. In the end, Jinfrey reluctantly agrees, but asks her to follow his plan. However, Mira summons Undine to act on her own plan, further irritating him. She unleashes the water dragon wave, but her attack is blocked by the soil wall. Mira has been holding back because she doesn't want to annihilate the two brothers completely. With no other choice, she proceeds to summon Ifrit. Just then, Jinfrey places a starfish on her head, startling her and halting her summoning. He tells her to stop using summons and instead asks for the stinky hinoki stick, the oil of the bog toad, and Ifrit's breath fire from her inventory. Although Mira is displeased that he is using her inventory again, Jinfrey promises to repay her soon by crafting an incredible piece of equipment. The otaku in her is intrigued, so she allows him access and selects all the requested ingredients, tossing them to Jinfrey. Jinfrey activates Memoria's necklace to switch his job from thief to alchemist. Mira watches curiously, amazed at his ability to change jobs at will. Jinfrey uses the mixed transmutation skill to create a charred, oil-covered wooden sword. Mira, unimpressed by the outcome, demands her collection be returned. But Jinfrey switches jobs once again, this time to Blade Knight, and uses Ifrit's breath fire to forge the Ifrit sword. The blazing weapon slashes and scorches everything in its path with a single fiery strike. Mira is visibly fascinated as Jinfrey explains the crafting process behind such a weapon. Even the mob characters, including Kukuru and Ungyo, are mesmerized by what they've witnessed. Agyo has to shout to snap them out of their trance. Ungyo asserts that it doesn't matter what kind of weapon Jinfrey uses, claiming their combined techniques are still unbeatable. Ungyo attacks with a soil wave aimed at Jinfrey, but Mira counters with her dragon wave. Ungyo realizes too late that Jinfrey was only a decoy, as he is overwhelmed by the torrent. Mira explains that a barrier filled with gaps can never stop a raging flood, and that there is nothing unbeatable about their techniques. Agyo cries out for his brother and retaliates with Tree Storm. Jinfrey responds with Single Blade Flaming Dragon, unleashing the dragon's calamity flame to engulf Agyo in a raging inferno. As the remaining mobsters flee, Kukuru is impressed by how easily the notorious brothers were defeated. Later, Mira pardons Kukuru but firmly warns her that stealing outside the hunting grounds is not acceptable. Kukuru claims to have learned her lesson and sincerely thanks them for rescuing her. Jinfrey remains doubtful of her remorse and glares at her suspiciously. Mira calmly thanks Jinfrey for the S-rank equipment he crafted for her, though her otaku side is overjoyed beyond words. As she leaves, Jinfrey smirks and quietly remarks that there's no need for thanks. Jinfrey then approaches a teleportation portal with an equipment card in hand. He notes that Mira has everything, and yet he successfully stole one thing from her during his time as a thief without her even noticing. It is a shark head mask that enables underwater breathing. Though the mask looks utterly ridiculous, it is a crucial piece of preparation for his next objective, hunting down the fourth demon god. The fourth S-rank dungeon begins underwater the moment adventurers enter, so Jinfrey would have preferred using a high-performance item. Still, he can't complain about the shark mask. Suddenly, he hears someone calling him Master and turns around to see Kukuru staring at him. Startled, Jinfrey listens as the girl explains that since he saved her when things got dangerous, he has earned her respect. Jinfrey puts on his Lucifer's halo and questions her presence. Kukuru expresses that she was moved by his strength, and the halo validates her words. Although Jinfrey finds it troublesome, Kukuru insists he accept her as a disciple. Without waiting for his response, she takes the lead and decides to accompany him to defeat the demon god. Jinfrey remarks that if she wants to go after the demon god, she should do it alone. Somehow, Kukuru interprets this as a challenge to prove her worth and believes she must show off her abilities to be accepted as his disciple. Jinfrey doesn't quite follow her logic, but before he can react, she leaps into the water without a second thought. He watches her dive and considers sneaking off while he has the chance, but moments later he returns with a bundle of freshly hunted fish. Kukuru inquires about her performance, hoping for praise. Though Jinfrey notes silently that she's fast, he instead comments that such skill is expected from someone of the Sea Wolf tribe. He waves her off, saying there's little left to teach her and therefore she has graduated from being his disciple. Kukuru emerges from the water and insists that she wants to become even stronger. She continues pestering him to the point where Jinfrey has no choice but to accept her. However, he makes it clear that this arrangement is limited to this dungeon only, as he doesn't have time to waste on her constant nagging. Moreover, he doesn't want her seeking revenge later and stealing his equipment. Kukuru cheers up and thanks him, but Jinfrey quickly warns her that she's out if she keeps calling him Master. She nods in understanding, and together they head toward the dungeon portal. They arrive at the S-rank dungeon of the fourth continent, known as the Pablo Palace. Thanks to the shark mask, Jinfrey can breathe and speak underwater and proceeds with his plan. He uses Memorial's necklace to switch his job from alchemist to summoner. A voice expresses surprise at his job change, but it turns out to be Kukuru, who can communicate underwater through ultrasonic vocalizations, a trait of the Sea Wolf tribe. Jinfrey summons a creature named Dendon, which closely resembles Raichu. Kukuru finds the summon adorable, and even Jinfrey admits it's not bad. He instructs Kukuru to lure some nearby sea creatures, and she enthusiastically sets off to fulfill the task. Watching her work, Jinfrey concludes she's actually quite helpful, as this allows him to efficiently level up Dendon. Moments later, Kukuru returns with an entire herd of sea creatures trailing behind her, far more than Jinfrey had anticipated. Still, it works to his advantage. He commands Dendon to use an electric sphere. As the sea creatures close in, Dendon releases its attack while Jinfrey engages them with his weapon. Although the level difference dulls the initial damage, Dendon's strikes carry a paralysis effect. Kukuru continues to bait the creatures. Dendon paralyzes them, and Jinfrey finishes them off in a seamless rhythm of coordinated combat. Through this cooperative effort, experience points are shared and Dendon's level steadily increases. As progress continues smoothly, Jinfrey tells Kukuru to lure in more enemies. He also recalls that he still hasn't returned the weapon he borrowed from Mira, deciding to deal with it later. Their operation proceeds successfully, and Dendon eventually reaches level 21. At this pace, Jinfrey begins to think they might be able to max out Dendon's level in a single go. Kukuru soon returns, this time with a massive creature in tow. Jinfrey takes one look at the behemoth and is left completely stunned. Kukuru lures the evil Kraken, a level 175 sea beast, this time. Jinfrey acknowledges her efforts, causing Kukuru to become visibly surprised and jittery at the unexpected praise. He then informs her that once they defeat this massive creature she brought along, the next to appear will be the demon god. This is because the giant octopus serves as a mid-boss within this underwater region. Suddenly, the Kraken launches an attack at Jinfrey, but he swiftly leaps up to evade it. Instead of being alarmed, Jinfrey feels a surge of excitement, recognizing that this surprise encounter could work to their advantage. He tells Kukuru that he plans to destroy all of the Kraken's tentacles, prompting her to take on the role of a decoy. Kukuru swims up close to the Kraken's head and provokes it by making exaggerated faces to capture its attention. Each of the octopus's legs functions as a separate creature, meaning Jinfrey can earn experience points equal to defeating 8 high-level monsters. He instructs Dendon to use Electric Ball while he focuses on slashing at the tentacles with his weapon. As each tentacle is severed, Dendon gains experience and levels up rapidly. They continue this coordinated assault, allowing Dendon to grow stronger with each successful repetition. Kukuru expresses amazement at how quickly they've managed to destroy all the legs. Jinfrey praises the now level 45 Dendon and encourages Kukuru to keep drawing the Kraken's focus. As the octopus remains distracted by Kukuru, Jinfrey activates Soul Vantage along with Dendon's newly unlocked skill that becomes available at level 40. This second skill, Convert Thunder, temporarily imbues Soul Vantage with lightning attributes. Closing in on the Kraken, Jinfrey unleashes Thunder Fist, ending the monster in a single decisive blow. Kukuru asks about Dendon's current level, and Jinfrey tells her it has reached its maximum thanks to her support. With that milestone achieved, they are now ready for the imminent battle against the demon god. Just moments later, several water spouts emerge and rush toward them. Jinfrey watches the incoming threat with anticipation. As soon as the water spouts approach, he uses Thunder Fist once again to neutralize them. They both look ahead with cautious focus as the fourth demon god finally reveals itself. Although Kukuru is overwhelmed by the sheer pressure emanating from it, Jinfrey remains resolute. He is determined to finish this battle quickly. Just like before, the fourth demon god finally appears before Jinfrey. All of the demon gods encountered so far have acted in ways he did not anticipate. Though the reason remains unclear, Jinfrey senses that something unknown is unfolding in this world, something beyond his current understanding. Whatever it is, he has no choice but to defeat them before they act unpredictably again. This time, Jinfrey switches his job from summoner to mage using Memorial's necklace. Kukuru becomes visibly excited to see him activate the cheat-like ability of Job Change, but Jinfrey insists that it is a matter of strategy, not cheating. He immediately forms a magic circle near the demon god's face to launch a lightning attack. However, the demon god effortlessly blocks the strike with the palm of his hand. Calling it a pitiful attack, the demon god extends his hand toward Jinfrey. Jinfrey quickly uses teleportation, reappearing behind the demon god and striking with Thunder Fist. The hit lands with some impact, so he follows up with the flash skill to obscure the enemy's vision, launching a rapid series of Thunder Fist strikes without stopping. Kukuru cheers for him, but the demon god rises again, declaring that he cannot be defeated with such feeble blows. Without hesitation, Jinfrey closes the distance, stating that his attacks are far from over, especially since he knows just how tanky the demon god truly is. He unleashes the dragon god's wind, sending the demon god crashing into the waves. Kukuru is impressed and wonders if the battle is already over, but Jinfrey responds that he must land one more hit to finish it. If they fail to defeat him now, his HP will regenerate, and their diving time is also running out. Jinfrey quickly uses Memorial's necklace to switch his job back to summoner and calls upon Dendon to join him. At max level, Dendon's electric ball has a 100% chance to cause paralysis if it connects. But before they can activate the skill, a surge of massive ocean currents blocks their path. Both Jinfrey and Kukuru can feel the pressure shift dramatically as the demon god reappears from within the currents. The demon god laughs darkly, mocking the humans for doing whatever they please in his domain. However, he admits his admiration for Jinfrey, who faced him alone as an equal, unlike others who couldn't even challenge him without forming a full party. Suddenly, Jinfrey notices several tentacles surrounding him. He is shocked to see that the evil Kraken he had just defeated has returned. But this time, the Kraken fuses with the demon god, something that never happened in the original game. The demon god boasts that Jinfrey should feel honored to witness his true form as the first human ever to do so. Jinfrey watches in horror as the demon god's blue tentacles touch a sea creature and instantly dissolve it. But he has no time to process the shock as a tentacle smashes the rock he's been using as cover. Jinfrey is unable to dodge in time and is buried beneath the rubble. Kukuru calls out to him in alarm, while the demon god continues laughing with malicious glee. Despite being pinned under the rocks, Jinfrey regains consciousness and sits up, catching the demon god's attention. The demon god is genuinely impressed that he is still alive. Jinfrey analyzes the situation and realizes that if even the tip of a tentacle touches him, it will be fatal. To make matters worse, there is no time left on his diving mask. With no room for hesitation, he switches his job to martial artist and equips Soul Vantage. The martial artist's special skill, Fighting Spirit Infusion, has been unlocked after meeting the hidden requirement, consuming 80% of his remaining HP. Jinfrey unlocks the martial artist's special skill, Fighting Spirit Infusion. The aura surrounding him shifts so dramatically that Kukuru begins to wonder if he activated some sort of powerful buff. The condition required to unlock this special skill is to equip Soul Vantage after becoming a martial artist. The previous attack had genuinely hurt Jinfrey. It was far more damaging than he had anticipated. The demon god laughs mockingly at Jinfrey's frequent costume changes, claiming that no transformation will alter the inevitable outcome. He strikes again, lashing out with his tentacles, but Jinfrey swiftly leaps into the water to avoid them. Jinfrey immediately notices that the demon god's attack power has increased, and his speed is significantly faster as well. On top of that, Jinfrey only has 2 minutes left on the shark mask. Dragging the fight out any longer would be a disadvantage, so he resolves to end it in one decisive move before both the skill and the mask expire. However, he cannot find a single opening to exploit. Suddenly, he hears Kukuru's voice and sees her swimming toward him. Alarmed, Jinfrey warns her not to come any closer, but she ignores his plea. The demon god laughs darkly, planning to deal with both of them at once. He sends his tentacles flying toward Jinfrey, but to both their surprise, Kukuru grabs Jinfrey and swims away at an incredible speed. She makes exaggerated faces at him while boasting not to underestimate the swiftness of the sea wolf tribe. The speed is so intense that Jinfrey experiences mild decompression sickness. Meanwhile, the demon god grows irritated, realizing that the sea wolf tribe is the fastest swimming species in the sea. Things have suddenly become more troublesome for him. After stabilizing, Jinfrey acknowledges that Kukuru just saved his life. He asks if she can keep dodging those kinds of attacks, to which Kukuru confirms that dodging is all she can manage. That's enough for Jinfrey, who now decides to focus all his energy on the demon god. He informs her that since time is running out, he will finish the battle with his next move. He instructs her to close the distance at his signal and then retreat once his attack lands. Kukuru nods in understanding, and they proceed with the plan. She grabs Jinfrey and skillfully dodges every incoming tentacle. She moves so swiftly that the demon god loses track of their exact location, giving Jinfrey the perfect opportunity to signal her. At once, Kukuru closes the distance, and Jinfrey unleashes a flurry of strikes on the demon god. Enraged, the demon god counters with his tentacles, but Kukuru begins dodging again. Meanwhile, Jinfrey charges up his Thunder Fist and closes in to deliver a direct punch to the demon god's face. Infuriated, the demon god attempts to counter, only to realize that his weapon is no longer in his hand. Kukuru, holding the equipment card, casually asks if he's looking for his weapon. She admits to having a bit of a bad habit, and Jinfrey snaps that calling it a bit is an understatement. Still, for now, her bad habit is proving useful, and he praises her efforts. Jinfrey then combines his Thunder Fist with the Lightning Combo Fist, landing a powerful blow on the demon god. The impact is visibly intense, but Jinfrey immediately instructs Kukuru to take the stolen weapon and jump as high as she can out of the water. The demon god's HP is currently recovering at a terrifying speed, but Jinfrey knows he cannot heal once he's on land. He declares that he'll punch the demon god all the way to the surface, and it'll be up to Kukuru to finish him off there. Kukuru is stunned by the idea that she will land the final blow, but Jinfrey reminds her they have no time to argue. He lacks the time and energy to do it alone. Kukuru reflects for a moment, then finds the motivation to go through with his plan. She bursts out of the water, signaling Jinfrey that she's ready. Jinfrey activates the Thunder Fist and Lightning Fierce Fist combo, launching the demon god out of the ocean. He then quickly switches back to Summoner and summons Dendon to unleash an electric ball. The paralyzing effect lasts only about 1 second, but it's enough. Jinfrey signals Kukuru to finish the job. With the demon god's weapon in hand, Kukuru delivers a devastating strike directly to his face, bringing the fierce battle to a dramatic close. With the demon god's weapon in hand, Kukuru delivers a devastating strike directly to his face, bringing the fierce battle to a dramatic close. With that, the fourth demon god is finally defeated. Kukuru begins counting the gold they received as a reward and is stunned by the sheer amount of money and experience points. Jinfrey explains that the fourth demon god's defeat grants a reward of 5 million gold, which means 2.5 million gold for each of them. However, Kukuru protests, insisting she didn't contribute enough to deserve such a large share, feeling it's unfair to Jinfrey. Jinfrey finds it ironic that Kukuru is fine with stealing from others but hesitates when it comes to accepting money she's earned. Kukuru clarifies that stealing is part of her skill set, but defeating the demon god isn't. Jinfrey is baffled by her logic, but tells her to take the gold, as he plans to part ways as promised. However, Kukuru uses her ultrasonic voice to stop him in his tracks, declaring that there is still so much she wants to learn from him. Jinfrey turns to look at her as she calls after him, urging him not to ignore her. At the fifth continent, known as the Fifth Garden, Kukuru is amazed by the sights she sees for the very first time. Jinfrey informs her that he's heading to the SSG, the Sudden Death Survival game, and asks if she plans on tagging along. Kukuru seems enthusiastic about joining, and Jinfrey figures it's fine. With Kukuru's unique job class, they can expect solid performance. To challenge the fifth demon god, winning the SSG and acquiring another hidden equipment is essential. The starting venue of the SSG is packed with adventurers. Kukuru is visibly excited but confesses she has no clue what SSG even is. Jinfrey is surprised that an adventurer would be unaware of such an event, but Kukuru explains that she's never been interested in those kinds of things. Jinfrey begins to question whether teaming up with her was a wise decision, but prepares to explain how the SSG works. However, before he can begin, a commotion nearby catches their attention. A man is yelling at a girl, berating her for being useless despite being a high elf, all because she chose pharmacist as her job. The elf girl, Levin, understands their frustration, but pleads not to be thrown out of the team. Unfortunately, her team members have already found another guy to take her place and claim they no longer need her. Levin desperately explains that she can't survive without teammates, but they callously tell her to find someone else and shove her aside. At that moment, Jinfrey steps in and offers for her to join their team. The nearby NPCs are shocked to see him, but Jinfrey ignores them and explains to Levin that the SSG is a 3-person survival challenge, and their team is currently 1 member short. Levin, surprised by the offer, asks if someone like her is really okay, prompting Jinfrey and Kukuru to reassure her. An announcement for all adventurers to form teams of 3 echoes through the venue, prompting Jinfrey to confirm if Levin is ready to join. Levin gratefully accepts, and Kukuru wishes for their best performance. Even though she still doesn't fully understand what's going on, Levin's former teammates scoff at the idea of someone so useless joining another team, making her visibly dejected. But before Jinfrey can respond, the SSG suddenly begins. All adventurers receive a heart badge on their chest, and a teleportation circle appears beneath their feet. Kukuru is startled by this development, but before anyone can explain, the team is teleported to a random part of the forest. Kukuru looks around and finally asks Jinfrey what the SSG is all about. With no other option, Jinfrey explains that within the next 48 hours, the team that collects the most heart badges will win. If a player's heart badge is taken, they are out. However, the hearts stolen from other teams can be used to revive fallen teammates. Kukuru lights up at the realization that their goal is to simply steal hearts. Jinfrey formally introduces himself and Kukuru to Levin, who returns the gesture politely. To start the first battle, Jinfrey asks Levin if she can handle alchemy. Levin confirms that she carries a variety of medicinal herbs with her, and Jinfrey instructs her to use her pharmacist job skill to create explosion grass and throw it in a particular direction. Following his instructions, Levin prepares an explosion grass, a plant that detonates upon contact, and throws it where Jinfrey indicated. The resulting blast is massive, sending a nearby team flying in their direction. Among them is Levin's ex-team, who groan as they recover from the explosion, only to find Jinfrey standing before them, ready to take their heart badges. The NPC team stands in front of Jinfrey and snaps at him. However, when Jinfrey informs them that they've been hit by Levin's explosive grass, they freeze in shock and immediately begin blaming her for not warning them earlier. Kukuru seizes the moment to steal their heart badges, leaving both her teammates and the opposing group stunned. Jinfrey admits it's kind of impressive on Kukuru's part, as the NPCs are now out of the game. As they get launched away, Kukuru watches with interest, while Jinfrey explains that once a heart badge is stolen, the affected players are instantly sent back to the starting point. Kukuru gets the idea and compliments Levin for her great work. Levin, however, insists she didn't do much and redirects the praise to Kukuru for stealing the badges so quickly. Encouraged by the compliments, Kukuru eagerly sets her sights on another team and charges off, ignoring Jinfrey's attempt to stop her. As she closes in on her next target, Kukuru suddenly realizes her own heart badge has been stolen by the very team she was targeting. Jinfrey holds his head in dismay, thinking this is what happens when someone rushes in recklessly. Kukuru turns around and sees the opposing team holding her badges, mocking her for not knowing about the theft reflection skill. Theft reflection is an expensive, one-time use item, and the other team is pleased they prepared it in advance. Before Kukuru can react, she is teleported back to the starting point, leaving her teammates to watch helplessly. Jinfrey knows that theft skills are extremely strong in this game, which is why anti-theft items and counter skills are common knowledge in SSG. In SSG, victory comes through preparation, knowledge, and the ability to outsmart one's enemies. Realizing that Kukuru was part of Jinfrey's team, the opposing players rush toward them, assuming they're weak. But Jinfrey uses his overwhelming speed to snatch all their heart badges in a flash. The enemy team is shocked as they're teleported back, complaining that Jinfrey took all their badges in an instant. Jinfrey tells them not to make it sound weird and wonders aloud why the developers even made the badges heart-shaped. Later, he revives Kukuru and gives her a stern lecture. She promises to be more careful from now on. As the sun sets, they prepare to sleep, and Jinfrey asks Levin to gather some supplies. Even while resting, Jinfrey hears the distant commotion but smirks to himself, certain that tomorrow will be entertaining. The next morning, they discover a huge haul of heart badges caught in the theft grass Levin had planted throughout the area the night before. Theft grass is a plant that automatically steals anything from adventurers who pass nearby. Jinfrey senses something unusual and quickly wakes the two girls. They get up casually, prompting Jinfrey to comment on how calm they are. He tells them about a new group of challengers who are watching them from a distance. The girls are surprised while the enemy team sighs in disappointment. They had hoped to strike while everyone was still asleep. Jinfrey warns his team to stay alert, noting that anyone who makes it past the first day isn't to be taken lightly. One of the blonde enemies is impressed by Jinfrey's detection skills and remarks that his beginner gear is likely just a decoy to lower their guard. Suddenly, the blonde opponent uses split teleportation, scattering Jinfrey's team across different parts of the forest. Each one now faces a member of the enemy team. The blonde reveals their strategy: to isolate the targets and let his summoned beasts devour them. Hearing this, Jinfrey's rage quietly builds, though he says nothing in response. The blonde mocks him, asking if he's worried about his friends, and promises to send them all back to the starting point so they can reunite there. Jinfrey casually picks his ear, noting that the blonde has been running his mouth non-stop. He is confident in his teammates' strength and believes that the ones who will end up at the starting point will be their enemies, not them. Kukuru draws her weapons, and Levin understands. They can't afford to lose. With dual daggers in hand, Kukuru evades both the Vegeta-haired man and the summoned creatures. The Temu version of Vegeta observes that she is fast, but Kukuru remarks that she's not fast, he's just a turtle. She leaps to avoid a dagger strike and analyzes the situation. If she can take down the man, the summoned creatures will vanish, and victory will be hers. Charging straight at him, Kukuru strikes, but he blocks her attack with a shield. He notes that despite her speed, her attacks lack power. Kukuru counters that he should try saying that after blocking her strikes without using a shield. The comment enrages him, and he commands the summoned creatures to tear her apart. As they lunge toward her, blood splatters in the air. Kukuru's daggers make quick work of them. She tells the man that he's too slow, and that with moves like his, he'll never catch her. As the man yells at the summons, he realizes that Kukuru has vanished. She reappears behind him using her stealth skill and knocks him out with a clean kick to the face. With the man unconscious, Kukuru easily takes his heart badge. She thinks it's over, but the summons close in on her again. Kukuru is stunned. She was certain that summoned creatures vanish when their summoner is defeated. That's when she realizes the truth. This man wasn't the real summoner. She quickly turns and begins running, the summoned beasts chasing close behind. Elsewhere in the forest, Levin sits calmly in front of a patch of seeking grass, a type that detects magic within a 100-meter radius using ultrasonic waves. Despite scanning the area, she finds no trace of her opponent. The enemy had dodged her earlier attack using a smokescreen, and Levin hasn't seen her since. Unbeknownst to her, she's being watched from a hidden location. Her opponent's voice rings out, confident and mocking, claiming she can see Levin perfectly and that taking down prey is effortless for a seasoned hunter. Suddenly, an arrow flies from behind. Levin swiftly blocks it with a plant barrier and retaliates by throwing exploding death grass in the direction of the shot. The opponent's voice taunts her again, saying that Levin doesn't look like someone capable of such ferocity. Levin doesn't respond, but she senses movement behind her. She turns to see 3 summoned creatures growling and charging at her. Thinking quickly, she uses smoke grass to hide and narrowly dodges another volley of arrows. She realizes her opponent is tracking her location and movements with uncanny precision in the dense forest. Though the voice mocks her once more, Levin remains calm. She reminds herself that even if the terrain gives her opponent an advantage, she cannot afford to falter. Not when the others were kind enough to welcome her into the team. Levin crafts alluring grass, an herb that attracts summoned beasts with its irresistible scent, and tosses it toward the enemy summons. The creatures follow it eagerly, distracted by their favorite aroma. Levin breathes a sigh of relief, glad that the summons will be busy for a while, allowing for a one-on-one battle. The opponent's voice returns, boasting that she can still handle Levin without the summons. Levin reminds her that not a single attack has landed since their battle began. The opponent growls in frustration and claims it was all part of her intimidation strategy. Refusing to back down, Levin prepares blinding grass, shielding her own eyes before activating it. A flash of searing light explodes from the plant. The hunter screams in pain, her vision overwhelmed. Blinded, she stumbles forward and falls down a slope. Unable to open her eyes, she becomes easy prey. Levin takes her heart badge and gently apologizes for the temporary blindness, assuring her that her vision will return soon. With that, Levin turns and walks away. The hunter flails helplessly in the grass until she is teleported back to the starting point. Jinfri's earlier words ring true. His teammates are no pushovers. The ones being sent to the starting point are their enemies, not them. The blonde summoner scoffs at Jinfri, telling him to stop acting tough and claiming that his own summons are both powerful and numerous. Jinfri's rage meter rises as the blonde continues to yap, but just then, the moment Jinfri has been waiting for arrives, they've reached the necessary time. The blonde doesn't understand until his own summons begin walking toward Jinfri and stand by his side. Startled and confused, the summoner struggles to grasp what just happened. Jinfri explains that the summoned beasts have taken a liking to him. After all, loyalty matters, even among magical creatures. Jinfri claims that the summoned creatures have taken a liking to him, but in truth, he has upgraded the 3rd skill of Lucifer's halo, illusionary darkness, after 20 hours of continuous use. He points toward the blonde guy and commands the summons to attack. His summoned creatures rush toward the enemy, but the blonde guy quickly activates a skill to summon an Oni. The Oni leaps at the summoned animals and shreds them to pieces in an instant. The blonde guy laughs, saying this is what happens when they defy their master. However, he is shocked to see the summoned animals revive. He watches in horror and demands an explanation from Jinfri, but Jinfri simply smiles and begins to multiply. He remarks that it's only fair, given the number of allies the blonde guy has on his side. He completely surrounds the man, causing panic, because now the battle truly feels unfair. The blonde guy does not know what skill Jinfri is using, but he declares he will crush him and summons a giant orc. The orc swings its weapon and starts slashing multiple versions of Jinfri, leading the blonde guy to believe that these clones are mere illusions. However, to his terror, multiple Jinfris stand back up. Jinfri decides to end the fight, needing to regroup with his teammates. As the blonde guy trembles in fear, his summoned creatures are slashed, and a huge Shinigami appears before him. After a loud scream, the blonde guy falls unconscious. Jinfrey steps closer, satisfied with the effectiveness of illusionary darkness. This upgraded skill of Lucifer's halo allows him to cast illusions on multiple targets at once, including humans, summoned beasts, and creatures. The unlock condition of 20 hours of continuous use only counts during combat, and such long battles occur exclusively in the SSG. Jinfrey collects several heart badges from the unconscious man and heads off to regroup with his teammates, confident that they must be finished as well. After regrouping, Jinfrey's team continues their hunt for heart badges without any issues until the end of the SSG. All participants are automatically teleported to the starting venue, where they gather for the results. The announcements begin, starting with third place, Dolgo Team, with 45 badges. Everyone cheers, as their performance meets expectations. Team Jessica secures second place with 55 heart badges. The crowd is surprised, considering the previous SSG record was 50 badges. They've broken the record, living up to their title as Phantom Slayers. First place goes to Team Jinfrey, with a total of 108 badges. The area erupts in commotion. Some spectators recall hearing Jinfrey's name on the news before. His team is awarded the prize of 1 billion gold and a keyless treasure chest. Later, Levin asks if she can really keep the entire 1 billion gold for herself. Kukuru assures her that she prefers taking things over receiving them, so this is totally fine. Jinfrey smacks Kukuru on the head and tells Levin they are happy with the arrangement, so long as she gives him the keyless treasure chest. Levin agrees without hesitation. As an alchemist, she needs funding more than anything to gather rare materials. With that settled, Jinfrey asks her for one last synthesis and informs her that he already collected the required materials during the SSG. Levin accepts the request and parts ways after some time. That night, Jinfrey sneaks out of their lodging while Kukuru sleeps. He heads to a secluded area to open the keyless treasure chest. Switching to a summoner, he summons Dendon. The keyless treasure chest, awarded for collecting 10 or more hearts in the SSG, appears to have no lock or immediate function, but that is not the case for Jinfrey. He asks Dendon to use electric ball on the chest, while simultaneously employing a flame-spitting plant and an ice-spitting plant. The key to unlocking the keyless treasure chest is a simultaneous attack using fire, ice, and lightning attributes. As the box opens, Jinfrey obtains the Destruction God's Left bracelet. With this, another hidden piece of equipment is secured, imbued with the powerful skill known as Super Repulsion. Jinfrey obtains another piece of hidden equipment. Normally, he would proceed straight to the S-ranked dungeon, but there is a problem. Kukuru is excited to move on to the next task and eagerly asks about their upcoming plans. Jinfrey wonders what he should do because in the next S-rank dungeon, he won't have the luxury to worry about Kukuru. She simply cannot fight against a demon god. So Jinfrey decides to order her into training. He instructs her to gather a specific material that grows in clusters beyond the mountain. He tells her that it is essential for the next dungeon, but specifically forbids her from using her theft skills. Kukuru throws a tantrum, claiming it will take forever to do it alone. However, Jinfrey threatens that if she does not comply, the whole disciple arrangement will come to an end. Feeling dejected, Kukuru reluctantly agrees to follow his instructions. Jinfrey thinks she is a simple-minded fool, but that only makes things easier. Now he can finally relax and enjoy some solo time. He steps into the 5th S-rank teleportation portal, believing this decision is for Kukuru's own good. Jinfrey teleports mid-air and enjoys the freefall over the Sky Islands. This dungeon starts in the sky from the very beginning, requiring adventurers to land on the island by themselves. That means ignorant adventurers won't survive here. Even if some come prepared, like the man descending with a parachute beside him, they still face danger when airborne monsters approach and they have no countermeasures. Jinfrey is once again relieved he didn't bring Kukuru along. Meanwhile, Kukuru finally obtains the mushroom she was tasked to retrieve. Back in the sky, Jinfrey watches as the parachute man is annihilated by a monster. Now, the creatures target him. Jinfrey calmly extends the hand wearing the bracelet toward the monsters, triggering a bright light that repels them using the super repulsion skill of the Destruction God's Left bracelet. Once again, Jinfrey is impressed by the power of this hidden equipment. He uses the swift teleportation skill to land inside the Island of Destruction and Creation. He notices a mirror in front of him but quickly realizes he's surrounded by monsters. This area is designed so that the moment it detects an intruder, creatures surge in to destroy them. Jinfrey once again uses super repulsion to obliterate the monsters and unequips Lucifer's halo as he approaches the mirror. The mirror reveals an entity named Counterpart, who wishes to know the truth. This event is triggered by the defeat of the earlier monsters. Jinfrey reflects the Destruction God's left bracelet in the mirror, causing the shadow to ripple and glow intensely. The mirror acknowledges the left bracelet and presents the Destruction God's right bracelet, another hidden equipment item, this one imbued with the skill of super gravity. With this, the pair is now complete. Jinfrey allocates his accumulated SP and prepares to defeat the Sky Dragon, the demon god Bahamut, who rules over the S-rank dungeon of the 5th continent. The 5th demon god senses the presence of a powerful human and welcomes the challenge, eager to battle once more after a long time. Jinfrey steps in front of the 5th demon god, Bahamut, and remarks that he is still acting all high and mighty. The 5th demon god is level 250 and possesses a unique effect. When airborne, his own stats increase by 25%, while reducing his opponent's stats by the same margin. Bahamut reflects on the comment, wondering if they have met before. He usually doesn't forget the scent of a strong warrior. Jinfrey still lacks all the details, but considering that each previous demon god has performed beyond expectations, he decides to end things quickly. The battle begins with Bahamut unleashing Black Flame Roar. Jinfrey swiftly uses teleportation to reappear right in front of him and activates the right bracelet's super gravity skill. This pulls Bahamut in, allowing Jinfrey to land a powerful Fire Fist punch straight to the demon god's face. The speed of the assault leaves no opening, and while Bahamut struggles to respond, he admits it's an interesting move. Without wasting time, Jinfrey unleashes Dragon God Tempest, engulfing Bahamut in a sudden, ferocious storm of attacks. He lands back to the ground to assess the results, but the demon god emerges from the smoke with barely a scratch. He urges Jinfrey to keep entertaining him. Now that Bahamut is in the air, the stat difference shifts dramatically. The airborne effect creates a 50% gap. Hovering above, the demon god prepares another attack and taunts Jinfrey not to die just yet. He fires the Black Flame Dragon bullet. Gritting his teeth, Jinfrey narrowly dodges using super repulsion. However, Bahamut warns that not everything has been avoided and follows up with Black Flame Decapitation. Jinfrey curses under his breath as he narrowly evades the strike again with super repulsion, growing more exhausted with every dodge and sprint. Bahamut notes that Jinfrey used the gravity skill just before impact to reduce the damage taken, but claims it's still not enough. He launches another devastating attack, Heaven's Roar. Jinfrey covers his head and runs from the massive wave of destruction, cursing the demon god yet again. He watches Bahamut charge up for the next attack and suddenly freezes. At that exact moment, the second skill of both bracelets unlocks, giving Jinfrey a surge of hope. This is what he has been waiting for. He clenches his fists together, forming the Black Hole Abyss, a vortex that absorbs all surrounding attacks. Bahamut is stunned to see all of his moves swallowed effortlessly. Jinfrey stands firm, now prepared to absorb anything the demon god hurls at him. This is the second skill of the left bracelet, a black hole that devours enemy attacks without fail. The demon god Bahamut is stunned that Jinfrey has absorbed his attacks, baffled because he doesn't know such a skill exists. Jinfrey points out his frustration, but Bahamut refuses to be provoked by what he considers cheap taunts. He vanishes in an instant and reappears right in front of Jinfrey, launching a series of physical blows. Jinfrey shields himself, prompting Bahamut to realize that physical attacks can't be absorbed. Jinfrey notes that Bahamut has managed to access the bracelet's skill. The demon god takes pride in his powerful dragon body and attempts a finishing move. Jinfrey uses swift teleportation to vanish and reappear behind Bahamut. The condition to unlock the second skill of the two bracelets is to use both first skills simultaneously. One creates a black hole that absorbs attacks, while the other releases the absorbed force. Jinfrey activates the white hole, unleashing a barrage of attacks onto Bahamut. The demon god instantly recognizes it as his own technique, Heaven's Roar, and growls in fury as he burns in the flames of his own making. However, Bahamut spreads his wings, dispersing the fiery blast, and boasts that it is still a mere imitation of the original. Yet Jinfrey closes the distance and asks whether he can withstand an imitation that's 3 times stronger than the original. With counter black flame decapitation, Jinfrey lands a devastating punch, slamming Bahamudon into the ground. Finally, the demon god is defeated. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Adventurers Association, the vice president and one of the 8 guardians, Nyx, thanks the gathered guardian members for coming. He explains that the other 4 are currently busy and could not respond to the summons. Wyatt, the tanker, assures Nyx that he will always be available when needed. However, the healer, Maria, calls him too serious and states that she only showed up because she happened to be free at the moment. Mira, the summoner, remains silent throughout. Nyx moves straight to the point. He informs them that they've been receiving troubling reports lately. Wyatt assumes it must be about a rogue guild or a powerful monster, but the vice president tells him the threat they're facing is neither. This revelation surprises everyone. He goes on to say that the first report described the sighting of a black ghost. With the 5th demon god now defeated, Jinfrey checks the rewards and decides it's time to move on to the 6th continent. However, he finds himself thinking about Kukuru, concluding that some training is still needed. Right now, she's out catching another rare material he requested. As Jinfrey walks through the city, he notices a crowd gathered and inquires about the commotion, only to learn that the teleportation portal to the 6th continent isn't functioning. He's shocked by the news. This is a bug he's never encountered before in the game. On the other side, Nyx continues explaining that the mysterious entity is like a black shadow or a mist. The sighting started about 2 weeks ago. Jinfrey, stuck in the city, grumbles at the inconvenience and wonders when the issue will be resolved. Suddenly he senses something behind him and turns around, finding a strange shadow lurking nearby. Nyx tells the Guardians that these beings are clearly not human, yet they're also not demon gods or monsters. They appear without warning and begin attacking civilians. Their identity, origin, and intent remain unknown, but one thing is certain: they pose a severe threat to humanity and the world. Nyx entrusts the 4 Guardians with the mission to eliminate the danger before it causes irreversible damage or loss of life. As the shadow turns toward Jinfrey, a chill runs down his spine. Meanwhile, Nyx is resolute. They must defeat these nameless entities known only as Nobody. As the shadow turns toward Jinfrey, a chill runs down his spine. Jinfrey watches in disbelief as the shadow morphs into a sinister, towering form. He stands frozen in shock while chaos erupts around him. The entity lets out a deafening roar, snapping Jinfrey back to his senses. He quickly realizes that this creature was never part of the game. Panic spreads as people flee in terror, but one man trips and falls. The entity closes in on him, but Jinfrey activates super repulsion, shielding the man from harm. The man escapes, while Jinfrey stays behind, standing firmly between the monster and the crowd. He analyzes the situation, concluding that this can't be a normal monster. Monsters don't spawn in the middle of cities. The entity suddenly forms a glowing sphere in its hand and hurls it toward Jinfrey, leaving him stunned. The technique used is crushing Jade Fist, a boxer's skill. The realization hits hard. This thing is using the same abilities as an adventurer. The entity then turns its attention to other people and begins attacking indiscriminately. Jinfrey gives chase, but quickly realizes he won't make it in time. Just as he's about to activate swift teleportation, a skeleton soldier appears in the path of the entity. They stare at each other for a moment before the entity strikes. However, the skeleton moves swiftly and slashes the creature with precision, rendering it motionless. Jinfrey is stunned by the scene unfolding before him. The skeleton stands proudly over the subdued enemy. Then, Nyx steps beside the undead soldier and instructs the citizens to follow his summoned troops to safety. A wave of relief washes over the crowd as they recognize Nyx from the 8 Guardians and quickly obey his commands. Jinfrey overhears someone mention the 8 Guardians and wonders if this man might be Mira's comrade. Nyx then notices Jinfrey and thanks him for saving the citizens. Jinfrey casually brushes it off and inquires about the entity, but a sudden call on Nyx's communication window interrupts their conversation. Wyatt, Maria, and Mira report sightings of the entity at multiple locations, while Jinfrey listens quietly from the side. From their exchange, he picks up on the fact that the mysterious beings are called Nobodies, and there are more than one. Once the call ends, Nyx turns back to Jinfrey, ready to continue their earlier conversation. Jinfrey is surprised that Nyx knows his name, but Nyx explains that Jinfrey is more famous than he thinks. He then asks if Jinfrey has any interest in joining the 8 Guardians. Jinfrey eyes him carefully and replies that he prefers to travel freely. Nyx mentions that he heard about Jinfrey from Mira and acknowledges that his aura is noticeably different from that of ordinary adventurers. He also takes note of Jinfrey's rare equipment. Extending a hand, he apologizes for the late introduction and formally presents himself as the vice chairman of the Adventurers Association. Jinfrey, impressed, realizes that Nyx is one of the Guardian's strongest members. As they shake hands, the previously defeated entity suddenly rises again and begins to roar. Jinfrey reacts instinctively, startled, but Nyx remains composed. He calmly confirms that the creature is just as powerful as the reports suggest. Nyx explains that these beings are different from monsters. They are called nobodies, enigmatic entities with unknown origins. What is clear, however, is that if left unchecked, they will evolve into a force capable of eradicating humanity. His summoned skeletons swiftly and effortlessly annihilate the nobody, leaving Jinfrey in awe. Nyx then advises Jinfrey to eliminate any nobody he encounters without hesitation. He believes Jinfrey has the strength to do so. Jinfrey agrees, now fully recognizing the immense power and authority of the vice chairman of the Adventurers Association. At point N1, Wyatt confronts the nobody. He blocks the entity's strike with his shield, though he admits the blow is quite heavy. Judging by the power behind it, the creature's level is definitely over 300. He activates his parry skill, which deflects the enemy's attacks. Confident, Wyatt asserts that the nobody can't defeat him with such a skill level. He then uses Shield Smash, a move that inflicts damage equal to the user's defense. The combined effect of both techniques is enough to bring the nobody down. With the threat neutralized, Wyatt decides to contact the vice president to report the outcome. At point W4, Maria stands calmly, a cigarette resting between her lips as the nobody approaches. She begins chanting incantations, more like insulting phrases directed at the creature, and then leaps into the air. A cross-shaped weapon manifests in her hands. Wearing an excited smile, she executes a powerful finishing strike to take down the nobody. Her skill, Crude Prayer, summons a random weapon based on the tone of the prayer. The more irreverent the prayer, the greater the stat boost. Her job is Sister, an advanced healer class. Jinfrey assesses the overall situation. In short, if the nobody threat isn't resolved, not just the 6th continent, but all intercontinental travel will remain on lockdown. He recalls that nobodies never existed in the game, though he vaguely remembers hearing a similar rumor once. While he never encountered such an entity in-game, if those old rumors referred to these creatures, then this situation could potentially lead him to acquire a hidden equipment he had never been able to obtain before. He hears the vice president commend the 8 guardians for their swift action and is impressed by how quickly they handled the crisis. However, Mira soon reports that her target managed to escape. The vice president is surprised, especially considering Mira is the strongest among the 3. He checks if she's injured, but Mira assures him she's fine and is currently tracking the fleeing nobody using her summoned spirits. The vice president decides to move to her location immediately and instructs the other guardians to regroup at point S5. Jinfrey expresses his desire to join the operation as well, pointing out that they urgently need intel on the nobodies. The inability to travel between continents is already becoming a serious issue. Nyx acknowledges that the full scale of the enemy is still unknown. If Jinfrey is willing to fight, his presence would be a great help. However, Nyx clarifies that all on-site decisions will be left to him, as the team remains responsible for Jinfrey's safety. Jinfrey accepts the condition and thanks Nyx for letting him participate. At point S5, Mira chases after the escaping nobody alongside her elementals. She criticizes it for running away and vows not to let it escape, but Maria suddenly intercepts the creature's path. She mocks Mira, saying that letting a weak enemy escape is simply disgraceful. Equipping a weapon, Maria comments that her skills must be getting rusty. Just then, Wyatt arrives at the scene as well. He tells Maria that unexpected developments can happen at any moment, and reminds her that the 8 guardians function as a team, meant to support one another. With the nobody now completely surrounded, the vice president finally arrives. Mira, noticing her reinforcements, is taken aback to see Jinfrey arriving alongside Nyx. She immediately demands the return of her shark mark, unaware that it has already been removed. Thankfully, Nyx redirects her focus, reminding her to prioritize eliminating the nobody. Mira turns her attention back to the enemy and reports that this particular nobody spoke. Nyx is shocked to hear this. Nobodies are supposed to be mindless creatures. At that moment, Jinfree's halo detects a large number of unidentified enemies nearby. He quickly alerts the others. The nobody standing before them grins as several more emerge from the shadows behind him, ready to feast on their food. Several nobodies leap out of nowhere, but Maria stands firm, gripping her weapon, while Mira unleashes Ifrit to scorch them all in a single sweeping attack. Maria reiterates her point that these entities are weak in comparison, but Mira can't forgive herself for allowing one to escape just because it spoke. Nyx assesses the situation, realizing that this doesn't seem like a unique skill. Some nobodies among them clearly possess the ability to speak. That revelation shifts the tone of the battle. Things are turning out far more serious than he initially anticipated. These creatures aren't just evolving, they are showing signs of intelligence. As everyone takes in this new information, Jinfree suddenly senses something unusual. He alerts the others, saying he feels a strong magical presence deeper within the forest. The others ask how he can tell, but Jinfree finds himself unsure of how to explain. Unexpectedly, Nyx steps in and clarifies that Jinfree likely received special training in mana detection back in his hometown. Since they can't afford to let the nobodies roam freely, Nyx instructs Jinfree to lead them to the source. Jinfree leads the group deeper into the forest, explaining that he's sensing a dense concentration of nobody's mana beyond a specific point. Nyx deduces that the portal ahead likely leads to a separate dimension. It must be a Sage-class skill. Mira confirms their suspicions by pointing out that this proves the nobodies are capable of stealing adventurer skills. Jinfree also remembers that these traits line up with the rumors he once heard in his past life. If that's true, then these entities are leveling up in the same way adventurers do. Nyx remarks that they can proceed with 4 members of the 8 Guardians and a highly promising rookie. Maria and Wyatt are taken aback when they realize that Jinfree is the rookie who's been mentioned in the news. They begin scrutinizing him closely. Jinfree feels as though he's being carefully manipulated by Nyx, who then instructs everyone to step forward into the portal. The group finds themselves inside a long hallway with a single door at the far end. Wyatt, acting as the tanker, takes the lead and tells the others to follow his lead. Maria instructs Jinfree to stay behind Wyatt while she covers the rear, an offer Jinfree readily accepts. Wyatt opens the door and steps into an empty room with Jinfree right behind him. Suddenly the door shuts behind them and a metal gate crashes down in front of it. A similar event occurs outside, splitting the team into 2 separate groups. Nyx checks in and asks if they're all right. Wyatt and Jinfree report their status and reassure him that everything is fine. Then, something creeps up behind them. The 2 turn around and spot a nobody materializing from thin air. Nyx keeps pressing for updates, so Wyatt informs him that they are now engaging in combat. Wyatt tells Jinfree to leave it to him and uses Shield Slash to obliterate the nobody in a single hit. Jinfree observes that the entity's mana level was around 150, making Wyatt's one-hit elimination quite impressive. Nyx hears the noise from outside and expresses concern, but Wyatt assures him they've dealt with the threat without issue. However, a new nobody appears. This one speaks, and Jinfree can immediately sense that it's on an entirely different level from the fodder they've fought before. Wyatt uses Shield Slash again, and Jinfree is just a second too late in warning him. The nobody lets out a sinister chuckle, extends its hand, and counters with Shield Break, slamming Wyatt into the wall. It introduces itself as Seabad, a level 285 entity with a variety of adventurer skills. Jinfree notes that it just used a swordsman's technique, proving that the creature truly has access to adventurer abilities. Though Jinfree was once skeptical, never having encountered anything like this in the game, he now has no doubts. Seabad chuckles darkly, remarking that they must be terrified. Wyatt gets back on his feet and tells Jinfree to stay behind. Seabad claims it will savor them properly, but is caught off guard when it sees Jinfree smiling and stepping forward. If the rumors from the game are true, then this is one of 4 named nobodies known as the Quattro, the 4 Heavenly Kings. According to those same rumors, defeating all 4 of them may lead to the acquisition of the legendary hidden equipment that Jinfree never managed to obtain in his past life. Jinfree knows he needs to focus on the present before getting carried away with thoughts of hidden gear, so he steps forward. Seabad equips a sword, saying it will slice him into easy-to-eat pieces since he is offering himself. Seabad rushes at Jinfree, but a shield appears, blocking its path. Jinfree, confused to see the barrier, realizes it is the sacrifice skill of the tanker. This skill takes damage in place of the targeted ally, but if the damage exceeds the user's HP, they die. Seabad gets furious at the interference, and Jinfrey grows anxious about the skill now in effect. However, Wyatt promises that as long as he stands here, as a member of the 8 Guardians, he will not let anything happen to Jinfrey. Seabad switches to a bow and tells Wyatt to stay out of its way, since it always eats the tastiest things first. It fires a flame arrow at Jinfrey, but Wyatt uses shield territory to block the attack, determined not to let the entity lay a finger on him. Enraged, Seabad shifts its focus to Wyatt and unleashes Critical Strike and Shield Breaker simultaneously. Wyatt blocks the combo, but Seabad quickly follows up with another flame arrow. Wyatt defends again, but realizes that Seabad is too accustomed to combat. Another flame arrow comes faster than expected. This skill should have a cooldown of several seconds. Caught off guard, Wyatt falls to his knees. Seabad praises his defense, noting he blocked it better than expected, as it suddenly splits into 2. Jinfrey observes that it's using a summoner's clone skill, and now both copies fire flame arrows at Wyatt, shocking him further. He realizes he can't possibly defend against both simultaneously. Just as the arrows strike, Jinfrey uses Black Hole to absorb the attack. Wyatt watches in awe and thanks Jinfrey for saving his life. Jinfrey urges him to dispel the sacrifice skill, but Wyatt refuses. He understands that Jinfrey is incredibly capable. Otherwise, the Vice President wouldn't have allowed him to join the mission. For that reason, Jinfrey is now part of their team, and Wyatt, as their shield, will protect him with his life. Jinfrey notes that even during cooldowns, Seabad doesn't leave any openings. Even with a shield, staying on the defensive will wear them down eventually. Seabad declares that it is bored and hungry now, deciding to wrap things up by splitting again, this time becoming 3. Wyatt is stunned. The clone summon skill should only produce 1 copy. Jinfrey quickly realizes that even clones can summon more clones, making Seabad's numbers potentially unlimited. Wyatt and Jinfrey now face 5 Seabads, each preparing to fire a flame arrow. Outside the room, Mira uses Ifrit's skill against the door, but it leaves no mark. Even Nyx's undead soldiers are unable to break through, so he can only hope the 2 inside are still alive. Inside, Jinfrey urges Wyatt to stay awake as he lies severely injured. Wyatt weakly calls his name, saying he's glad Jinfrey is safe. Jinfrey tells him to stop talking, worried that he's already pushed his body too far. But Wyatt smiles and says it is his pride, as the shield of the 8 Guardians. Jinfrey glances to the side, watching the multiple Seabads gathering, and mutters a curse. He has already used his swift teleportation, and even his bracelet may not block everything. Blood begins to drip down from his head before suddenly spurting from several wounds across his body. Wyatt watches in horror as both realize it's the delayed effect of the last attack, likely the sacrifice skill going over capacity. Wyatt apologizes for failing to protect him and leaving him alone in such a dire situation. Jinfrey remains silent as his HP hits critical status. Finally, he asks Wyatt to do something for him. Wyatt, more than willing, agrees without hesitation, and Jinfrey thanks him. Seabad, now impatient, asks if the 2 are finished with their tearful farewell. The cooldown is over, and all the clones fire flame arrows again. Blood splatters, but it belongs to one of the clones. Seabad is stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. Jinfrey stands tall, telling everyone to prepare themselves. In his hands, he holds the centipede, its durability now near its maximum level. The air in the room feels heavy as Jinfrey stands resolutely, centipede firmly in his grasp. Seabad rushes toward him to attack, but Jinfrey beats them to it, closing the distance in an instant and slashing the head off one of them. The 3 remaining Seabad watch him cautiously as Jinfrey warns them to be ready, for there will be no next time. Without hesitation, he activates the liquefaction skill of Centipede and obliterates the remaining enemies in a single, fluid motion. As a reward for defeating Seabad, Jinfrey receives Black 4-Leaf number 1, yet he doesn't pause to celebrate. Instead, he turns toward Wyatt with a quiet determination. He remembers asking Wyatt if there was a weapon he wanted to restore. Wyatt had been surprised, but quickly understood that Jinfrey was referring to Weapon Soul Transfer, a rare and sacred skill that an adventurer can use only once in a lifetime. Wyatt saw the hope in Jinfrey's eyes and entrusted him with the soul of his weapon. When an adventurer's life comes to an end, their weapon typically returns to the heavens with them. However, if someone willing to carry their will exists, the weapon's soul, or at least its durability, can be passed on through inheritance. Jinfrey promises to carry Wyatt's will forward through Centipede, forever bearing the weight of that legacy. The door to the room finally opens, and the members of the 8 Guardians enter. But what they find inside stops them in their tracks. Nyx stands frozen, stunned by the sight, while Maria rushes toward Wyatt in terror and immediately begins casting healing magic. Nyx calls out to Jinfrey, asking what happened, and Jinfrey can only say that Wyatt protected him. Nyx doesn't press for more. The scene itself tells the entire story. Maria continues pouring healing spells over Wyatt, desperately trying to revive him. Mira gently steps closer to tell her the painful truth. Wyatt is already gone. Nyx approaches as well, solemnly stating that Wyatt was the pride of the 8 Guardians and can now rest in peace. With heavy hearts and renewed resolve, Mira, Maria, Jinfrey, and Nyx move forward, determined to avenge their fallen comrade. They come across another door, and this time, Nyx chooses to go in first. As they all enter, the door remains open, but the room is filled with nobodies, making the confrontation unavoidable. Nyx instructs everyone to get behind him, ready to take on the threat himself. However, Maria and Mira, seething with anger, are unwilling to pass up the opportunity to blow off some steam. Nyx understands they all share the same fire within, so he allows them to join the fray as he summons his army of the undead. The undead engage the enemy, methodically dismantling their ranks, while Maria and Mira step forward to handle the remaining foes. Yet Nyx remains unsatisfied. He feels they must completely eradicate this threat. Noticing that Jinfrey is unusually quiet, he turns and asks if he's all right. Jinfrey admits that he's not, as he's come to the sudden realization that he must trust his team. Nyx asks if he's thinking about Wyatt, which makes Jinfrey feel even more burdened by guilt. Losing such a valued member of the 8 Guardians feels like a consequence of his actions, but Nyx challenges that thought by asking if Wyatt left him with any words of resentment. Jinfrey recalls that he only smiled. Nyx explains that this is exactly who Wyatt was, someone who acknowledged Jinfrey as a part of the team and protected him until the very end. Therefore, the best way to honor him is to carry his will forward. Cheers from the far side of the room signal that the enemies have been cleared, so the group moves on. Ahead of them, the path splits in 2. The team finds themselves at a crossroads, conflicted about how to proceed. Staying together as a group of 4 seems safest, but Nyx points out that if they fall into a trap, they could all be wiped out at once. With powerful enemies potentially lying in wait, it's a difficult choice. Ultimately, Nyx decides that they must split into 2 pairs. Though this may reduce their combat strength, it lessens the risk of a complete wipeout by a single strategy or ambush. Maria quickly volunteers to pair up with Jinfrey, joking that she can't speak freely if partnered with either the Vice President or Mira. As they follow their chosen path, the 2 encounter a massive nobody, none other than the second Quattro, Bubeka. Meanwhile, Nyx and Mira find themselves facing the 3rd Quattro, Abadek. With all 4 adventurers burning with the resolve to take revenge, the battle begins. Jinfrey and Maria stand in front of Bubeka, and Jinfrey quickly notices that this one has a significantly higher level, likely even stronger than the 5th demon god. He considers that they should observe its movements first, but Maria unexpectedly charges forward without warning, leaving him completely stunned. She begins her crude prayers and activates her skill, Order, which allows her to equip a weapon to strike the 2nd Quattro. Her Order skill changes the weapon's appearance based on the user's prayer. Jinfrey is rendered speechless by what she calls a prayer and begins to think that Maria might not be the right person for her role. Or perhaps she simply moves with an impressive boldness. It looks chaotic, almost like she's just swinging wildly, but her attacks are surprisingly precise, as expected from a member of the 8 Guardians. However, when Maria finally glances at her weapon and realizes she summoned the wrong one, Jinfrey concludes that she really does just start swinging without paying proper attention. Bubeka recovers and rises to his feet, referring to them as food. Maria quickly understands that this nobody is thick-skinned for a reason, or perhaps his defense was already raised before her hammer struck him. Despite his appearance, she now realizes that these nobodies are truly strong. It becomes clear to her how Wyatt may have lost to one of them. Determined, she starts praying once again to summon another weapon, but as she swings it, she nearly slices through Jinfrey in the process. She offers a brief apology, but then scolds him to snap out of it. Though bewildered by her reckless antics, Jinfrey decides to support her and equips Centipede. As soon as Maria sees him, she asks him, quite literally, to lend her his back. Without hesitation, she uses his back as a step and launches herself high into the air to strike from above. However, Bubeka is agile enough to dodge the assault, rendering Jinfrey's painful sacrifice rather pointless. He can't help but think that Maria is a maniac, and wonders how Wyatt ever managed to shield her during battle. But then, Jinfrey senses a deep rage and anguish emanating from her. He pays closer attention, and his halo confirms it. This is not madness, but purpose. Nyx had said that the best tribute is to carry Wyatt's will, and this is Maria's way of doing exactly that. Maria reminds him that he is a backliner and urges him to fulfill his role. Jinfrey finally comes to his senses, realizing that since the enemy's abilities are still unknown, having both of them fight on the front lines without a strategy is dangerous. He resolves to hold back from jumping in blindly and focuses on providing support from the rear. Maria prays again and leaps high, aiming to deliver a powerful blow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mira uses Kiran's Thunder Roar skill to electrocute the third Quattro, Abadek. The aged nobody rises to his feet, calmly stating that the shock actually felt good, as his body now feels lighter. Nyx gives a subtle signal to Mira, which she understands instantly. She fuses Undine and Kiran to create Aqua Bolt. This attack proves more effective, as Abadek admits it is much stronger than the previous strike. On top of that, the undead soldiers manage to grab both his arms, restraining him from either side. Nyx observes that no matter how durable Abadek's body is, there's little he can do if he's immobilized while continuously taking damage. Abadek questions if humans have lost respect for their elders. Nyx responds that while they do respect elders, if the elder is a monster that harms people, then they deserve a special kind of treatment. With that, Nyx summons Bloody Lance to deliver the finishing blow. The Bloody Lance pierces Abadek once, creating a gaping hole in the middle of his chest. Nyx remarks that Abadek's death won't bring back the lives they've already lost, but at the very least, it might serve as a small act of atonement. With the battle seemingly over, Mira grows concerned about Maria's situation, and they decide to move ahead. However, just as they begin to advance, they suddenly freeze and turn around. Abadek has vanished. He reappears above their heads and, in one swift motion, severs Nyx's arm completely. Laughing maniacally, Abadek declares that both his targets possess such interesting and delicious abilities. Mira quickly analyzes that Abadek has used Thief's Covert along with a fighter's immortal soul. After a moment of thought, Nyx realizes the shocking truth. These nobodies can not only steal the skills of others, but they can also use multiple skills at the same time. Realizing the danger, he warns Mira not to let her guard down for even a second. Abadek, now fully engaged, prepares to show them what he's truly capable of, but both Mira and Nyx stand firm, resolute in their mission to defeat him here and now. The attack lands squarely on Bubeka's face, but both Jinfrey and Maria are shocked to discover that it caused no damage. Bubeka reveals that he blocked it as he slowly gets back on his feet. He had used the magician's skill blessing, knowing he couldn't evade the attack. Maria feels annoyed by the cheap defense and demands that he fight for real as she resumes her assault with renewed aggression. Bubeka mocks her for being cocky, to which she responds, without hesitation, that a fatso has no business calling her that. She throws him off balance with a powerful flurry of strikes. Without breaking pace, she equips Anti-Axe and informs Jinfrey that she's going to finish this with her next move, though she'll need a little time to prepare. Jinfrey steps forward, driven by the same fire of revenge for Wyatt burning within him. He silently vows to ensure that this final strike succeeds. However, something about the situation feels off. While Bubeka clearly has a high level of mana shielding his defense, it seems like he's hiding something. As if confirming his suspicions, Bubeka rises again and declares that he will no longer hold back. Jinfrey braces himself as the nobody forms an aqua cannon and hurls it toward him. But to Bubeka's surprise, Jinfrey absorbs the attack effortlessly using Black Hole. Jinfrey remarks that this must have been the secret Bubeka was hiding, but in the end, it turned out to be worthless. Bubeka, seemingly fascinated, expresses an interest in the absorbing skill, asking for it as if he were begging for candy. But Jinfrey refuses to give him anything, except a brutal strike from Centipede, which completely severs Bubeka's arm. Bubeka grumbles that his food has become annoying and heals himself using a healer's heal. At that moment, Maria steps forward, her preparations now complete. She begins her crude prayers once more and charges at Bubeka with her weapon in hand. Sensing danger, Bubeka realizes that his buffs won't be enough to protect him this time and attempts to flee. But to his horror, he finds that his body won't move. Jinfrey calmly tells him to stay still like always, instead of trying to run. He is holding Bubeka in place using both bracelets simultaneously, anchoring the enemy in position. Maria leaps high into the air and slices Bubeka cleanly into 2 thick slabs of meat. For good measure, she throws a final insult at the dismembered nobody. With the enemy defeated, Maria receives Black Clover number 2. However, not finding it worth treasuring, she casually tosses it aside. Jinfrey quickly catches the equipment card mid-air, visibly relieved that he's now halfway through the set. Maria eyes him and begins analyzing what just happened. She realizes that Jinfrey must have used some kind of skill to lock Bubeka in place just before her final blow. With the battle concluded, the two decide to regroup with Nyx and Mira. As they move forward, they reach a dead end. Jinfrey quickly realizes that Maria doesn't actually know the way. He suggests heading back to the point where they originally split up, but Maria has no idea where that is and asks Jinfrey to take the lead, as he's supposed to. Suddenly, a strange pressure washes over them. The sensation makes their bodies glitch slightly, just enough for them to realize that they've been teleported. They quickly scan their surroundings and are horrified to find both Mira and Nyx lying limply on the ground. Jinfrey rushes toward Mira and immediately checks her condition, though she can barely speak. Amidst the shock, Jinfrey hears a familiar voice, Abadek's, declaring that he brought them here to help their weakling friends. The realization hits hard. The teleportation was orchestrated by Abadek himself. This means he not only knew their exact location, but also controls the entire dungeon space down to the finest detail. Maria darts toward Nyx and assures him that she'll fix him up in no time. But before she can do anything, a beam-like attack pierces clean through her body. The others are utterly shocked as blood erupts from Maria's wound, her body trembling from the impact. Maria collapses in a pool of her own blood after the sudden attack, while the others call out her name in alarm and worry. Abadek steps forward, remarking that Maria won't be able to start healing her friends, as he points another light shot directly at her. Nyx urges Maria to stay conscious and focus on healing herself, but as she moves her hands, she is shocked to find that she can no longer activate any of her skills. Looking up, she sees Abadek holding her weapon in his hands. Jinfrey immediately recalls that the axe is actually one of Maria's skills, and questions how it was stolen while Maria is still alive. Abadek smugly swings the stolen weapon, clearly boasting about his feat, while Maria, struggling to stay upright, demands he return her axe. As more blood escapes her lips, Jinfrey decides to prioritize treating her wounds before trying to solve the mystery of the stolen skill. However, Abadek warns him not to be so hasty. He reveals that all of the skills he has stolen might return to their original owners if he is defeated. Jinfrey curses the old man inwardly. Without understanding the mechanism behind the skill theft, moving recklessly would be dangerous, yet there's no better option than trusting Abadek's words for now. Jinfrey charges forward but is immediately halted as his body refuses to respond. It's the effect of a skill Abadek is currently using, Emperor's Aura. This ability intimidates and immobilizes targets within a 10-meter radius for a limited time, although it can only be used once per individual. Nyx rises, resolute that he won't let Maria meet the same fate as Wyatt. He launches a swift attack using Shadow Edge, but Abadek sidesteps and advises him not to get so worked up, once again mocking him to respect his elders. Mira responds with disdain, stating that a dangerous old man like him should simply disappear. She attacks using Burst Trio, unleashing a flurry of elemental power. Abadek notes that the attack looks rather dangerous and quickly erects 5 iron walls to block it. Mira is taken aback. Shielding himself multiple times in rapid succession is no small feat. While the skill itself isn't particularly strong, the speed and efficiency with which Abadek activates it is what makes it so formidable. Abadek smirks, commenting that it's nice being young if she can channel that much power despite her condition. Nyx, undeterred, summons an undead soldier wielding a longsword. At the same time, Mira commands Ifrit, Undine, and Kirin to lend their energy to form Elemental Gosper, a skill that imbues attacks with multi-elemental force. As the finishing strike nears, Nyx declares that respecting a malicious elder like Abadek would only harm society. The combined attack crashes down on the enemy in a massive explosion, smoke blanketing the entire area. Mira steps next to Nyx and asks if the attack succeeded. Nyx, uncertain, tells her to stay alert. From within the smoke, a powerful projectile suddenly tears through the air. It's Shadow Edge, Nyx's own skill, now being used by Abadek. Both are stunned by the sight. Jinfrey, still immobilized, watches intently, trying to unravel the logic behind Abadek's ability to steal and replicate skills. Though he cannot move, he manages to warn Mira and Nyx to dodge. Abadek appears right behind them, ready to strike, but Mira calls upon Ifrit just in time, managing to block the incoming blow before launching a counterattack. Abadek acknowledges that the counter was well-timed, but he casually heals his damaged eye using one of Maria's own healing skills. Now turning his attention toward Mira, he declares his intent to devour her skill next. Nyx yells at her to get away, but suddenly the axe moves on its own, seemingly without her control. Both Mira and Nyx feel their bodies being pulled just before the axe reaches them. They dodge successfully. It turns out that Jinfrey, now partially recovered, has used supergravity to drag them toward his position, saving them from a deadly blow. Abadek notices that Jinfrey can now move and becomes curious about the extent of his skill. Nyx thanks Jinfrey, but he asks them to leave it to him from this point forward. He begins to explain that Abadek's condition for stealing skills seems to involve two steps: witnessing the skill in action and acquiring blood from the skill's owner. Nyx reflects on this and finds it to be consistent with what they've observed so far. Abadek possesses a clear vision of the entire dungeon, making it easy for him to monitor everything. All he needs is the blood of his target to complete the theft. This explains why Mira, who sustained minimal external injuries, hasn't had any of her skills stolen yet. In conclusion, the more they fight, the stronger Abadek becomes. However, Jinfrey believes that this dire situation might actually be an opportunity, if his hunch is correct. Nyx understands that they are cornered and struggling, but seeing Jinfrey's composed mind and unknown power gives him hope. It pains Nyx, as one of the 8 guardians, to say it, but he entrusts the responsibility of handling Abadek to Jinfrey. Abadek can see that Jinfrey is the one stepping forward to fight now. He recalls the skill Jinfrey used against Seabad, believing he won't have to deal with it this time since he already used Emperor's aura. Still, Abadek realizes that Jinfrey is more capable than expected and wants to devour his skills quickly. Jinfrey seeks confirmation on whether the stolen skills will return to their owners if Abadek dies. Abadek explains that as long as the targets are alive, the skills he possesses are merely borrowed, so in theory, they should return. However, he admits he has never been defeated, so there is no way to prove it. Jinfrey analyzes the situation. 2 members of Quattro are still alive, and Maria is in critical condition. He knows he needs to end this quickly. Abadek closes the distance and asks if Jinfrey is scared now, but Jinfrey curses under his breath and uses Black Hole to repel him. Abadek stabilizes himself mid-air and lands unscathed. He finds the repelling skill annoying, but all the more appetizing now that it looks even more delicious to steal. Suddenly, the pressure shifts. Jinfrey has activated his gravity skill again. He closes his fist to lock Abadek in place and equips Centipede to slash him, but Abadek grins and steps back, claiming the attack resonated through his bones. Jinfrey, however, knows his blow didn't land properly and realizes he must take greater risks. Maria's life hangs in the balance. There's no turning back. This is all or nothing. Jinfrey unequips Centipede and poses a rhetorical question to Abadek, asking whether there's any chance he might repent for stealing from others. Abadek, clearly disturbed by the question, responds with sadistic glee. He relishes the despair of his victims as they die by their own stolen skills. He sees their weakness as the reason they lost everything and laughs at their suffering. With his doubts erased, Jinfrey understands there's no need to hold back. He uses Memorial's necklace to switch to the Great Swordsman class. Nyx and Mira are taken aback, while Abadek calls it an odd move. Jinfrey declares that the one dancing to this peculiar play will be none other than Abadek himself. Mid-sentence, the old man appears behind Jinfrey and strikes, mocking the weakness in both his words and attacks. A streak of blood flies through the air, but it's only a shallow cut on Jinfrey's cheek. Abadek grins, thinking he's obtained Jinfrey's skills, only to be shocked when nothing happens. His attempt failed. Jinfrey's suspicions are now confirmed. Abadek can only steal job-based skills, and skills granted by hidden equipment are excluded from his ability. Wasting no time, Jinfrey re-equips Centipede as a great swordsman and unlocks 2 of its special skills, resulting in the appearance of 2 Centipede swords. Nyx and Mira observe from the sidelines, surprised that he's dual-wielding the same weapon. Abadek continues to boast, until he suddenly falters. He realizes he's been poisoned. This is Centipede's special skill, Venomous Fang's Space. Any target within this space is immobilized by Centipede's venom, and no skills can be used while inside. However, there's a cost. Jinfrey's HP is set to 1. Even a single scratch would be fatal now, but he's taking the risk to seal Abadek's skills completely. Without hesitation, Jinfrey launches forward using Centipede's second special skill, 2 Heavens, 1 Style, which turns him into a dual wielder with triple the damage output for 10 seconds. The attack proves fatal. Abadek finally dies. As a reward, Jinfrey receives the 3rd Black Clover. He immediately turns to Maria and sees that her skills have returned. She is now healing herself. The relief in her expression warms him, reminding him of their time together as a team. Maria gets back on her feet and eagerly offers to heal the others. Nyx, though in worse shape, insists that Mira be healed first. While watching their warm interaction, Jinfrey catches something in the corner of his eye. Nyx, though curious and full of questions, sets them aside for now and thanks Jinfrey for saving them all. Jinfrey, feeling slightly awkward, responds that he only did what had to be done, but the battle isn't over yet. Jinfrey senses a chilling aura, one even stronger than that of the old geezer. From within the dungeon, the last member of Quattro steps forward. He acknowledges that the other 3 are gone for good, but says he got bored waiting. His name is Air, and he is level 400. A kid steps out of the dark chamber, but Nyx warns them not to let their guard down. However, the 4th Quattro suddenly appears right in front of Jinfrey, without any of them realizing it, declaring his intention to play with Jinfrey since he is the strongest. Jinfrey is startled to hear this, while Nyx is shocked that he couldn't even react in time. Air expresses his enjoyment in playing with strong individuals because if he plays with weaklings like Jinfrey's friends, they break too quickly, making it boring for him. Maria snaps at being called weak and scolds the kid, but Air finds her nosy and dismisses her, saying he is currently talking to Jinfrey and they shouldn't interrupt. The other 3 suddenly find themselves trapped inside a barrier, specifically the Barrier of Fear, which confines its targets and induces a fear effect that gradually drains their HP. Jinfrey realizes the situation is dire and that he must act quickly before their HP hits 0. Air calls weaklings boring for how easily they fall for attacks and tells Jinfrey to stop worrying about them and focus on playing with him. In response, Jinfrey uses Centipede to attack, determined not to entertain the child's whims. Air dodges the strikes and praises Jinfrey for being fast and the strongest of the group. Air continues to declare that he wants Jinfrey to play with him forever, revealing that he's been searching for a friend who can keep up. He claims Seabad is a hysterical auntie, Bubeka is fat and lazy, and Abadek is simply old. All of them are weaker than him, making his time with them dull. Thus, he wants Jinfrey to live and play with him for eternity. Jinfrey refuses, but Air retorts that it's not his choice. He'll keep playing with Jinfrey until his limbs fall apart, and if he's broken, he'll simply eat him afterward. Jinfrey counters with a threat of his own, promising to whoop him and drag his remains across the neighborhood. Air finds this amusing and decides it's his turn to strike, unleashing a barrage of thunder toward Jinfrey. Jinfrey begins dodging the thunder attack as Air gleefully warns that he'll be disintegrated if hit. As annoying as Air is, he is undeniably powerful. Worse still, Jinfrey had not been healed by Maria before the fight, meaning his HP remains at 1. One wrong move, and he'll be knocking on Heaven's Gate. Air is intrigued to see Jinfrey using the black hole skill and eagerly wants to witness more of it. Meanwhile, Maria curses herself for not healing Jinfrey first. She wants to escape, but Nyx reminds her that the barrier of fear can't be cancelled from the inside. It can only be broken by defeating the shaman, or if the shaman cancels it voluntarily. Jinfrey continues evading thunder, but Air catches up and asks if he can absorb the twin blades. Jinfrey counters the incoming attack with Centipede, fully aware that things are spiraling out of control. Air is attacking relentlessly while still maintaining the barrier of fear, and his blows are nothing short of devastating. Finding that weapons can't be absorbed, Air switches tactics and fires quartlet fire bullets. Jinfrey believes he might be able to endure this much, but Air doubles the assault by using a summoning mirror. The fiery projectiles rain down, yet Jinfrey counters them using Divide, revealing that he has activated White Hole. Air is excited by the twist, admitting he expected Jinfrey to absorb the attack, not unleash the thunder he had absorbed earlier. Now jittery with excitement, Air attacks with Attribute Endowment of Wind. Jinfrey absorbs it into the black hole, though he notes that his ring's current skills lack the destructive power he needs. With only 1 HP left, changing jobs would reset his skills to level 1, reducing their effectiveness. Idaten's leg is on cooldown, offering only free walking. Halo's Phantom Playground is unusable due to the level disparity. Air comes at him with Light and Shadow Fist, which Jinfrey also absorbs. Simultaneously, he begins to formulate a solution. As he falls back, Air assumes he's reached his limit and urges him to continue entertaining him, since he was once called strong, but Jinfrey claims he's done. Air asks if he's giving up already and calls him a mood breaker. Jinfrey replies that it is indeed disappointing to see Air's strength peak so early, and he feels like a fool for taking him seriously. Air is stunned that Jinfrey would call him weak while being battered all over the battlefield. Enraged, Air insists that he is strong. Jinfrey accuses him of being immature for not knowing what true strength entails. A truly powerful individual can wield 6 attributes or more. So far, Air has used lightning, fire, wind, light, and dark, 1 element short. Air perks up upon hearing that Jinfrey isn't quitting and fires Aqua Burst to prove him wrong. Jinfrey smirks and fully absorbs the water attack. Air is stunned by this, recalling that a weaker attack had previously overwhelmed Jinfrey's absorption. Jinfrey reveals that it was all a feint. He deliberately made it seem like he couldn't absorb it, tricking Air into launching a weak water-based strike. With all 6 attributes now absorbed, Jinfrey finally unlocks Skill 3 of both his bracelets. Jinfrey stands proudly with his newly unlocked skill, while Mira and the others watch from within the barrier. He acknowledges that Air is certainly strong, but ultimately still a kid, one who is wet behind the ears. If Air had used the people trapped inside the barrier as genuine hostages, he might have actually won. Air, however, snaps at the implication of being looked down upon. He insists that he doesn't need such boring tactics to win and claims that he kept the hostages alive only so they could witness their game. Although Air says it's not over yet, Jinfrey counters with confidence, stating that for Air, it is already over. Enraged, Air charges at him with dual swords, but Jinfrey calmly activates his macrocosm skill, instantly engulfing the kid in a void of darkness. Air flails around in shock, trying to make sense of the situation, while Jinfrey watches silently from the outside. The condition to unlock macrocosm is to absorb 6 or more elemental attributes within a limited window of time. Its cooldown is 30 days, clear proof of how absurdly overpowered this skill is. Inside the void, Air finds himself unable to use any of his skills. Jinfrey explains that macrocosm is a completely unfair ability designed to consume all matter within its reach. Almost on cue, the darkness closes in on Air, isolating him. He begins to panic as the realization dawns. He is now all alone, and there's no one left to play with. As the void continues to collapse, Jinfrey tells him to enjoy playing in that isolated dimension by himself. With the defeat of the 4th Quattro, Jinfrey receives the Black Clover, marked with number 4. The barrier of fear surrounding the others dissolves, setting them free at last. Maria asks if Air has truly been defeated. Jinfrey responds that Air is likely now trapped in some random fold of space, somewhere they will never encounter him again. Maria rushes to Jinfrey's side, immediately pulling him close so she can heal him without delay. Nyx expresses his gratitude, thankful that Jinfrey saved them yet again, but Jinfrey humbly points out that they also helped him a lot throughout the ordeal. Maria moves next to Nyx to heal him, and Mira remarks that it's time for them to head back since there's nothing worthwhile left in the dungeon. Jinfrey agrees, noting that air was the last of the Quattro and that he isn't detecting any other enemy signals nearby. It appears that when the boss was defeated, the nobodies who served under him fled in chaos. Suddenly, Mira calls out an alarm, informing them that the door they came through has vanished. The others quickly look around and confirm that she is right. Jinfrey suspects that this must be one last trick from Air, who wanted to play with them forever. If the dungeon had been created using the job skill of a sage, they should be able to leave by now. Just then, an idea sparks in Jinfrey's mind. Without hesitation, he opens his inventory. Maria asks what he's doing, and Jinfrey tells them he might have a way to get them out, but he can't guarantee it will work. He lines up the 4 black clovers from his inventory and then uses Jackal's soul along with them. Switching his job to alchemist, Jinfrey activates the transmute skill. In a flash of light and energy, a new piece of hidden equipment is created, the Grim Reaper. Naturally, Mira is the most astonished of all, being a self-proclaimed gear otaku. However, to everyone's astonishment, the skull embedded in the weapon suddenly bursts into hysterical laughter, claiming that it can finally smell fresh air after what feels like aeons. Everyone is left dumbfounded. Mira assumes it's just a weapon with built-in gimmicks, while Maria, annoyed by the noise, asks Jinfrey to turn the volume down. The skeleton indignantly snaps back, declaring that it is no toy. Eventually, the weapon turns its attention to Jinfrey and brightens up upon discovering a new master. Grim Reaper is a rare hidden equipment with the ability to speak. It immediately starts chatting, asking the girls who they're dating and teasing Nyx about his torn sleeve, wondering if it's some sort of fashion statement. It's said that while this weapon's performance is no joke, it's also infamously noisy and over-the-top in personality. As the air shifts, a path opens up, forming a gate for Jinfrey and the others, allowing them to finally step back outside. The skeleton continues boasting, claiming it can slice through anything the wielder imagines. However, it comically admits that it cannot tear apart a couple's relationship, as it is a self-proclaimed gentleman. Jinfrey appreciates the weapon's stats and skills, but his ears begin to suffer from the constant chatter. Someone seems to be watching them from a distance, but when Jinfrey glances in that direction, there's nothing there. Nyx once again thanks Jinfrey and mentions their plan to return to the Adventurers Association, as there's a significant amount to report. Since Jinfrey played such a critical role in recent events, Nyx invites him to accompany them to the association for a while. Jinfrey is taken aback by the offer, but Nyx assures him that he has become a person of interest to the organization. Jinfrey recalls Nyx earlier mentioning that he had several questions to ask. He's well aware that if the vice president is the one questioning him, the topic will certainly be about the hidden equipment. Jinfrey worries that if he goes with them, he might be detained, interrogated, and possibly have his rare gear confiscated. He quietly plots to make a run for it. However, Nyx then adds that the chairman also wants to speak with him. That surprises Jinfrey, who quickly confirms whether he means the chairman of the Adventurers Association itself. Nyx explains that the association is treating the Nobody incident with utmost seriousness, although they won't force him to tag along. Jinfrey thinks it over and responds with a faint smile. Far away, on the 8th continent, a subordinate reports to a group of 4 shadowy figures that the 4 Quattro have been annihilated by the humans during a surprise attack, and, more shockingly, that a human wielding divine gears was among them. The 4 figures are stunned. They had not heard mention of divine gears in over 1,000 years, and they recognize such tools as direct threats to their cause. Nonetheless, they remain resolute in fulfilling the wishes of their lord, Abyss, vowing to bring death upon all who dare to obstruct their path. Back at the Adventurers Association, Nyx and the others stand before the chairman, Zingsman Joe. He commends their efforts in defeating the Nobodies. He also brings up Wyatt, expressing regret at the loss of a capable individual both in terms of personal value and to the association. Turning to Jinfrey, he offers his heartfelt thanks. Jinfrey notes that Chairman Zingsman Joe has an aura vastly different from that of an ordinary man. The chairman introduces himself and explains that he summoned Jinfrey for a particular reason. While Jinfrey has become their person of interest, the chairman emphasizes that the matter with the Nobodies is not over yet. A subordinate opens up a display screen, revealing shocking footage. Monsters running loose within the city. Jinfrey and the others are taken aback. Even Jinfrey finds it unbelievable, as cities, no matter which continent they are on, are always fortified with defensive walls designed to keep monsters out. He begins to wonder if this new threat is somehow connected to the recent emergence of the Nobodies. Jinfrey wonders whether the monsters appearing in the city are also being influenced by the presence of the nobodies. The chairman explains that after the defeat of the nobodies, reports emerged of a massive surge in monster appearances within the city on the 6th continent. Following confirmation, the association dispatched the remaining members of the 8 Guardians, along with the Special Extermination Forces, to the 6th continent's cities. Fortunately, they have managed to evacuate the civilians and adventurers, at least for the time being. Nyx immediately suggests they move out and regroup with the forces stationed on the 6th continent. The chairman appreciates his quick perception and asks if they're in the condition to take on another mission. Nyx assures him that their condition is excellent, thanks to Maria's healing prowess. Although the chairman feels a twinge of guilt for sending them out again right after their recent mission, the current circumstances are too dire to delay. The situation has become so severe that it is difficult to secure reliable personnel, so he requests that they proceed to the site without hesitation. Maria comments that while a large number of monsters have appeared, it seems the nobodies have not shown themselves yet. When the chairman confirms her observation, Maria continues, saying that things are still manageable for now. However, if nobodies on the same level as the one they faced in the dungeon were to appear, the outcome would be drastically more grim. Despite the temporary absence of nobodies, the chairman warns that it is too early to lower their guard. Just because there are no reports of them yet doesn't mean they won't show up. Jinfrey recalls Nyx saying that the nobodies are intelligent beings. Nyx, still processing the situation, inquires about the status of the other members of the 8 Guardians already deployed. The chairman replies that according to the Extermination Force's reports, Luluka managed to defeat a dungeon boss from a C-rank dungeon, causing all the monsters in that city, monsters linked to that dungeon, to vanish completely. Maria hypothesizes that defeating all dungeon bosses scattered throughout the 6th continent might eliminate all monsters in the cities. The chairman agrees that this is currently their working theory. However, the real question lies in understanding how the monsters managed to breach the city's defensive walls. Until they can answer that, they risk being caught in an endless loop, where monsters reappear every time the dungeon bosses respawn. Nyx follows up, noting that while the link between this incident and the Nobody's emergence remains unclear, they have no option but to eliminate the monsters currently infesting the cities. The chairman confirms that this is their present goal. Luluka is now clearing the nearby A-rank dungeon, Leon is en route to a D-rank dungeon, Gigant is heading toward a B-rank dungeon, and Ryu is already tackling an E-rank one. That leaves the F-rank and S-rank dungeons unassigned, so Nyx decides they will head to one of those. Meanwhile, Jinfrey notices that the chairman hasn't brought up anything about the hidden equipment and wonders if Nyx has intentionally left it unreported. Just as he feels a sense of relief, the chairman calls his name and says he wants to have a word with him. The chairman acknowledges Jinfrey's help in exterminating the nobodies, but quickly adds that this is a separate matter. Maria and Mira seem to understand what's coming next as the old man straightens himself and releases his aura. He apologizes, saying that he can't trust someone's strength based solely on words unless he confirms it with his own eyes. Internally, Jinfrey admits that the chairman is the strongest person he has encountered so far, even stronger than Air. Even if he uses all of his hidden equipment, he estimates only a 50% chance of winning. Just as Jinfrey begins to smirk, the chairman halts. Nyx steps between them, pointing out that there isn't time for any of this. The chairman laughs and gives Jinfrey a friendly pat, saying it's just an old habit of his. He then requests that Jinfrey lend them his strength once again. He acknowledges Jinfrey's remarkable talent and power, strong enough to defeat monsters even Nyx and his team could not. The chairman makes it clear he doesn't want to let such potential slip away. However, Jinfrey states that he has no obligation to cater to the association's needs. Still, since he owes Nyx a favor, he agrees to cooperate this time. Nyx reminds him to choose his words carefully, but Jinfrey continues confidently, claiming that he can rack up a higher monster count than even the 8 Guardians. To prove it, he announces that he will take on the most difficult challenge, the S-rank dungeon. The two men lock eyes, smiles playing on their lips, but the atmosphere between them turns heavy. Eventually, the chairman agrees to Jinfrey's terms. Wasting no time, Jinfrey exits the association building through the window. He knows the nobodies could reappear at any moment, so for now, it's time to focus on obtaining the next hidden equipment. Jinfrey and Mira enter the S-rank dungeon of the 6th continent, where Mira unleashes Ifrit to burn the swarming monsters to a crisp. However, the sheer number of enemies is beginning to wear her down. Exhausted, she glances over and sees Jinfrey cutting down monsters with centipede driven by visible enthusiasm. She notes that he's working hard and wonders if it's because of the conditions he laid out to the chairman. Jinfrey clarifies that those conditions were more like a safety net. Mira suspects that he's scheming again, but Jinfrey dismisses the thought, insisting she shouldn't make him sound like a criminal. He reminds her that he's doing the association a favor, making this a win-win relationship. Before Mira can respond further, a call interrupts her thoughts. Meanwhile, Jinfrey reflects that the material he needs is absolutely essential for acquiring the next piece of hidden gear, but its drop rate is absurdly low. This part of the mission demands persistence, and they'll need to keep hunting monsters relentlessly. Still, with the current mass outbreak and the deployment of the 8 Guardians, the chances of obtaining it are likely to improve. The chairman contacts Mira, asking for a status update. She reports that there are no significant issues apart from the overwhelming number of enemies. He asks whether the 2 of them can manage the dungeon on their own, given that the other Guardians are already leading squads elsewhere. Jinfrey cuts in confidently, stating that unless they handle at least this much, their strength won't be acknowledged. The chairman chuckles at his boldness and agrees to leave it to them. As Jinfrey resumes slaying monsters, Mira quietly notes that he's as much of an oddball as the chairman, but undeniably skilled. The chairman provides a quick status report on the other dungeons. Leon, Gigant, and Ryu's squads are progressing smoothly and nearing their respective dungeon bosses. Nyx and Maria's squads are also performing reliably, closing in on their targets with their usual strength. Mira is relieved to hear the news and inquires about Luluka. The chairman admits that Luluka hasn't made contact, as per usual. Mira muses that Luluka belongs to the same class of eccentrics as Jinfrey and the chairman. The chairman reassures her that Luluka's last report was before entering the A-rank dungeon, and that since he hasn't requested backup, he's likely managing fine on his own. Mira agrees, acknowledging that Luluka is the strongest among the 8 Guardians. Once the call ends, Jinfrey casually tells Mira to keep moving forward, as he has already taken care of the monsters ahead. Meanwhile, the chairman checks in with the other teams. Leon reports that everything is proceeding smoothly. Ryu offers no verbal response, but his silence implies confidence. Gigant mentions they're close to reaching the boss. The chairman is pleased that operations are proceeding without any major setbacks. To his surprise, Luluka calls in as well, asking about the progress of the other squads. The chairman jokes that Luluka should be the one reporting in instead. Luluka laughs, conceding the point, and shares that he has just arrived at the A-rank dungeon and is heading in. The chairman notes his delay, prompting Luluka to explain that he encountered some trouble along the way but handled it. The chairman reminds all squads to contact him immediately if anything unusual arises and takes this opportunity to inform them about Jinfrey. Leon chuckles at the mention of the cocky newcomer, but admits he likes his guts. Ryu remains silent, though his expression suggests intrigue. Gigant, on the other hand, finds it unpleasant that someone dared to speak rudely to the chairman. The chairman reassures them that while Jinfrey may be a bit cheeky, he isn't a bad person. With that, he concludes the briefing. Luluka notes the chairman's interest in Jinfrey and finds himself growing curious too. Back at the dungeon, Jinfrey and Mira now stand before the S-rank demon god, Iron Golem. The ancient creature surveys the slain monsters around him, surprised that someone has made it past so many trials to reach him. Jinfrey quietly observes that he hasn't faced any such trials, but Mira urges him not to be rude. Jinfrey announces that he will handle this fight alone, and Mira grants her approval. But before the battle begins, Luluka suddenly descends on the scene out of nowhere, startling the two. Taking one look at Jinfrey, Luluka decides he wants to see for himself just what this rookie is capable of. Taking one look at Jinfrey, Luluka decides that he wants to see for himself just what this rookie is capable of. Jinfrey doesn't know who this person is, but he quickly realizes that the power level he's sensing is on a completely different scale. This man seems to be on par with the president, or perhaps even stronger. Mira calls him Luluka and asks what he's doing here, making Jinfrey connect the dots that this individual must be one of the 8 guardians. Luluka explains that he heard about the rookie who threw down a challenge to the association, so he came to check things out personally. Luluka scrutinizes Jinfrey closely as Mira recalls that the chairman said Luluka was headed to the A-rank dungeon. Luluka clarifies that he came here after finishing up that dungeon, which leaves Mira shocked. He took care of it in such a short time, and it hasn't even been that long since the chairman last contacted her. Suddenly, the demon god hurls a massive rock in their direction, clearly annoyed that they are chatting so casually in his presence. He accuses them of underestimating him. Luluka cheerfully apologizes and leaps far away, settling down to spectate the battle. Mira is stunned that he's really just here to watch, but Jinfrey tells her to stand back as well. She wonders if Luluka's presence is bothering him, but the answer is clear from the powerful aura that Jinfrey is emitting. The demon god is surprised that Jinfrey intends to face him alone, but scoffs that it wouldn't make much difference even if the woman joined him. Mira is irritated by the sexist remark and steps forward, but Jinfrey insists that she stay back. As Jinfrey confronts the demon god, Luluka observes from the sidelines, pondering the reality that there is only one true method to defeat an S-rank demon. He's curious to see what approach this rookie is going to take. Jinfrey charges toward the demon god, using its massive hand as leverage to leap up and slash downward with Centipede. The demon god shields itself with its heavy arms but is caught off guard by Jinfrey's raw strength, especially considering how many monsters he had to defeat just to get here. As Jinfrey continues his relentless assault with Centipede, he realizes the demon god is even tougher than expected. He wonders if it's due to the Nobody incident. This demon god should normally be around level 350, but now it's been boosted to level 400. Still, even at this level, it's nothing compared to air. Mira watches from the sidelines and can see just how formidable this demon god is. The 6th-ranked demon might fall short of Quattro in terms of attack power, but its defense is on a completely different level. With that thick armor, landing a clean hit is nearly impossible. Luluka also watches the fight unfold, but he's disappointed. Jinfrey is putting everything into brute force attacks. To him, it's getting dull. He admits that, even with Mira's help, he's never heard of a rookie making it this far alone. He acknowledges that Jinfrey is far above an average adventurer, but thinks that might be all there is to him. He fails to understand why the chairman has taken such an interest in this guy. Jinfrey closes the distance once more and manages to strike at the heart of the demon god. Luluka notices that the core has come out earlier than expected and asks Mira if she told Jinfrey how to hunt this demon god. Mira says she hasn't mentioned anything, which intrigues Luluka even more. If Jinfrey really is a rookie, this should be his first time facing the demon god of this continent outside of the tutorial phase, so how did he know? The 6th demon god has a core hidden inside its body, and the quality of the reward varies depending on how much power is used when it's destroyed. Jinfrey could use Centipede, which would be sufficient, but instead he brings out Grim Reaper, deliberately choosing a weapon that will prove his strength. As soon as the Grim Reaper appears, the skull bursts into manic laughter. It spots Mira and assumes that Jinfrey is on a cave date with her. Luluka continues to observe the shift in the battle, thinking that maybe it was just luck that the core appeared. The real game changer, however, would be whether Jinfrey can earn an S-rank reward. So far, the only ones who have ever done that are Luluka, the chairman, and a select few others. The Grim Reaper is impressed by the demon god and activates its 2nd skill. The unlock condition is a level difference of 200 or more between the user and the target. Jinfrey took advantage of the boosted level of the demon god and turned it into an opportunity. Luluka's curiosity sharpens as Jinfrey readies his weapon, and in one fluid motion, he slashes the core cleanly into 2 perfect halves. Jinfrey slashes the demon god's core in one swift motion using his Grim Reaper. Luluka and Mira watch as Jinfrey confidently stands before the defeated demon god, receiving his S-rank reward, the sealed core stone. However, the moment is abruptly broken by the skull, which bursts into hysterical laughter, boasting about its power and promising to teach Jinfrey poems that will captivate his crush's heart in a single whisper. Jinfrey immediately removes the weapon before it can continue tormenting his ears. Luluka is impressed by the insane weapon and assumes that Jinfrey must have saved the best for last. Not only has Jinfrey demonstrated overwhelming strength, but he has also broken Luluka's record as the youngest person to ever obtain an S-rank reward, something that greatly vexes Luluka. Now that Jinfrey has received the S rank reward as planned, it is time to return to the association. The chairman thanks everyone for successfully containing the monster rampage in the city. The 8 guardians stand proudly before him, though Leon alone boasts that he could have handled everything by himself. The chairman signals Nyx, prompting him to display the total reward obtained from the subjugation. The amount is quite reasonable, especially considering the full force of the 8 guardians was mobilized. Nyx then prompts Jinfrey to reveal his share, and Jinfrey steps forward to do so. However, Gigant blocks his way, expressing that he has no intention of cooperating with someone so disrespectful. The chairman steps in and asks Gigant to stand down, reminding him that Jinfrey was a key player in the operation. Though Gigant quiets down, Jinfrey makes it clear that he is not here for Gigant's approval, but only to fulfill his promise to the chairman. Jinfrey opens his inventory and places his reward on the table, shocking everyone as it turns out to be the S-rank item from the 6th demon god subjugation. The revelation leaves the others stunned. Few can believe that he registered an S-rank item just like the chairman and Luluka. However, Luluka confirms that he saw the feat with his own eyes, and both he and Mira can vouch for Jinfrey. Ryu begins to look at Jinfrey with admiration, while Leon acknowledges that Jinfrey has now proven himself in front of them all. Gigant is rendered speechless, while the chairman laughs heartily like Santa. He praises Jinfrey not only for subjugating a massive number of monsters, but also for successfully presenting an S-rank reward. According to their deal, he allows Jinfrey to be the first to choose whatever he desires from the reward pool. Jinfrey takes the offer seriously and scans through the items until he finds what he is looking for. He picks up an F-ranked cord monkey's tail, shocking everyone around him. Leon bursts into laughter at his choice, mocking him for selecting something so useless, while Maria points out that it is not even a treasure. The chairman double-checks if Jinfrey is certain about his selection, and Jinfrey confirms that he specifically needs this one. Luluka can sense from Jinfrey's expression that he has something planned. The chairman permits his choice and follows up by asking whether Jinfrey would like to join the 8 guardians. Everyone waits in eager anticipation, but Jinfrey declines, stating that he is the type who prefers to act solo. The chairman smiles, acknowledging that Jinfrey is the first person to ever turn down such an offer. As Jinfrey moves toward his next destination, he reflects that many mysteries remain unsolved. Still, the association has told him they will reach out again if the need arises. With the item now in hand, Jinfrey sets out to retrieve his next hidden piece of equipment. Meanwhile, in the S-rank dungeon of the 7th continent, a dark entity remarks that for the rebirth of Lord Abyss, more undead souls are required. It reveals that power had been lent to the forces in the 6th continent, but they were annihilated. The trembling monster kneeling before the entity admits that he has no excuse. The entity emphasizes that all focus must now be directed toward the resurrection ritual and demands that they give everything to gather sacrifices. The monster stammers and promises to personally collect more souls and destroy the human-wielding divine gears. However, the entity steps closer, its gaze cold and menacing, declaring that such is the sole purpose of these inferior races. It raises its hand and casts something upon the monster, causing it to shriek in agony. With a final warning, the entity commands the monster not to follow in the footsteps of the 6th and fail. Now transformed and bound by pain and obedience, the monster accepts its orders with grim resolve. Inside some sort of ruins, Jinfrey uses the 3 items he collected earlier, along with the reward he received from the association, to transmute and form the cat-eye scope. He equips it to reveal the hidden route that can only be seen using this scope. Following the path, he arrives at a door that opens into a vast, empty room. As he proceeds further, the Lucifer's halo detects a magical item located 10 meters away. Jinfrey heads in that direction as the halo reacts to the only item inside the room, and he obtains the hidden equipment known as Athena. Holding the gear in his hands, Jinfrey feels a wave of satisfaction. Athena possesses the stealth skill, which completely erases the user's appearance and presence. Now that he has secured Athena, it is time to head to the 7th continent. Jinfrey reaches the 7th continent and feels as if he made it in a flash, even though it took considerable time. He curses under his breath when Kukuru dials him. So much has been happening lately that he completely forgot about her. As soon as he picks up the call, Kukuru informs him that she has gathered all the materials he requested. Jinfrey praises her for the hard work and promptly sends the next list of materials to be collected. Kukuru complains since the list is twice as long as the last one. Still, Jinfrey tells her he needs those materials to raise the next dungeon. Kukuru perks up at the mention of a new dungeon and agrees to help as asked. Jinfrey reflects that the next demon god battle is also not well suited for her, and internally apologizes. The seventh continent operates a bit differently than the others. Adventurers are required to conquer all the F rank to A rank dungeons before challenging the S rank dungeon. Standing before the F rank dungeon, Jinfrey equips Athena. As he proceeds, he aims to set a new personal best. Jinfrey clears the F rank dungeon with ease, followed by the E, D, and C rank dungeons. Progressing this smoothly is thanks to Athena's stealth skill. Monsters cannot even sense what is happening. Fueled by momentum, Jinfrey sets his sights on defeating the B rank dungeon next. However, at the B rank dungeon, he notices a group of men being led by Leon, one of the 8 guardians. Jinfrey wonders if Leon is on a mission here, as he sees him instructing members of his personal guild, Ultimate Fang. As the men rush off, Jinfrey casually walks among them, his presence masked by stealth. Surprisingly, Leon starts sniffing around, detecting the pure green passion and pointing directly toward Jinfrey's location while calling his name. Jinfrey is startled. He's still in stealth mode. Leon urges him to stop being shy and show himself. Realizing Leon hasn't used any skill but instead relied on pure instinct, Jinfrey removes Athena and reappears, unsure how to explain the stealth function. Leon, clearly thrilled to see him, asks if Jinfrey used a skill or gear. However, he doesn't dwell on it, and instead asks if Jinfrey is here to fight the 7th demon god. When Jinfrey confirms, Leon wishes him luck. Jinfrey quickly understands that no explanation is needed and inquires whether Leon is here on a mission. Leon explains that adventurers who previously came here have gone missing, and they're searching for survivors as well as clues to uncover what's happening. When asked if it's the work of the nobodies, Leon says they're not sure and advises Jinfrey to be careful. He instructs Jinfrey to defeat anything he encounters with passion. Jinfrey shivers at the cringe, but watches as Leon finally leaves to regroup with the others. Jinfrey can only think that Leon is amazing in many ways. With that, Jinfrey continues on and confronts the B-rank dungeon boss, Acid Werewolf, while still in stealth mode. He is determined to finish the fight swiftly and proceed to the A-rank dungeon, but before he can act, another monster suddenly appears behind him, shocking both Jinfrey and the werewolf. Jinfrey immediately recognizes the creature. It's the A-rank dungeon boss, Hresvelger. He wonders how it got here, but the answer soon presents itself in the form of Leon. Once again, Leon sniffs the air and pinpoints Jinfrey's location, shocking Jinfrey on multiple levels. Jinfrey thinks that Leon did mention meeting again, but this is clearly too soon. He does not understand the situation around him at all. As Jinfrey glances around in confusion, Leon apologizes for the interruption and explains that he was investigating the disappearance of adventurers when the monster suddenly appeared in front of him. The creature attacked him without warning and got in the way, so Leon responded, but it freaked out and ran off. Jinfrey has a hard time believing that Leon just did a bit, as no monster would be that shaken if it had only been lightly dealt with. The werewolf growls at them, and unexpectedly, the A-rank dungeon boss also joins its side. This is the first time Jinfrey has ever seen bosses from different dungeons cooperate. Despite the unusual situation, Leon does not even bat an eye. Instead, he rushes forward to teach the supposedly cowardly monsters a lesson. As the monsters growl menacingly, Leon disappears from sight, only to reappear behind them without their notice. He strikes with one blossom-piercing death, ending both dungeon bosses in a single devastating blow. As their bodies crash to the ground, Leon also lands with a loud thud, settling beside them. Jinfrey is impressed. He took down 2 dungeon bosses in a single strike. It becomes clear to him that Leon is far too powerful. However, this also brings an unwelcome realization. Leon just defeated both the A and B rank bosses, rendering the clear all bosses condition void. Now, Jinfrey can't challenge the S rank boss. Leon seems pleased with the fight, declaring that the monsters were no competition at all. Just then, he receives a call from the chairman and reports that although they still don't know what's causing the adventurers to disappear, he did just defeat an A-rank boss that shouldn't have been in the B-rank dungeon. The chairman is surprised to hear that an A-rank monster appeared there, but Leon admits he has no clue about the cause. Spotting Jinfrey standing behind Leon, the chairman asks if he is accompanying him. Jinfrey explains that he just ended up tagging along. The chairman notes that Jinfrey doesn't look too energetic, but Jinfrey dismisses it as nothing, deciding to wait for the bosses to respawn. However, the chairman says Jinfrey's timing is actually perfect. He wants the two of them to head out for the S-rank dungeon. Though it's not certain, a strange phenomenon likely caused by the nobodies has occurred. The chairman reveals he has already contacted the other 8 guardians, but they are all currently on missions. Since Leon and Jinfrey are the closest, he's counting on them. Leon immediately accepts the mission, stating that he's been curious about the nobodies. He turns to Jinfrey and asks him to form a party. Jinfrey receives the invitation and quickly realizes that if he forms a party with Leon now, all the battles up to this point will be counted as co-op, making both of them eligible to challenge the S-rank dungeon. The two of them arrive at the 7th Continent's S-rank dungeon. Leon remarks that it smells like it's going to be fun, while Jinfrey points out that the number of monsters is insane, on par with the 6th S-rank dungeon. Leon concludes that if that's the case, then the possibility of this being related to the nobodies just increased significantly. Together, they begin slashing through hordes of monsters. Jinfrey notices that not only are there more enemies than usual, but each one's level has also increased, yet another similarity to the 6th dungeon. Leon effortlessly takes down multiple monsters at once, but quickly grows bored. Seeking to make things more entertaining, he challenges Jinfrey to a competition, catching him completely off guard. Leon declares that the name of this competition is Which One is Stronger Battle, hosted by Leon himself and sponsored by the Adventurers Association and the 8 Guardians. Jinfrey finds the title cheesy and the sponsorship completely unnecessary. He wonders if this is supposed to be mandatory, but Leon continues enthusiastically, announcing that the participants are the two of them and that whoever hunts the most monsters will win. Without waiting for a response, he dashes off on his own, leaving Jinfrey with no choice but to follow along. As Leon begins slashing through the hordes of monsters, Jinfrey carefully analyzes him. Once again, he realizes that Leon's strength is quite extraordinary, even among the elite 8 guardians. While his style may appear rough at a glance, his movements are sharp and his judgment is precise. There are no wasted actions. Luluka may possess overwhelming magical power, but Leon's raw strength likely rivals even that. As Jinfrey contemplates this, a monster creeps up on him from behind. Reacting instantly, he slices through it with a single, clean motion. This time, Leon watches Jinfrey from the corner of his eye. This dungeon is the S-rank dungeon of the 7th Continent, a place where even average adventurers could lose their lives to ordinary monsters. Leon now realizes that Jinfrey's skill is the real deal. Being able to dispatch such powerful creatures so effortlessly speaks volumes about his strength. The two continue advancing, clearing out every monster in the area. Leon then declares that his count is 775 and asks Jinfrey about his tally. Jinfrey replies that he hunted the same number, which impresses Leon greatly. Jinfrey was able to keep up with him. Leon gets even more pumped to win this competition. Jinfrey, while saying it doesn't matter who wins or loses, admits internally that losing still stings a bit. Out of nowhere, Leon asks Jinfrey why he became an adventurer, catching him completely off guard with such a sudden and personal question. Jinfrey merely states that his family was poor. However, Leon instantly bursts into tears, interpreting this to mean that Jinfrey's father passed away, his mother fell ill, and as the eldest son, he had to take care of a younger sister. Jinfrey hasn't even explained anything yet, so he wonders if Leon has some kind of special ability to deduce all that. Leon continues crying dramatically, even louder now, as he embraces Jinfrey in a suffocating muscle hug and consoles him for enduring such hardship at a young age. Jinfrey has no idea why Leon is crying so emotionally and struggles to break free from his iron grip. Suddenly, Leon begins sharing his own story, saying that he grew up in the mountains with 20 siblings in a poor family. After leaving the village, he struggled for 10 long years, but has now finally reached a point where he can support his entire family on his own. Because of this, he claims to understand Jinfrey better than anyone. He says that Jinfrey has some serious guts, though Jinfrey simply thinks Leon is a handful, albeit a genuinely kind one. As they're talking, a monster appears in the distance, drawing both of their attention. It turns out to be the mid-boss of the dungeon, the Crimson Cow. Leon says their emotional, brotherly exchange will have to be put on hold now that the mid-boss has shown up. To their shock, the Crimson Cow speaks, telling them that they will not advance any further. Leon is startled and confirms whether it really just talked, asking if this could be the influence of the nobodies. Jinfrey replies that he isn't sure, but mid-bosses normally don't speak. Leon says there's no time to dwell on that now. He equips his weapon and reminds Jinfrey that whoever takes down the mid-boss and the demon god wins the competition. Leon charges forward, and the Crimson Cow declares that it has received orders from the demon god Orochi to destroy them without fail. It fires a barrage of rock bullets from its palm, an unmistakable magician's skill. Leon quickly spins his lance to deflect the attack with ease. The moment Jinfrey witnesses the skill, he becomes certain. This entire dungeon is under the influence of the nobodies. He warns Leon that while this creature is not a nobody itself, it has been granted powers unique to them. The Crimson Cow smirks, stating that they should stop struggling because they will never reach the demon god. It fires the same attack at Leon once again, but this time Leon's aura shifts dramatically. The moment he realizes that the nobodies are involved, his presence becomes much heavier. He understands now that the nobodies are capable of freely using the stolen skills of adventurers, something he finds absolutely unforgivable. Jinfrey notices that Leon has activated Divine Might, the stat-boosting skill exclusive to Lancers. With power surging through him, Leon dares the monster to try stealing his skills as well. He is determined to defeat it and make it number 776. Leon's attack slashes the monster with a wound so deep that the Crimson Cow falls to its knees. However, it immediately begins to heal itself, acknowledging that its opponents are not just some small fry. Leon watches this healing process and wonders if the monster stole this ability from an adventurer as well. The monster confirms that it took the healing power along the way as a bonus reward, indirectly admitting that it is behind the disappearance of the missing adventurers. Jinfrey warns Leon that the conditions for stealing skills are eye contact and blood consumption, but instead of being cautious, Leon becomes even more excited and challenges the Crimson Cow to steal his skill if it can. As Leon rushes forward, Jinfrey calls out to him, but Leon continues attacking the cow mercilessly. The Crimson Cow is unable to find an opening to counterattack in the face of Leon's relentless strength. Leon keeps provoking the monster to try and steal his skills already. Jinfrey is impressed by Leon's overwhelming power and thinks that drawing out the Divine Might skill to such an extent is borderline insane. As if reading his thoughts, Leon remarks that his Divine Might is a cut above the regular one. He has stacked it with guts. Jinfrey is left speechless, having never heard of a logic or setting like that, and knows that if such a skill gets stolen, the consequences could be dire. Still, Leon believes that being afraid of having his skill stolen now bodes ill for the battles against future demon gods. Determined, he tells Jinfrey that he might be able to use his Cherry Divine Might skill and decides to share it with him. Jinfrey knows that skill sharing requires a parting formation and the fulfillment of certain conditions. Leon explains that they met the condition by defeating over 300 monsters together. Normally, he wouldn't share anything, but he considers Jinfrey family now, so he'll make an exception. He assures Jinfrey that he'll be able to use it right away. Leon even tells Jinfrey to call him Big Bro if he wants, but Jinfrey refuses and tells him to pay attention to what he's doing. The Lancer Knight's Divine Might is a high-performance skill that boosts all stats. However, learning it takes time, and using it effectively in real combat requires intense training. Still engaged in battle, Leon shares the Divine Might with Jinfrey, and motivates him by saying that everyone starts as a beginner and encourages him to give it a try. Jinfrey doesn't feel embarrassed but understands that even if a skill is shared, it's not something that can be mastered instantly. But Jinfrey isn't an ordinary person. He quickly gets the hang of it and is soon basking in Leon's praise. However, Leon immediately douses that praise with cold water when he tells Jinfrey that he's only using 1/10 of his Divine Might. He urges him to push harder. Jinfrey finds Leon's teaching style sloppy, but recognizes that if he can master this skill, it will be invaluable. Concentrating hard, Jinfrey knows this isn't something he can handle with knowledge alone. Still, Leon tells him he's not doing it right and demonstrates the correct way by putting his guts into it and making bizarre sounds. Jinfrey responds that it's easier said than done and will take time to master. But Leon insists that he grit his teeth and speed up the learning process. Jinfrey thinks Leon is insane. There's a limit to what guts can accomplish. As Jinfrey follows the odd instructions, Leon remarks that Jinfrey is clumsier than expected. He teaches him strange poses to train faster, and unexpectedly, Jinfrey starts getting the hang of it. Jinfrey has no clue what Leon's guts theory even means, but he's beginning to feel the flow. He's shocked when he breaks through and earns Leon's approval. He's mesmerized by the sensation of his stats surging upward with heat. Leon is impressed too, noting that Jinfrey has reached half the power of this skill. Even at just half of Leon's divine might, Jinfrey feels the intense surge of power coursing through him. Skill sharing is useful, but whether that power can be fully wielded depends entirely on the ability of the recipient. Only when the shared skill is fully mastered does the true value of skill sharing reveal itself. Leon moves on to the second lesson and tells Jinfrey to test the divine might in real combat against the Crimson Cow. Jinfrey is stunned to find the cow sitting in a proper Caesar pose. He hadn't even noticed when Leon stopped fighting and is astonished that a mid-boss can be tamed like this. Leon orders the Crimson Cow to fight Jinfrey without holding back. Even the Crimson Cow thinks Leon is a reckless creature user. As the two prepare to clash, Leon expresses his hope to see Jinfrey's divine might skill in action. Jinfrey, focused, thinks that if he can master this skill, he won't have to waste his other abilities needlessly, at least not in this battle. The Crimson Cow is also determined to take Jinfrey's head so it can face its master with pride. It charges forward with its weapon, but Jinfrey moves swiftly and breaks its horn with a single centipede move. Shocked at his own speed and power, Jinfrey realizes that his body now feels light. This is Leon's world, the divine power of guts. As the Crimson Cow tries to rise and attack again, both Jinfrey and Leon are stunned when it gets crushed beneath the massive foot of a giant monster. The creature expresses disappointment in its subordinate's failure and decides to handle things personally. This is the seventh demon god, Orochi, level 500. The Crimson Cow trembles as it calls out to Orochi, but the demon god coldly declares that there is no place for the weak under his command. The Crimson Cow dies instantly, leaving Leon disappointed that they lost their prey. However, he perks up again, quickly switching his focus to the demon god. Leon analyzes the situation, recognizing that the 7th S-rank demon, Orochi, destroyed the mid-boss, and the ominous aura he is releasing feels nothing like the Orochi he once knew. Jinfrey informs him that Orochi has been influenced by the nobodies as well. Orochi, on the other hand, also sizes them up and realizes that Jinfrey is the one wielding the divine gears. He laughs menacingly, claiming that he won't allow them to interfere with their plans any longer. As Jinfrey assumes a fighting stance, Leon declares that it's time for Lesson 3 and instructs Jinfrey to take down Orochi using only the power of divine might. Jinfrey protests, arguing that such a feat is impossible, but Leon retorts that it's only impossible because he believes it to be so. Knowing full well that he can't reason with Leon, Jinfrey gives up on arguing. Leon then questions if Jinfrey is fine with losing their competition and letting him take down Orochi and raise his score instead. Irritated, Jinfrey prepares to respond, but before he can, Orochi launches an attack using Serpent Devour. Both adventurers dodge swiftly, the serpent's strike slicing clean through the tree behind them. As Jinfrey inspects the tree's condition, Leon warns him not to lose focus, because the enemy won't wait around for him to awaken his divine might. Jinfrey has a lot he wants to say, but realizing he's been skillfully manipulated, he steps forward anyway. He admits to himself that a self-imposed challenge like this is perfect for training. Leon instructs him that while weapons are allowed, he is forbidden from using any skills. Orochi is baffled that Jinfrey would dare challenge him alone and warns him with disdain. The demon god assumes that, even without knowing what divine gear Jinfrey possesses, a lone brat wouldn't be a problem. He attacks again with Serpent Devour. Jinfrey responds by moving with his centipede blade, but the swing is more forceful than expected, sending him tumbling across the ground. The immense stat boost from divine might is overwhelming. If Jinfrey doesn't hold back, he could easily lose control. Orochi mocks the pathetic attack and retaliates, stating that even if he stole Jinfrey's skills, they'd be useless to him. Jinfrey continues to dodge the serpent strikes, thinking that focusing on divine might is distracting him far too much. To regain control, he closes his eyes, attempting to sync his mind and body with the surging stats. Focusing intently on the centipede in his hand, Jinfrey finally lands a hit empowered by divine might. Leon watches closely, thinking that Jinfrey is still too slow. As predicted, Jinfree's attack is halted by Orochi's bare hand, forcing him to leap back and regain his footing. Orochi then turns his attention to Leon, recognizing that the stronger one is standing on the sidelines. Leon smirks and tells Jinfree that they'll save the rest of the lesson for another time, admitting that Jinfree's spirit was clear in that last attack. With that, he finally allows Jinfree to use his skills again. Orochi scoffs, believing it won't change anything. But to his surprise, Jinfree has vanished. He looks around, unsure if Jinfree used an invisibility skill or perhaps a divine gear ability. Orochi decides to use a wide-range skill to strike everything at once, but before he can initiate the move, his chest is suddenly slashed. Still cloaked in invisibility, Jinfree considers whether Orochi possesses some absurd power like the ability called Air, and resumes his slashing assault. Orochi snarls in frustration, complaining that Jinfree is relying on a cowardly technique that only a weak human would use, asking if he's too afraid to even show himself. Jinfree reminds him that Orochi himself claimed a single skill wouldn't matter. Suddenly, Orochi recalls the power he was bestowed and the dire warning he received along with it. Realizing he cannot afford another failure, Orochi unleashes his true power, leaving both Jinfree and Leon stunned. Orochi unleashes his powers, and several screens appear before him. Jinfree watches closely and is stunned to see that his mother, Emilia, and Leon's family are displayed on the screens. Orochi remarks that humans seem to be weak against hostages. He explains that his serpents can sense many things through smell, such as gender and magic power level. These serpents are currently heading toward the town where their families reside, after having absorbed the super explosion skill. Jinfree is shocked as the demon god summons magic spheres, mocking them by asking where all their earlier bravado has gone. As the attacks hurtle toward them, Leon blocks them using only his hand. His hand burns slightly, but Leon warns Orochi not to mess with him. Jinfree quickly assesses the situation and notes that the most troublesome aspect of Super Explosion is that it activates automatically when the user is defeated. Therefore, unless something is done about the serpent first, Orochi cannot be taken down. Orochi declares that it serves them right and warns that if they try to block his next attack, he will annihilate the hostages one by one. Jinfree and Leon both curse the absurdity of the situation. Orochi smirks, eager to see how long they can last, and releases the energy spheres toward them. Both brace themselves as the attack closes in, but Leon takes the full force and remains standing, even as blood pours from his body. Jinfree calls out his name, but Orochi taunts him to worry about himself first before showing concern for others, and he sends in a second wave of attacks. This time, both Jinfree and Leon are struck down and collapse to the ground, bleeding heavily. Jinfree manages to rise again, only for Orochi to laugh at their misery, claiming he will never understand those who become so weak for the sake of others. Leon asks Jinfree if he is all right, and Jinfree confirms he is, though he knows they must act quickly to shift the tide. Leon mutters that it might be better to let themselves die rather than act carelessly and risk triggering the explosion. Jinfree thinks desperately about a solution, and just when it feels like they're cornered, the skull of the Grim Reaper appears before him, observing that he seems to be in trouble. Jinfree is baffled by the skull's sudden appearance and asks how it got out, but the skull smugly claims to be a genius and in a completely different class than standard gear. The skull questions whether Jinfree has forgotten his skill, especially in a moment like this. Jinfree remembers that the Grim Reaper had just unlocked Overdeath the other day. As another skill crosses his mind, the skull affirms that he is heading in the right direction. Jinfree realizes that the skull appeared to help him out. Determined, he tells Leon to leave the super explosion skill to him and focus on Orochi instead. Leon glances at him and, noticing his determined expression, becomes excited, remarking that Jinfree is finally looking gutsy. Trusting Jinfree, he asks for the plan. Jinfree instructs him to land a strike strong enough to hurt, but not enough to annihilate Orochi. Leon is fired up, claiming that he could destroy Orochi 1,000 times over, but will go along with Jinfree's idea for now. Orochi prepares to launch another attack, but Leon suddenly appears right in front of his face and delivers a crushing blow. Orochi is stunned and reminds him about the hostages, but Leon ignores him, attacking with Hell Pattern Strike in a baseball-style swing, sending Orochi flying like a ball. As Orochi approaches Jinfree, the skull warns that the target is incoming. Grim Reaper. Skill 1, Soul Hunt, is capable of tearing apart anything that lacks a physical form. Jinfrey maneuvers the Grim Reaper over Orochi, causing the demon god to spin mid-air. With precision, he strikes downward after successfully stealing a serpent's soul. Jinfrey is amazed that he managed to hunt down a skill and calls out to Leon to deliver the final blow with all the courage he's got. Leon praises Jinfrey's efforts and declares that Orochi will have to face death with regret for daring to take their precious families hostage. With resolve, he unleashes Beat Spear Kishi Stab to finish off the demon god Orochi, remarking that the monster never had enough guts in the first place. As soon as Jinfrey lands back on the ground, Leon informs him that since he delivered the finishing blow to the demon, his score is now higher. Jinfrey can't believe Leon is still clinging to their contest at a time like this, but Leon insists that even if it was a joint fight, the rules clearly state that whoever lands the finishing strike gets the point. Jinfrey isn't entirely sure such a rule exists, but Leon confidently declares victory for this round. Jinfrey congratulates him in a flat tone, prompting Leon to reassure him not to be disheartened, as Jinfrey stood his ground and fought on equal terms. However, before the banter can continue, both are taken aback by an overwhelming presence. A new figure is staring them down. The newcomer coldly remarks that even when granted power, a lowly species remains worthless, even less than trash. Leon questions the identity of this figure, and Jinfrey admits he has no idea who it is, though the ominous pressure is clearly unnatural. The sheer aura radiating from the figure is unsettling, leading them to suspect that he may be another nobody. The man turns his gaze toward them and calmly descends to their level, introducing himself as Grimoire, the Tome of Annihilation. He says he regrets interrupting their celebration, but must now ask them to quietly die. From the looks on their faces, however, he can already tell they won't comply. Leon acknowledges that introducing oneself is a polite gesture, but everything else Grimoire said makes no sense. He directly asks if Grimoire is another nobody. Grimoire recognizes nobody as the label humans have given them, and agrees that it's accurate in a broader context. When Leon demands to know their purpose, Grimoire reveals their goal, the resurrection of Lord Abyss. Although Leon has never heard that name before, Grimoire claims that soon the entire world will know and revere Lord Abyss. Jinfrey silently observes Grimoire, concluding that Lord Abyss must be the leader of the nobodies, and if that's the case, they must prevent his revival at any cost. He equips his centipede, but Grimoire urges him not to be hasty. Taking a closer look at Jinfrey, Grimoire recognizes the Lucifer's halo, Memorial's necklace, and the centipede. He admits he was aware that divine gear had reappeared, but is surprised that someone like Jinfrey is able to wield it all at once. Jinfrey has never heard of the term divine gear, and wonders if Grimoire is referring to his equipment. Meanwhile, Leon, true to his nature, charges at Grimoire with full force, but his strike unexpectedly lands on Orochi instead, shocking both him and Jinfrey. Leon lands back on the ground, stunned to see Orochi still alive, and immediately worries about what this means for their competition. Jinfrey tells him the contest is irrelevant at this point, and that Orochi is on his feet due to Grimoire's intervention. Grimoire acknowledges that words have failed and that this marks the conclusion of their dialogue. He chants a spell, opening a portal behind him from which all kinds of monsters begin to emerge. As the swarm pours out, Leon wonders what kind of skill this is. But Grimoire clarifies that this power is entirely unlike any skill. It is a noble force exclusive to the weapons of Lord Abyss. He warns them not to liken it to the crude techniques of vulgar beings who merely steal and replicate human abilities. As he continues his incantation, the monsters begin to close in on Jinfrey. Jinfrey activates super repulsion to push them back, but the numbers are overwhelming, and the effect is limited. With no escape route, even in the air, he has no choice but to fight them all at once. Leon shouts Jinfrey's name and turns toward Grimoire with fury, cursing him for appearing out of nowhere and throwing everything into chaos. His words seem to strike a nerve. Grimoire's shadow suddenly convulses, and several black spikes shoot out from it. These spikes crawl toward Leon and violently pierce through him. Jinfrey turns back and sees Leon slump to the ground. Grimoire reminds him that he warned them not to equate him with vulgar beings, but to their surprise, Leon responds, praising Grimoire's attack, and then warns that now, it's his turn. As Leon launches himself at Grimoire with a fierce assault, Grimoire casually steps back, easily dodging every strike and criticizing Leon's spearmanship as sloppy. However, Leon counters with a bold statement, claiming his spear possesses guts, proof that his technique cannot be denied. Even Jinfrey, watching from a distance, finds Leon's logic baffling and irrational. Unfazed, Leon urges Grimoire to keep up with his speed as he continues his relentless offensive. Grimoire acknowledges that Leon's speed and power have indeed increased, yet insists it won't make any difference. Suddenly, Leon executes Bomber Lane Madman's thrust, catching Grimoire off guard. The impact sends a shockwave that draws Jinfrey's attention, but the thick smoke prevents him from seeing anything clearly. Bound to his position, he is unable to move closer and find out what's happening. On the battlefield, Grimoire deflects the thrust with shadow constructs and mocks Leon, claiming that the spear lacked the guts to reach him. Leon agrees, but insists the attack isn't finished yet. To Grimoire's astonishment, Leon begins forcing the spear forward using brute strength alone. The weapon drives through the shadows, culminating in a spinning spear thrust that grazes Grimoire's cheek. Agitated by the unexpected injury, Grimoire unleashes Shadow Step, summoning a massive foot made of darkness that crashes down on Leon. Leon attempts to resist the crushing force, but is ultimately overwhelmed, pinned beneath the colossal shadow. Jinfrey, still observing from afar, can do nothing but watch helplessly. Grimoire then activates Shadow Domination, using Leon's own shadow to bind him. As Leon struggles, Grimoire smugly explains that the battle is over. He now controls Leon's movements entirely, but to Grimoire's disbelief, Leon interprets the situation as a struggle against himself. His body begins to radiate a divine glow, and with sheer will, he shatters the shadow bindings. Emerging from the darkness with a radiant aura resembling a star, Leon declares the technique ineffective. Grimoire is stunned by the human strength and watches as Leon rises, calling the broken technique Shattered Shadow Domination. Seeing that Leon's shadow can no longer be controlled, Grimoire finally deems the warrior worthy of his hidden move. He begins a longer, more intense chant than before. Leon doesn't understand the nature of the incantation, but every instinct tells him it's dangerous. Determined to end the battle before the technique can be completed, he lunges forward with repeated spear thrusts. However, Grimoire effortlessly evades every strike while continuing the chant, a smug expression on his face. The ominous atmosphere and the uninterrupted incantation heighten Leon's sense of urgency, convincing him that time is running out. At last, the spell concludes. Judgment of the Shadow Realm. Leon immediately senses the magic affecting his body again. Grimoire explains that the technique has a cost. Neither of them can move while it is active, but in exchange, the attack becomes inescapable and lethal. As the shadow spikes erupt and pierce through Leon, blood gushes from his wounds and he coughs violently. Grimoire, triumphant, laughs and turns away, preparing to eliminate the rest of his opponents. But before he can act, Leon surprises him once more by using Rui's spear, which extends unexpectedly to pierce through Grimoire. Shocked and wounded, Grimoire reels from the strike. Despite his pain, Leon groans and reveals that Grimoire's technique does not work on the shadow of the spear itself. He warns him not to let his guard down because he's not finished yet. Leon states that he is not dead yet as the spear pierces through Grimoire. The shadow wriggles back and Leon manages to move his body, but his wounds are deeper than he had anticipated. Grimoire watches him closely, laughing at the sight, remarking that Leon is merely pretending to look tough when he has already reached his limit. As Grimoire moves to attack, Jinfrey steps in faster than anyone could expect and saves Leon from the incoming strike. Grimoire is once again left in shock upon realizing that Jinfrey has already dealt with all the monsters. Jinfrey gently lays Leon down on the ground, but Leon, still conscious, worries for Jinfrey's condition as he looks completely wrecked. Jinfrey scolds Leon, telling him that he is in no condition to worry about others and urges him to stay strong. He promises to finish Grimoire real soon. Grimoire, thinking that Jinfrey is just spouting nonsense, decides to end both of them at once. However, Jinfrey suddenly appears in front of him and delivers a powerful punch using his fire fist. Grimoire stabilizes himself after the impact, but the effects of the punch are clearly visible on his face. Despite this, Jinfrey is visibly exhausted, and Grimoire mocks him, pointing out that he is completely drained after fighting for so long and can't even use his skills properly anymore. Jinfrey admits that he had to burn through all his skills just to get to this point, but it also gave him an opportunity to heal himself. Jinfrey equips Athena, and instantly, all of his wounds begin to heal, leaving him completely rejuvenated. He reflects on the moment and thinks he should actually thank Grimoire, because it was that earlier push that helped him unlock this power. The unlock condition for Athena's second skill, Blessing of the Goddess, is to use 10 different skills within 1 minute. The Blessing of the Goddess skill fully restores HP and randomly resets the cooldown and daily usage of 5 skills. This time, it resets the cooldown of Meltdown and Dragon God's Wind, while restoring the usage of Stealth, Supergravity, and Gale Shift. Grimoire is left speechless upon witnessing the activation of Divine Gear. Without wasting a second, because Leon's life is still in danger, Jinfrey equips Centipede. He leaps behind Grimoire and slashes across his back with it, causing blood to splatter violently from his body. Jinfrey believes that this should be an easy victory now, as Leon had already driven Grimoire into a corner. He decides to end it decisively using Centipede's Meltdown. However, to his surprise, Grimoire suddenly engulfs himself in shadows, furious that a mere human has pushed him this far. He growls ferociously as the shadows completely consume him, and when he re-emerges, he appears as a perfect doppelganger of Jinfrey. Grimoire admits that he despises this technique so much that he never wanted to use it, especially not against a human like Jinfrey. Jinfrey is stunned to see his own appearance reflected before him, as Grimoire explains that he has flawlessly mimicked him. Jinfrey realizes that Grimoire has not only copied his appearance, but has also replicated Centipede. Grimoire can clearly see that Jinfrey is rattled, as Jinfrey internally panics, thinking that if Grimoire can also use his hidden equipment, then he's truly in trouble. Grimoire mentions that being destroyed by one's own self might not be the worst way to go after all. Jinfrey stands cautiously in front of his mimic. He understands that there's no time to hesitate, even if he still doesn't fully comprehend the nature of this nobody's power. Regardless, he knows he just has to bring it down. He initiates super repulsion, but Grimoire counters with the same move, nullifying the effect entirely. Jinfrey tests Centipede's Meltdown and Toxic Heaven Gate, but both skills are mimicked and clash in the middle with equal strength. Irritated, Jinfrey leaps back, frustrated that everything is being copied. However, in that moment of retreat, he notices something. The true strength of Meltdown lies in its freeform transformation, yet Grimoire had deliberately kept it in the exact same shape and had gone out of his way to cancel it out. Grimoire explains that it is pointless to resist, as the Shadow and the original are a matched set. Every attack from Jinfrey becomes an attack from the Shadow as well. Jinfrey then concludes that Grimoire cannot use his skills freely. Grimoire affirms this, explaining that the Shadow merely mimics its target and nothing more. Unless Jinfrey uses a skill first, the Shadow cannot activate it. Jinfrey wonders why Grimoire would willingly give away such a critical weakness and begins to suspect that something else is being hidden. Grimoire admits that while he can't use Jinfrey's skills at will, he can summon all the monsters that Jinfrey has hunted until now. He continues explaining that as his Shadow, he can neutralize all of Jinfrey's attacks with mirrored precision. Jinfrey begins to understand Grimoire's full plan, but Grimoire takes it a step further, revealing that if their powers cancel each other out, then the only attacks capable of causing real damage must not come from Jinfrey himself. The true trap lies in the summoned monsters, and Grimoire confidently believes that the outcome of the match is already sealed. Jinfrey curses under his breath as things take a dire turn. He's running low on usable skills, and he can't even heal himself anymore. Desperation creeps in as he thinks hard about what to do. At this rate, he won't even get a chance to turn the tide. Meanwhile, Grimoire begins celebrating his inevitable victory and orders the monsters to crush Jinfrey. As the monsters close in on him, Jinfrey suddenly hears a voice in his head urging him to use divine might, granted to him in this very moment. He turns and finds that the divine might is being shared with him by Leon, who lies with his eyes closed, smiling faintly. Grimoire scoffs, claiming there's nothing they can do now. It's already too late. Jinfrey uses super repulsion again, and predictably, Grimoire copies it. But this time, Jinfrey's version pushes through, overpowering the copied skill. Grimoire is left baffled, unable to understand how his perfect imitation failed. The truth is, while Grimoire may imitate the skill itself, he lacks the training, instinct, and experience needed to wield divine might properly. Without that depth, the technique remains hollow. Jinfrey annihilates the approaching monsters in an instant, further disorienting Grimoire. Jinfrey declares that Grimoire is incapable of putting his own willpower and determination behind a skill. Without guts, the skill is just an empty shell. Jinfrey leaps forward and begins attacking Grimoire with Centipede, easily breaking through the copied version of the weapon. He follows up with a slash so powerful that it pierces through the shadow form, exposing Grimoire's real self underneath, who coughs up blood from the impact. At that moment, Jinfrey hears Leon's voice in his head once more, urging him to bring it down. Channeling Gut's divine might, Jinfrey unleashes Wind of Dragon God. The combined power of these skills creates a raging whirlwind that completely obliterates Grimoire. As Jinfrey lands back on the ground, Leon watches him silently, offering praise in his heart. The sky above begins to clear, and sunlight breaks through the darkness. Under that warming light, Leon stops moving. Outside the Adventurers Guild exclusive medical center, Mira stands waiting as Jinfrey and Maria come flying in. Without sparing a moment, they both rush off toward Leon's medical room, ignoring Mira's call to wait. It has been 3 days since they defeated Grimoire. Jinfrey had brought Leon to the Guild's medical facility immediately afterward, but Leon's condition had been far beyond what any ordinary healer could manage. In response, the Guildmaster recalled Maria from her expedition, and Jinfrey used Gale teleportation to retrieve her. Now, Jinfrey can only cling to the hope that Leon is still alive. As the two burst into Leon's room, they are stunned to find it empty. The bed has been cleared, and there's no sign of him. A wave of dread passes through them as they wonder if they were, once again, too late. Their minds begin drifting to memories of Leon, until suddenly, the man himself pops up from behind them, casually munching on a bag of chips. Both slowly turn around to see Leon active and cheerful, asking about how they've been. Maria, still in shock, scolds Jinfrey, reminding him that he had claimed Leon was on the brink of death. Jinfrey, equally dumbfounded, has no answer. At last, Mira enters the room and clarifies the situation. She explains that Leon woke up a little while ago and was already moving around like this. It turned out to be the fastest recovery ever recorded in the medical section's history. Leon, however, dismisses the fuss, stating that with enough grit and a good nap, even injuries like his can heal right up. Jinfrey realizes he had temporarily forgotten just how wild Leon truly is. Jinfrey tells Leon he's glad he's okay and acknowledges that if it weren't for Leon's quick thinking, they never would have been able to defeat Grimoire. Leon smiles and responds that he should be the one thanking Jinfrey, adding that they should have another competition sometime. Jinfrey smiles in return and agrees. As Jinfrey exits the medical building, he reflects on the situation. The chairman and the 8 guardians have gone on high alert ever since the Grimoire incident. There is no doubt in his mind now that someone even more powerful than Grimoire is still out there. It would be best for him to get his hands on the final hidden equipment as soon as possible. At the shrine of Nanja Lake on the 7th continent, a vibrant festival is underway. Jinfrey walks leisurely through the area, observing the enormous crowd that has gathered once again this year for the event. The festival's main attraction, the Demon Knight Parade race, remains a wildly popular event. Soon, the announcement for the race is made. Open to both the general public and adventurers alike, the Demon Knight Parade race, as its name suggests, is a challenge involving demons said to have lived on this continent since ancient times. Or at least, that's the theme behind the quest. The prize for the winner is the legendary scroll of the Demon Knight Parade, sparking widespread excitement among the crowd. Jinfrey notes that while things have been chaotic lately, it's now time to focus. He is determined to win that scroll, because it is the key to unlocking the next hidden equipment, and nothing will stop him. All participants are summoned to gather at the starting line. The rules for the race are straightforward. They must take first place in a 500-meter foot race against an NPC demon. The reward is so rare and valuable that it fetches a fortune, attracting both adventurers and regular folks to compete. Despite its simplicity, there's one major restriction. Participants are strictly prohibited from using any equipment or items. The key word here is participants. As everyone lines up, the demons are summoned to race alongside the humans. The race begins, and everyone sprints forward, except for Jinfrey. He pauses, hearing a faint crying sound behind him. Turning around, he finds a small demon child in tears, upset because his fan has broken. Jinfrey kneels and gently asks if the kid needs help. The demon child explains that he had planned to use the wind from his fan to fly straight to the front of the race. Jinfrey notes that while participants are restricted, demons are allowed to use their skills, and they are currently outside the racetrack. Seeing a chance to help, Jinfrey offers to make the kid an even better fan. He uses 2 ingredients from his inventory to craft a great Tengu fan and hands it over to the demon. The demon boy, overjoyed, promises to repay the kindness and help Jinfrey win. Using the fan's power, he creates a gust that launches Jinfrey through the air, right across the finish line. Jinfrey wins the race without using a single skill. After claiming the reward, all that remains is to use the scroll of the Demon Night Parade to break the seal on the hidden equipment. Jinfrey receives his reward, the scroll of the Demon Night Parade, and decides to make the most of his time before the demons disperse. Wanting to commemorate their shared experience, he asks the demons for their autographs. To his delight, every demon happily agrees and signs the scroll. This marks the first step in acquiring the next piece of hidden equipment, collecting signatures from the demons onto the scroll of the Night Parade. However, one particular demon halts Jinfrey, stating that a signature will require something in return. Jinfrey had anticipated this encounter and had been expecting none other than the supreme leader of the demons, Nurarihyan. In preparation, he offers a generous amount of gold in exchange for the signature. The demon leader perks up at the offer and agrees to spare a signature, yet Jinfrey surprises him by sending an even larger amount than initially agreed upon. This gesture leads the demon leader to believe that Jinfrey is far wealthier than he appears, and perhaps more importantly, someone worth forming friendly relations with. In response, Nurarihyan goes a step further. He grants Jinfrey the demon bell. With this, the second step is now complete. For the third and final step, Jinfrey approaches a kappa who is munching on cucumbers. He notices that the kappa's plate looks dried out from participating in the race. As a token of gratitude for the autograph, Jinfrey offers the sacred jewel of the Great Ocean, explaining that it is a magical jewel capable of summoning rain. He encourages the kappa to use it for rehydration. The kappa, moved by the thoughtful gift and impressed by the jewel's power, perks up and happily hands over a cucumber to Jinfrey as thanks. With all 3 essential components now in hand, Jinfrey leaves the festivities and steps aside to synthesize them. Combining the scroll of the Night Parade, the demon bell, and the sacred jewel of the Great Ocean, he successfully creates a cursed talisman. He tosses the talisman high into the air and activates Fire Fist to burn it. The flames engulf the talisman, and finally, the last piece of hidden equipment reveals itself, the Cursed Guardian Hand. This formidable item possesses Cursed Reckoning as its first skill, which lowers the opponent's stats. Jinfrey is thrilled to have acquired the final hidden equipment. However, he reflects on a lingering frustration. In his past life, he had never managed to unlock its second and third skills. He had tried everything he could think of, but the method remained elusive. As a hardcore player, he is determined to succeed this time, yet he currently has no clue where to begin. Just as he's pondering the mystery, the Grim Reaper appears once more, uninvited as always, and comments that Jinfrey has done something astounding yet again. Jinfrey mutters that what's truly astounding is the Grim Reaper's uncanny habit of showing up on his own every single time. But this time, the Grim Reaper seems genuinely surprised. After all, it claims, its own hand has just made an appearance. Meanwhile, on the 8th continent, 3 powerful nobodies gather with a dark purpose. Archie, known as the Magic Bow of Annihilation, grumbles that Grimoire has created more work for them. Hexen, the Magic Staff of Ruin, expresses her distaste for following orders from Nightmare and wonders aloud if she should just finish him off first. Nightmare, wielding the title of Warblade of Annihilation, ignores the insult and focuses on the mission. He declares that they need only a few more souls of the dead to achieve the complete revival of Lord Abyss. To accelerate their goal, Nightmare decides that he and Archie will go hunt a large group of humans to collect the required souls. Hexen, on the other hand, is tasked with eliminating the human who possesses the divine equipment. As long as he is destroyed, Nightmare believes, this world will fall completely into the hands of Lord Abyss. In the 7th Continent's C-rank dungeon, Jinfrey slashes through the monsters using Grim Reaper, while the weapon motivates him unnecessarily with its usual chatter. Once all the enemies are down, it praises Jinfrey once again for his overwhelming strength and confidently claims that, at this pace, unlocking the Cursed Guardian Hand skill will be a piece of cake. Jinfrey admits that he's surprised Grim Reaper even knew the unlock condition, but that only gives the gear a chance to boast that it is the greatest piece of equipment in existence. While Jinfrey acknowledges the help he has received from Grim Reaper, he also points out the one major downside: it's far too noisy. The skull lets out a laugh, saying that's all about to change after this. As one last monster approaches them, the Grim Reaper urges Jinfrey to make the finishing blow flashy. Trusting its words, Jinfrey complies, thinking this final attack might finally unlock the 2nd skill of the Cursed Guardian Hand. Later, Jinfrey sits alone on a bench in the middle of the city, sulking. The skull laughs at his gloom and tells him not to get so worked up, but Jinfrey's mood doesn't improve. The skull had told him that, to unlock the 2nd skill, he needed to defeat 100 monsters in A, B, and C rank order. Jinfrey had done exactly that, believing in the skull's confidence, but the skill still hadn't unlocked. The skull sheepishly admits it had the wrong information, then vanishes into the inventory, leaving Jinfrey drained and disappointed. He's back to square one, no clue about the real unlock condition, and mentally exhausted from getting his hopes up for nothing. As he considers heading back into town, 2 girls suddenly come running toward him and stop right in front of him. They ask if he is a strong adventurer and plead for his help. Still wearing his halo, Jinfrey is surprised, but confirms that he is indeed an adventurer. The girls explain that their mother and father suddenly disappeared. Jinfrey initially assumes that they simply got lost, but the girls insist that their parents were taken by a black monster with red eyes that showed up at their house. The mention of red eyes makes Jinfrey think of the Nobodies, creatures capable of nullifying the town's defensive wall. As the girls begin to cry and beg for help, Jinfrey agrees to follow them and promises to find their parents. Their eyes light up with hope as they lead the way. They guide him to an old, isolated house hidden in the woods, telling him that the black monster is in the back room. Before entering, Jinfrey instructs the girls to wait outside while he checks it out. As he steps inside, he quickly notices the house is abandoned, covered in cobwebs and dust, with no sign of anyone living there. Pushing thoughts of the siblings aside for the moment, he focuses on the red eyes and the possibility of a trap. He decides to confront it head-on, but wonders how the trap will spring. When he opens the door to the back room, he discovers the building ends there. What lies on the ground is a massive magic circle, stretching across the entire structure. Realizing too late that it's a summoning spell, Jinfrey attempts to use Gale teleportation to escape, but the house vanishes, teleported elsewhere before he can react. Now, Hexen stands in front of an identical summoning circle as the house materializes before her. With satisfaction, she notes that the little mouse has walked straight into her trap. Jinfrey steps out, disoriented and trying to figure out where he is. Suddenly, he hears Hexen sneer that no matter how many times she sees one, divine gear is always so unpleasant. She adds that it's pathetic for a wielder of such a sacred item to be deceived so easily. The mention of divine gear triggers Jinfrey's memory of Grimoire, and he begins to wonder if Hexen is an ally of his. Behind him, the 2 little girls appear again, this time to mock him for being so careless. But Jinfrey brushes off their act, declaring that the masquerade is over. He reveals that he knew all along they weren't human, and accuses them of being twisted for using such a vile trick to manipulate him. Hexen is surprised that he figured it out and blames the divine gear for ruining her setup. She demands that Jinfrey hand over the divine gear and die for his own good. Jinfrey, however, says that he doesn't understand this divine gear nonsense, but it's her who's mistaken, because the one who is going to die is the witch. Hexen, unfazed, warns him not to be so hasty. She says she has no intention of fighting him directly after going through so much trouble to reverse summon him to the 8th land. Instead, she tells him to enjoy his time playing with the children, but Jinfrey is still stuck on one detail: the 8th land. He demands to know where Hexen is heading. With cold determination, she replies that she is going to slaughter every last human alive, for the revival of Lord Abyss is drawing near. The time, she claims, has come for the world to be turned inside out. Jinfrey tells Hexen to wait, saying he has a ton of questions to ask her, but he is quickly stopped by the 2 girls. They tell him to shut up and not interfere, explaining that Hexen is busy. Behind them, Hexen vanishes without giving Jinfrey a chance to ask anything, leaving the rest in the hands of her girls. An attack comes flying toward him, and Jinfrey leaps back, landing far away. The girls inform him that they have orders from Hexen to annihilate him right there. They mockingly mention that Jinfrey has gotten arrogant after defeating Air and Quattro, dismissing them as nothing more than small fry. They tell him not to get too full of himself. Jinfrey ignores their mockery and instead asks what they are plotting. The girls snap at him, questioning if he is deaf, but eventually say that their goal is to assassinate key figures in order to overturn the world. Jinfrey scoffs, asking if they're stupid because he's giving them a chance to explain what that actually means. But instead of responding, another attack comes his way, forcing Jinfrey to use super speed to dodge. In the next moment, the whip-wielding girl appears behind him, forcing him to dodge again. The two girls move like lightning, using the ground to propel themselves toward him with their malicious intent laid bare. Jinfrey dodges attacks from both girls and hovers in the air. He analyzes the situation, noting that they look different from all the nobodies he has encountered so far. Their reflexes are far beyond normal, and unlike the others, they are using weapons. The girls grow more agitated, accusing him of being a gutless coward for only dodging. In the next instant, Jinfrey slashes both of them in a single, decisive move. He tells them that when it comes to guts, he's had them hammered into him over and over. As the girls stagger to their feet, clutching their wounds, Jinfrey says that only people like them, who rely solely on weapons and brute strength, would dare to talk down on Quattro and the others. He adds that every time the nobodies show up, they always run their mouths, and he's grown tired of it. The girls begin to grow wary of him as the battle drags on, realizing that this human possesses a level of skill that even Hexen would take seriously. Jinfrey reflects on how his life, once filled with unrivaled strength, has started to feel a little stagnant. Lately, and quite uncharacteristically, he has been involving himself with others. The girls don't understand what he means, insisting that humans are powerless without moving in packs. But Jinfrey tells them that while grouping up isn't a bad thing, it simply isn't for him. His true power is revealed when he fights solo. These girls remind him of the unknowns tied to the unexplored 8th continent and the mysterious nature of the nobodies. The more mysteries there are, the more it excites him as a hardcore player. He believes that going solo and doing whatever he wants is the greatest strength a hardcore player can have. At that very moment, Jinfrey unlocks a new skill. Hardcore players return. With a sudden burst of speed, he charges forward and slashes both girls simultaneously with his weapon, Centipede. They have no idea what he's talking about, but both can feel the immense strength he's holding back. Frustrated and wounded, the girls curse him and decide to use a final trick as a last resort. But for that, they need him to come closer. Jinfrey is genuinely curious about the 8th continent, but right now, his top priority is stopping Hexen. He doesn't know exactly what she's planning, but he has a terrible feeling about it. He wonders if Grim Reaper's skill could help him get back in time. As he prepares to go in for another attack, the Grim Reaper suddenly pops out of the inventory on its own, claiming that it finally remembered the unlock condition for the cursed Guardian Hand's second skill. However, Centipede is forcefully unequipped, since each person is limited to one weapon slot. The girls are stunned as Jinfrey snaps at his weapon, annoyed that it appears whenever it pleases. The Grim Reaper cuts in, frustrating him even more, and says that the condition to unlock Skill 2 is to raise his level by 100 while on the 8th continent. Jinfrey, still angry, demands proof. He doesn't trust the skull after all the misinformation it has given before. The Grim Reaper, however, insists that simply remembering should be enough. Jinfrey remains doubtful, but the skull looks around and says the timing is perfect, since they are already on the 8th continent. Shocked, Jinfrey asks how it knows that this is the 8th continent. The Grim Reaper replies that it has been here before, but doesn't remember the reason for coming. Jinfrey is struck by a realization. The Grim Reaper possesses memories, and if he can help it remember more, then maybe he can finally uncover what the nobodies are really after. Meanwhile, high in the sky above the 1st continent, Hexen appears before her two comrades. She confirms that she has successfully captured Jinfrey. One of them, Archie, expresses concern, asking if it will be okay without Grimoire present, since that might create a disadvantage. Hexen assures him it won't be a problem. With that settled, the three begin casting their spell. A mass of black energy spreads upward, covering the sun and casting an ominous darkness across the entire continent. At the Adventurers Association, a subordinate bursts into the chairman's office, breathless and panicked. He reports that a new message just came in. The first continent has vanished. All members of the 8 Guardians are informed by the chairman that the first continent has vanished, leaving them momentarily speechless. Maria breaks the silence by laughing, saying it's rare for the chairman to crack a joke like that. Leon joins in and claims it must be his turn to share a real gutbuster. However, Gigant interrupts them, telling them to be quiet and consider for a moment that the chairman wouldn't urgently summon them just to joke around. Maria admits that the idea of a whole continent disappearing sounds far-fetched, but Mira calmly asks for more details. The chairman decides it would be faster to show them instead, and he shares footage of the first continent. The entire group is left in shock as they see the entire landmass covered in pitch-black darkness. The chairman explains that this is the current state of the first continent. All communication with local guild members has been cut off, and even the radar shows nothing. At this point, it has essentially vanished from the world. The 8 Guardians put their heads together and conclude that only the nobodies could pull off something this massive. They've finally made a move, but no one can say for sure what they're trying to achieve. Their known goal has always been human hunting, but why they would want to target an entire continent remains a mystery. Even Luluka acknowledges that this is a bold move, one that borders on the excessive. Regardless, the 8 Guardians are sworn to protect ordinary citizens from unexpected crises, and they must do everything in their power to stop this. The chairman instructs everyone to stay on high alert until further details emerge. At that moment, Ryu turns to the chairman and asks if nobodies are capable of flight. The chairman replies that he heard something about that from Leon and asks why he's bringing it up. Ryu looks up at the sky and says that he might have spotted them. 3 of them, to be exact. The chairman instructs him not to take his eyes off them until everyone is gathered at that location. However, Ryu responds that they won't make it in time, as the nobodies seem to be initiating something in the sky. Without waiting, Ryu mounts his dragon and charges forward, declaring that he must stop them, even as the others shout for him to hold back. As Ryu approaches the 3 figures, Nightmare acknowledges that they've been discovered sooner than expected. Ryu stands his ground before them, determined not to let them do as they please. But Nightmare simply smiles and states that it doesn't matter. Everything will be erased regardless. Back on the 8th continent, Jinfrey urges the Grim Reaper to remember anything about its past experiences here. The Skull complains that pressing him won't help. It still can't remember anything. Jinfrey's frustration boils over, but the 2 girls seize the moment as the perfect opportunity to strike. He turns around just in time to see a massive claw closing in on him, followed by a powerful crash and a violent explosion. The girls believe they've finally taken him down, mocking him for foolishly turning his back to the enemy just to have a conversation. However, to their horror, Jinfrey suddenly appears behind them with his deathmatch skill activated. In this state, his stats double every round for 3 minutes across 3 combat rounds. Even in his previous life, Jinfrey never reached the mysterious 8th continent, so now that he's here, he vows to conquer it without fail. But before that, he has work to do. He activates Cursed Beckoning, a skill from the Cursed Guardian Hand, which lowers his opponent's stats, bringing the girls to their knees. Following that, he unleashes Fire Fist to trigger his second skill, Temper Tantrum. Though his anger is aimed at the scythe-faced skeleton, he takes it out on the 2 girls to begin leveling up. Whether or not the skull remembered the right condition this time, Jinfrey resolves to gain another 100 levels to finally unlock Skill 2 of the Cursed Hand. Suddenly, the entire area begins to shake. Jinfrey wonders if it's an earthquake, but the tremors stop quickly, and blue flames begin to erupt all around him. The flames shine brightly, revealing a place unfamiliar to Jinfrey. Behind him, one of the girls laughs weakly, saying that Hexen has accomplished a great feat and that soon they will all be sacrifices. With those words, she dies, and Jinfrey's level increases. A moment later, a large herd of nobodies appears behind him. Jinfrey realizes the girls must have pulled off some kind of last-ditch summoning stunt before dying, but instead of being annoyed, he sees this as a convenience. After all, they've saved him the trouble of searching for enemies. Now he plans to turn every last one of them into experience points. At the 8th continent, Jinfrey throws punches with the grace of a butcher on Black Friday. Bones crack, jaws shatter, and he doesn't even break a sweat. Just everything else. His fists hit harder than your Wi-Fi during a thunderstorm, and he's steadily leveling up from this one-sided massacre. This ain't a battle. It's an extermination with XP rewards. Two things become painfully clear after turning these cannon fodder nobodies into splattered wallpaper. First, unlike the earlier creeps who jacked skills like pickpockets at a magic convention, these new minions come locked and loaded with actual weapons. Second, they drop those weapons like bad mixtapes, and Jinfrey can collect them without even saying, please. Turns out the nobodies of the 8th continent can drop loot at a set rate when trashed. How generous. With the alchemist's disassemble skill in his pocket, Jinfrey can rip those weapons apart for materials, and just the idea of it gives him giddy goosebumps. He's practically drooling. When the nobodies try to surround him, thinking numbers matter, it's game over. Terrible move. Now they're just within reach. He spins through them like a blender powered by unresolved trauma and caffeine, absolutely shredding. Meanwhile, on the cringe side of the battlefield, Ryu gets folded by Nightmare with a single punch. No dramatic struggle, just bonk, and he's out, dragging his poor dragon down with him. Nightmare looks at the mess, like he just stepped in dog crap, and wonders aloud if that's really the best humanity has to offer. Disgusted, he ignores the disappointment flopped before him and decides to flip the whole damn continent out of sheer boredom. A black hole yawns open, casually swallowing Ryu and the entire 2nd continent like it's snack time. The chairman scrambles to break the news to the 8 Guardians. He doesn't sugarcoat it. Next target is obviously the 3rd continent. He commands all units to head there while he handles the civilians' evacuation like the overworked dad of a disaster movie. Gigant confirms 3 enemies have landed there, and the second they powered up, the entire continent went pitch black. Not dark, void. Whether it vanished or got yeeted to another dimension is unclear, but one thing's for sure, they gotta stop the nobodies, no matter what weird dimensional shenanigans are going on. In the skies above the 3rd continent, the unholy trio appears once more, getting ready to cast the continent-deleting spell again. But before they can flex, Nightmare deflects an incoming attack, and Archie rolls his eyes, muttering about bugs crawling out of the woodwork. Predictably, the 8 Guardians crash the party like late-season anime protagonists. Nightmare grumbles that they keep showing up like persistent spam emails and figures they must have a solid recon unit feeding them intel. Turns out it's Leon's superhuman vision doing the tracking, and they're floating midair thanks to Gigant's magic circles. Nyx whispers that they need to verify how much of Gigant's data is actually accurate, and wonders if splitting up the nobodies might keep them from erasing yet another continent. Nightmare narrows his eyes at Luluka's smug grin and power radiating like he's got something to prove. Finally, someone not built like a wet tissue. He's hyped. At least one of these so-called guardians isn't a total joke. As Nightmare tells his crew he's calling dibs on Luluka, Luluka throws it right back and claims the white-haired one. The rest of the squad blinks in disbelief. Luluka volunteering for a fight is rarer than good Wi-Fi on a plane. So if he's stepping in, that white-haired dude must be a genuine problem. Meanwhile, Leon, ever the loudmouth, bursts out laughing like a kid who found the cheat codes, asking if the trio of nobodies can flip continents separately. And just like that, the Guardian's strategy slips out like an accidental text to your ex. Nyx shrugs it off, thinking at least it confirms some things. If they can stall the nobodies long enough to get everyone off the continent, then flipping it would be pointless. Until then, it's hold the line mode. Out of nowhere, Nightmare casually drops a truth bomb. None of them can actually flip a continent. Mira instantly goes full detective, thinking either Nightmare's flexing out of arrogance or hiding something bigger than his ego. Either way, the dude's shady. Nightmare decides to humor their plan and proposes a 1v1 fight format, telling Archie and Hexen to pick their opponents like they're choosing a snack from a vending machine. He doesn't give a damn who they fight, as long as they leave Luluka to him. Luluka winks with the confidence of someone who knows they're the fan favorite and jokes that being this popular is a full-time job. He just keeps getting called out like the main character in everyone's drama. Meanwhile, back on the true protagonist's side, Jinfrey, in pure grind mode glory, hits a 100-level jump on the 8th continent and unlocks Skill 2 of the Cursed Guardian's hand, Soul Caesar. Seems like that creepy skull wasn't bluffing for once. Looks like Jinfrey's just getting started, and the grind never looked this good. At the Adventurers Guild, deep in the B1 underground floor, the chairman finally enters the hidden chambers after ghosting his responsibilities harder than a Tinder date. It turns out he isn't entirely useless, because he's here to check the emergency teleportation circle created by the former 8 Guardian. With this circle, they can evacuate every human across the continent at once. However, it has to be activated in secret, without revealing the destination. Otherwise, the whole continent might just vanish into the void. Meanwhile, the unholiest nun in history finds herself stranded on the S-ranked battlefield of the 3rd continent, together with the hairiest monk and that old hag of a witch. It almost feels like they were scattered into random spots purely for the cinematic effect. Similarly, Leon and the Vice President, Nyx, land on the 4th continent along with Archie. Leon, ever the battle junkie, feels a rush of excitement at the thought of fighting the pupilless girl, already prepared for bruises, butterflies, and everything in between. On the 5th continent, Luluka and Mira end up together. Mira herself can't understand why she got thrown into the mix between the 2 strongest lunatics of the series. Both of them keep glaring into each other's souls with smirks plastered across their faces, as if the tension wasn't already heavy enough. Hexen, the old hag witch, seems determined to reduce the 2 into mere mobs, proudly announcing she has more than enough brooms to make it happen. Then the scene abruptly cuts to the 8 Guardian pairs, because let's be honest, your attention span probably lasts about as long as a TikTok clip. On the other side, our protagonist Jinfrey is practically sparkling with joy after unlocking the 2nd skill of the cursed Guardian Hand. This skill allows him to transform defeated enemies into soldiers, though Jinfrey himself doesn't fully grasp the meaning behind it. To add to the chaos, the most annoying weapon in the entire universe suddenly poofs into existence, bragging endlessly about how it figured out the condition to unlock the skill. As irritating as the thing is, it proves useful by explaining that Jinfrey can absorb the souls of his defeated enemies, binding them as subordinates in his very own private army. These captured souls swear absolute loyalty and will obey any command. It's basically like the vice chairman's necromancy ability, only way better. The only drawback is the limit on how many souls can be captured, but that can be expanded by leveling up. And leveling isn't exactly difficult here, since the 8th continent dishes out absurd amounts of experience points. Even dismantling dropped weapons provides loads of resources. The skill is so broken that even Jinfrey admits it feels busted. Despite being the walking definition of unbothered, Jinfrey still feels unsettled by the earlier quack and the strange floating soul-like phenomenon. Even the Grim Reaper can't seem to recall the details clearly. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air and Jinfrey grows serious as a 3-headed monster emerges before him. His eyes sparkle with anticipation, and he immediately launches Centipede to strike the intruder. The beast dodges effortlessly but seems more offended at having its speech interrupted than at the attempt on its life. Jinfrey clicks his tongue at the miss, while the Grim Reaper poofs closer to the creature, clearly eager to annoy the next target. The Grim Reaper explains that even in its berserk state, every creature appears to Jinfrey as nothing more than walking experience points. You know you're overpowered when even a monster has to call you a beast. Still, the Reaper stands loyally at Jinfrey's side and bluntly questions the intruder's identity. The 3-headed dog claims to be the demon god of the 1st continent, dragging Jinfrey into a flashback spanning chapters 13 to 16 of the story. Jinfrey finally recalls the guy, though vaguely, while the beast throws a tantrum at being remembered as the whack-a-mole guy. Attempting to rebrand himself, the demon god declares that this is his true and powerful form. Jinfrey did not expect such a juicy lore drop out of nowhere, but it's exactly the kind of surprise that makes games so much damn fun. To him, the timing couldn't be more perfect, because the demon god has just arrived to become his very first soldier. Elsewhere, Maria confirms with Gigant that Hexen is actually older than him. Gigant scoffs, asking if Maria has gone blind, because anyone with eyes can clearly see he looks younger. This time, Hexen takes control of the insult battle, though her jabs come off more like the kiddie version compared to Maria's savage roast. Back on the 4th continent, Leon burns with energy, his aura blazing like wildfire as he prepares to unleash himself fully. Nyx notices that Leon is already drawing on divine power for his fight against the strange woman, and decides to respond by summoning his most powerful skeletons to match that fiery intensity. Archie, on the other hand, decides to pose dramatically in front of them, as if striking a fabulous stance would somehow tip the scales in battle. Meanwhile, Luluka shows absolutely no patience. He has already skewered the nightmare, forcing it to cough up blood. With an icy glare sharper than any blade, he proves that sometimes a single stare is enough to break even the toughest opponent. Luluka pulls his bloodied hand out of the nightmare's body, leaving Mira stunned that such a terrifying opponent was defeated so effortlessly. Once the nightmare collapses to the ground, listless and motionless, Luluka casually wonders if this counts as his combat style, only for the real opponent to appear behind him. The grandma-haired one looks outwardly calm, but internally admits that Luluka is faster than he expected, realizing immediately that the nightmare had only been an illusion. Luluka comments on his scary expression and teases if he's the lonely type. Mira watches the tension crackle between the two, but breaks into self-pity, frustrated that she couldn't even see their movements once they closed the distance. She admits to herself that the gap between them is far too vast. There isn't even an opening for her to join the fight. Meanwhile, the old hag Hexen goes full dramatics, summoning a literal meteor from the sky as she proclaims her position as the ugly grandma version of Zhongli. Maria and Gigant are both shocked by the sheer audacity, but before they can react, the discounted Halloween costume herself appears behind them, bragging that they can't possibly defend against such an attack. Maria, however, has a brain as sharp as her tongue. She orders Gigant to cover her while she summons the Battle Maiden's great axe. Gripping the massive pillar-like weapon with her deceptively tiny arms, she lets out a fierce battle screech and shatters the blazing meteor hurtling down at them. Hexen is left speechless, only managing to call Maria a rough little girl for destroying what had been one of her stronger techniques. Age seems to be catching up with her because she completely forgets about Gigant, who has already finished casting his mirroring wall spell, ready to bounce Hexen's attacks straight back at her. Hexen scoffs, claiming her own magic won't work against her, but her smirk falters when Maria chants a vicious, insulting prayer, nailing the old witch to a glowing cross and declaring that she should die by her own technique. Gigant follows up by hurling Hexen's fireballs back at her, unleashing a scene straight out of Burn the Witch. Even so, the old hag stubbornly survives, chanting yet another spell. But Maria's axe swings toward her in defiance, blocked only by Hexen's worn staff. Maria coldly decrees that ancient relics living too long must face divine punishment, and at that exact moment, Gigant strikes the witch with a blazing glory ray. Hexen stares into the light with a wistful smile, almost as if reminiscing about her better days, before smirking and warning that her attacks are not over yet. Right on cue, Helmbarrow's stepbrother appears behind Gigant and crushes him mercilessly. Maria watches in horror as her comrade lies broken, drowning in a puddle of his own blood. Meanwhile, on the 8th continent, the so-called demon god of the 1st continent does his best to radiate final boss cutscene energy, posturing like a true villain. But his only audience isn't even paying attention. Jinfrey is far too busy dismantling weapons, refining materials, and swapping between jobs as casually as breathing. Helmbarros is dumbfounded by the constant outfit changes, growing increasingly desperate for Jinfrey's attention, like a clingy girlfriend demanding recognition. But Jinfrey ignores him completely, focused instead on crafting the fruit beyond this world. When the fruit finally materializes, Jinfrey gazes at it with pure pride, a look foreign to most of you, he might add. Normally, gathering the materials for this fruit would be a nightmare, but thanks to dismantling so many weapons, he managed to assemble them far quicker than expected. Without hesitation, he decides to eat the fruit on the spot, refusing to share even a bite with the sulking mutt beside him. The demon god feels utterly insulted, treated like an unwanted ex, and lashes out with a heavy punch. Yet Jinfrey casually catches the blow mid-swing, telling the oversized dog to wait patiently for his sitting lessons. The demon god trembles with a mix of shock and despair, realizing that a mere human has effortlessly overpowered even his berserk form. Jinfrey smirks cheekily, savoring the moment, because the fruit has allowed him to equip both Centipede and Soul Vantage as a set. On top of that, special conditions have been met, triggering the unlock of a brand new hidden skill. Centipede and Soul Vantage are equipped as a complete set, and this meets the special condition to unlock a hidden skill. The skill carries a name that sounds like it belongs in Chinese mythology: soul-scorching 100 venoms flame sword. The name may sound tacky, but its power is terrifying. Any target within a 10-meter radius is struck with super poison and super burn. These effects erase strength and defense completely, while HP keeps dropping by 20 points every second. The demon god feels fear for the first time, unable to move her body. Jinfrey does not hesitate. He leaps high and delivers one last attack, brimming with main character energy. With a single strike, the first continent's demon god coughs blood and falls dead. Jinfrey admires the sword's flawless performance and notes that the demon god's attribute remains the same even on the 8th continent. Seeking more, he tests the true power of the hand of the cursed guardian. Equipping it instantly, he captures the soul of the fallen demon god. The cursed hand pulses with power, and Jinfrey's first soldier rises before him, looking even sicker than the original. Its intelligence and luck are pitiful, but the demon god's strength was no bluff when he was alive. Just as this is done, the second demon god, Ormud, appears without warning. He steps in like an uninvited guest. Jinfrey admits he had been waiting for him and demands his soul with a hungry expression. The twisted look unsettles Ormud, and for the first time, the second demon god fears for his life. Meanwhile, in the skies of the 3rd continent, Hexen and Arche regroup after completing their tasks. To them, the enemies were too weak to even count as entertainment. Nightmare has not returned yet, and Hexen wonders if they should step in. Archie rejects the idea, knowing Nightmare would be furious if they interfered. Besides, they are certain that not even the strongest can defeat him. On the 5th continent, the battle of monsters continues. 2 of the strongest are clashing, but one is already looking more beaten and serious than the other. Nightmare's assault is vicious, yet Luluka still manages to find openings to counter. But Nightmare proves faster, striking back and slamming the pretty man to the ground. Mira can only shield herself from the shockwaves of their fight. She worries deeply, for she has never seen Luluka push this far. The duel rages on. Luluka shows respect, admitting the thrill of facing someone who forces him to move this much after so long. Nightmare, however, only feels disappointment. To him, even the strongest crumble like weaklings. Luluka refuses such an insult. He unleashes his dual enhancement skill, his aura blazing. Nightmare responds with his Midnight Black Waltz. Both warriors are fired up, their clash ready to ignite again as tension fills the battlefield. Hexen and Archie's names are called, and both turn around to see that the Nightmare has finally arrived to accompany them. The 2 antique ladies seize this chance to jab at him for taking his sweet time in defeating a mere human. Yet, the icy figure remains calm, explaining that the human simply refuses to die. Otherwise, the battle would have been over long ago. Archie does not understand, so Hexen spells it out for her. The one standing before them is nothing more than a clone of the Nightmare. Archie is shaken by the revelation, but Nightmare reassures her with an icy confidence that the human will never be able to threaten them. He urges them to redirect their attention toward flipping the 3rd continent instead. The other 2 are more than happy to oblige, their eagerness showing through their smug grins. Meanwhile, on the 5th continent, the real Nightmare stands face to face with the one and only Luluka. Luluka seems to be in a bind, his body tense and his expression stiff, which makes Nightmare remark that perhaps this is the extent of his strength. Luluka talks big, insisting that the fight is not over yet, but deep inside, he is troubled. The Nightmare shows no limits to stamina or mana, and the last time Luluka's relentless attacks were blocked so effortlessly was against the chairman himself. Suddenly, the entire 5th continent trembles. At first, Luluka thinks it might be an earthquake, but he quickly realizes what has happened. As if reading his thoughts, the Nightmare confirms it. They have just flipped the 3rd continent. Shock surges through Luluka because Nightmare had clearly mentioned before that no single person could erase a continent. But Nightmare coldly reveals that with his clone joining Hexen and Archie, the combined strength of the 3 made it possible. Luluka is staggered at the idea of another clone, even more shaken by the grim reality that the battle with his comrades has already ended. Nightmare confirms his intentions with cruel precision. Once the 4th continent falls, the 5th will be next. The weight of the situation sinks into Luluka's mind. Even a clone is capable of erasing a continent, and if they regroup with Hexen and Archaea, he doesn't stand a chance of victory. As a desperate last resort, he thinks of nothing but Mira's safety. At the very least, he must protect her. But before he can act, a glowing magic circle appears beneath both his and Mira's feet. Without their will, they are instantly transported away. Nightmare is left alone on the 5th continent, realizing they vanished through summoning magic. Yet, he only smiles darkly, dismissing it as pointless resistance. In his eyes, no matter what they do, the end will remain the same. Deep beneath the Adventurers Guild, in a restricted underground area, Luluka and Mira reappear. They look around in confusion, only to see the guild president rushing toward them, his face etched with concern as he asks if they are all right. He explains the location, though even Luluka admits he has never once set foot in this forced transfer evacuation site. The president then reveals the grim situation. Thanks to Luluka and Mira stalling the enemy, the guild managed to evacuate all civilians from the 4th through 6th continents. But when Luluka asks about the other guardians, his heart sinks at the answer. None of them made it in time. Only these 2 managed to be transferred. The old man praises their efforts, but admits with heavy sorrow that the enemy's strength was far greater than anyone had anticipated. Luluka concludes that this hidden shelter is their last stronghold. Revenge battles have never been his style, yet now he feels pumped to stop the enemy at all costs. The president shares the same fiery determination, practically radiating with energy as he vows to fight alongside them. Meanwhile, far away on the 8th continent, the protagonist Jinfrey successfully subdues the 2nd demon god, adding yet another terrifying ally to his growing forces. He is confident that he can gather even more soldiers at this pace, but the tempo suddenly spikes when the next 2 demon gods appear together, bringing along an army of minions for the next round. Jinfrey casually curses at their timing, listening to their arrogant trash talk about stealing his soul, but he corrects them with a smirk. It will be their souls he takes instead. And while he is at it, he intends to test the brand new skill he just unlocked from Athena. The skill, the 3rd blessing of Athena, is called the Blessing of the Greatest Goddess. It has the power to drastically increase the user's stats according to their level. Jinfrey, standing tall at level 501, burns with anticipation to see just how overwhelming this divine performance will be. The president tracks down Luluka to check on his condition. The pretty boy assures him that he has fully recovered and has no lingering issues whatsoever. Mira jumps in, flexing their preparations. Adventurers skilled in dispelling attack magic, a squad capable of erecting barriers to nullify spells, and even volunteers ready to pour their own magical energy into the cause. The president feels reassured. Even if each person's magical power is small, the unity of their combined force can stand tall against something much greater. Among the crowd, Kukuru can be seen pouring mana into the magic circle exactly as Mira instructed. Suddenly, Levin shows up, and the 2 greet each other like old pals who just bumped into each other at a random coffee shop. Levin casually asks about Jinfrey, but that question instantly feels like stepping on a landmine. Kukuru, full of pent-up grievances, vents that Jinfrey had her running around gathering materials from everywhere, even demanding she fetch ingredients for hot pot. His excuse? They couldn't fight on an empty stomach. Levin can't exactly help her with that, but she can tell something very real and very bad is about to go down. Soon, Luluka announces the arrival of the enemy with a cold, calm demeanor. Yet even that pales compared to the nightmare's gaze, which feels like ice. Archie mocks humanity for relying on what she calls a lame last resort, since the 7th continent is the final piece needed for the revival of their Lord Abyss. Nightmare adds salt to the wound, declaring that humanity will be erased no matter what kind of resistance they put up. The president sizes up the situation and admits to himself that the enemy is insanely powerful. As he thinks about everyone who had fought bravely before, he makes his move. In one unbelievable strike of his bare hands, he slashes the heads off the 2 antique ladies who barely register what happened, their last brain cells struggling to process their sudden doom. After landing gracefully on the ground while their heads tumble behind him, the president finally reveals the name of his hidden technique, the Mad Hunt. The 2 beheaded corpses drop in the middle of the crowd, shocking everyone. The president, however, just grumbles that he hates getting old, since it makes his movements sluggish. Even so, Luluka can't help but admit that this grandpa with a berserker job is on a whole other level, instantly defeating opponents that even the 8 guardians combined couldn't handle. The president then turns to the final enemy and asks what his plan is now, since flipping the continent on his own isn't exactly realistic. But the Nightmare's icy composure cracks slightly as he claims his presence alone is more than enough. Physical bodies don't matter, he explains. Souls are what truly count. Without hesitation, he devours the souls of his fallen comrades, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Mira immediately orders everyone to attack, and their combined assault detonates into a massive blast. They wait in anticipation, but when the dust settles, the Nightmare emerges completely unscathed. The crowd can't help but think he's less of a being and more of a straight-up monster. The Nightmare brushes them off, saying he has no interest in insects, but admits that being attacked by them is annoying. Mira realizes they've actually managed to piss him off, so she orders the others to fall back. The president and Luluka step forward, prepared to fight as his direct opponents. Luluka unleashes his triple boost Thunder God's Flash, while the president follows up with his devastating Madbone Crusher. Yet the Nightmare doesn't even flinch. With his arms casually crossed, he blocks both attacks as if swatting away flies. The president is stunned that their strongest techniques were shrugged off so easily. The Nightmare, now bored, declares that fighting insects has grown tiresome. Luluka fires back that if that's the case, he should just head home already. The Nightmare doesn't like that kind of nonsense talk one bit. With a wild laugh, he unleashes his Sonata of Annihilation, a move designed to reduce everything to dust. Meanwhile, on the 8th continent, Jinfrey is in high spirits, counting the demon gods he has already recruited into his soul core. With 6 demon gods and a massive army of minions at his command, all he needs is the 7th demon god to complete his collection. Suddenly, another earthquake hits, the classic signal of a demon god's arrival. But instead of his expected recruit, it's the president and Luluka who appear. Jinfrey doesn't even have time to question them before the Nightmare also arrives, like an uninvited guest crashing the party. Alarmed by his presence, Jinfrey demands answers, but the old man cuts him off, asking what he himself is doing here. Jinfrey throws the question back, so the president lays it out plainly. All the continents have been erased, and the Nightmare is the one pulling the strings, determined to wipe out humanity for reasons still unknown. The dreadful news sinks in, and Jinfrey slowly realizes the truth. Aside from him and the president, there are no other safe humans left. It finally clicks that this was what Hexen had been flexing about all along. The Nightmare, meanwhile, is clearly displeased that the possessor of the divine gear is still alive. But for the first time in this whole story, Jinfrey isn't just annoyed. He's outright furious, his rage burning for the sake of his homeland. Nightmare eerily tells Jinfrey that he has no homeland left to return to, since the continents and humanity have all been wiped out. He brags that it was simply the fastest way to gather souls. Jinfrey grows dead serious, demanding confirmation. Were his family, his people, and everyone else truly erased just for Nightmare's convenience? Nightmare smugly responds that this world belongs to Lord Abyss, and all humans were nothing more than sacrifices for his resurrection. Jinfrey clenches his fists as memories of his mother and Amelia flood his mind. Nightmare continues to gloat, pointing out that only 3 humans remain alive. That's the breaking point. In the very next heartbeat, Jinfrey charges in, closing the distance with blinding speed, demanding that Nightmare restore everything. Nightmare doesn't even flinch, saying flatly that such a thing can't be done. But Jinfrey isn't asking, he's ordering him, no matter how impossible it may sound. His relentless attacks force Nightmare off balance, and for the first time, the smug monster loses his composure. At last, Jinfrey lands a clean strike, piercing through Nightmare's body and forcing him to cough up blood. Standing over him, Jinfrey looks down like he's stepping on trash, but Nightmare only mutters that such power is expected of a god arm wielder. He admits that Jinfrey is strong enough to even threaten Abyss himself, meaning he cannot be allowed to live. Nightmare can hardly move, yet in his twisted fantasy, the world still belongs to his Lord Abyss. Jinfrey demands one final time for him to put everything back, but Nightmare, still smug, tells him to try taking it back if he thinks he can. Jinfrey wastes no more words. He equips Athena, his resolve firm, deciding that all he needs to do is defeat Nightmare, because that's the standard move when you face the boss. The overwhelming pressure of his aura alone freezes Nightmare, stripping him of even his afterimage and cloning tricks. Jinfrey warns him not to lay a finger on them again as he unleashes his final strike. Nightmare is engulfed in flames, writhing in disbelief that a mere human could bring him down. The President and Luluka are left stunned, witnessing Jinfrey topple the strongest enemy they've faced so far, but there's no time for celebration. They know Nightmare wasn't just another villain, he was probably a key piece in the resurrection of Lord Abyss. His death is almost guaranteed to trigger something worse. Jinfrey also picks up on a critical detail. Nightmare used the phrase, "take back." That means nothing was erased, only relocated. He makes up his mind. He will bring everything and everyone back safe. The President calls out to Jinfrey, but before he can say anything, a brilliant blue light erupts from Nightmare's corpse. The three tense up, ready for anything. The blue soul twists and condenses into another entity, and in the next instant, their surroundings fade into pure white. Luluka suspects it to be summoning magic, but the President quickly points out that they haven't moved from their place at all. Jinfrey stays silent, eyeing the new entity that has such an ugly face that rivals his fashion sense. The newcomer speaks, amused, calling it excessive entertainment to be awakened only to be greeted by a god arm. His mere words carry such a crushing aura, it feels like needles stabbing into their skin. Both the President and Luluka are floored. Compared to this being, Nightmare was nothing. Even Jinfrey can tell this is someone from another dimension, far beyond anything he's ever faced. He quickly concludes the obvious. This is Abyss. The entity confirms it himself, declaring that he is the god of the deep and the rightful master of this world. When Jinfrey doesn't respond, Abyss continues his story. 1,000 years ago, he was defeated, and this world fell into the hands of humans. But now he has returned to reclaim it, and for that, he must first erase the god arm, along with its wielder. But Jinfrey doesn't flinch. If anything, he smirks. To him, Abyss is the true final boss, the challenge he's been waiting for, and he's determined to clear it. Without hesitation, he rushes forward, swearing on the pride of a hardcore player. Luluka and the President shout after him in worry, but Jinfrey doesn't look back. His only demand is simple: give everyone back from the Abyss. To his shock, his opening attack is blocked without Abyss even lifting a finger. Abyss mocks him, pitying the fact that Jinfrey can't even distinguish between dream and reality. Realizing brute force alone won't work, Jinfrey decides to go all in with his hidden gear. He launches a blazing fire fist, but it barely earns him a backhanded compliment. Abyss calls it too soft. Not backing down, Jinfrey summons clones of himself, each one unleashing a different skill in rapid succession. Yet Abyss remains unaffected, only mildly repulsed by the god arms themselves. Even the ultimate hidden equipment, unleashing its dreaded overdeath skill, can't scratch him. But this time, it stirs something deeper. The weapon dredges up painful memories, the very one that once crushed Abyss's ambitions and became the existence he despises most. Infuriated, Abyss summons his own arsenal: the Black Greatsword, the Ancient Thunder Spear, the Sacred Spirit's Arrow of Death, and the Axe of Severed Flesh. With a voice like a decree, he commands them all to sever Jinfrey's head. Jinfrey unleashes Super Repulsion, blasting apart every weapon strike thrown his way. From this single clash, he can already tell that the Abyss has the ability to summon and control weapons at will, but honestly, that isn't anything too wild. Experienced adventurers can do the same thing, which only means one thing: Abyss must be hiding his real tricks under the table. Not satisfied with his first attempt, Abyss calls forth an even deadlier storm of weapons, this time refusing to give Jinfrey a moment to breathe. Jinfrey narrowly slips past each strike, barely scraping through, and realizes that every single weapon carries absurd attack power. As expected of the so-called final boss, the skill names themselves are so outlandish that even Jinfrey, who's seen it all, has never heard of them. While Jinfrey darts around, Abyss casually recalls that 1,000 years ago, there were 8 so-called heroes who stood against him, becoming humanity's so-called hope. Compared to them, he mocks, Jinfrey alone, no matter how divine his arms may be, will never measure up. Abyss then unveils his next move: a replica of Byakuya's Bankai, complete with endless layers of floating swords. The dude really thinks strength is all about flexing numbers. In response, Jinfrey calls upon his soul core. Abyss raises an eyebrow, curious, but assumes it's just a flashy gimmick. With a gesture, he drives the swarm of blades forward. Jinfrey commands his army to charge, turning the battlefield into a full-on clash of mobs versus blades. The President and Luluka watch with jaws practically on the floor as the two sides collide in chaos, the fight reaching a draw in mere moments. Both Abyss and Jinfrey admit, almost begrudgingly, that it was an impressive spectacle of raw force. The President, however, is shaken, because even at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to find a single opening against either of them. Jinfrey tells Abyss to cut the warm-up games and get serious already. Abyss finds his attitude reckless, borderline cocky, but humors him anyway and begins a massive transformation. He declares that it has been a full millennium since he last unleashed this form. The President and Luluka freeze in shock, only now realizing that Abyss hadn't even been fighting seriously until this very moment. The President swallows his pride as Guildmaster and admits that Jinfrey is the last card left to save their world. Abyss pushes Jinfrey to reveal his own ultimate form. Jinfrey, a little awkward, complains that his transformation isn't as flashy and is kinda noisy too. Abyss is confused, until a skeleton suddenly erupts into the scene with a dramatic, ear-splitting shout, announcing that the Grim Reaper has fully descended. This form manifested after Jinfrey heard of the cursed Guardian Hand's full release from the skeleton himself, with the unlock condition being 300 soul soldiers already warped into being. On top of that, Jinfrey eats the fruit beyond this world, equips Centipede and Soul Vantage as dual gear, and activates the Hellfire Blade of 100 Poisoned Souls. With this insane loadout, he completes the legendary triple equipment. The Grim Reaper, now awakened with his memories restored thanks to the manifestation, is more than ready to settle old grudges. He immediately starts barking orders at Jinfrey, though Jinfrey isn't exactly vibing with the guy's bossy tone. Abyss, however, couldn't care less about their bickering. He, too, has scores to settle. He will never allow the Grim Reaper to block his path to domination. The clash resumes instantly, both sides colliding with power so heavy it shakes the battlefield. But even with the combined might of Jinfrey and the Grim Reaper, they can't land a clean hit on Abyss. Meanwhile, Abyss, with nothing but a single command, sends out a tremor so overwhelming that Jinfrey is forced to fall back. Breathing heavy, Jinfrey stares his enemy down and demands to know why Abyss is targeting the world. Abyss replies that it's not even a matter of why, it's who he is. He is the abyssal god, the one who swallows and rules all. There can be no world left outside his grasp. Domination itself is the proof of his existence. Jinfrey admits that the answer is brutally selfish, but refreshingly straightforward. At least it's honest, leaving no space for pity. Jinfrey then asks the Grim Reaper how Abyss was dealt with before. The Reaper recalls that 1,000 years ago, it was his old masters, the heroes, who managed to bring him down. Abyss laughs and corrects him. The 8 heroes never defeated him. Sealing was all they could manage, and that's why he still walks free today. The Grim Reaper confirms the claim as true, and Abyss continues, saying those 8 were indeed strong enough for him to drag them into his mental world one by one and crush them personally. In the final stretch, though, his mana finally ran dry, and the remaining humans managed to seal him away. This time, however, things are different. Jinfrey is alone. With a sudden burst, Abyss fires off Rift Slash, forcing Jinfrey back yet again. Abyss chuckles, admitting that Jinfrey has done well so far. But now he declares, this really is the end. As Jinfrey crashes down, the Grim Reaper actually worries for him, but Abyss stays unfazed. He declares that before finishing Jinfrey off, he's going to erase the Divine Gear completely so it never appears in this world again. Jinfrey is totally confused at first, but Abyss lays it out. This entire mental world was crafted for one purpose, to seal away the Divine Gear. The cost is massive, draining ridiculous amounts of mana, so it's a one-time move. But once the Divine Gear is devoured, Abyss plans to annihilate it using his ultimate art. With a casual gesture, Abyss unleashes the spell. Before Jinfrey can react, all of his hidden equipment begins to crumble, turning to dust and floating away. He stares in disbelief as piece after piece disintegrates, the reality hitting like a truck. The final blow comes when he realizes even the Grim Reaper is falling apart the same way. The skeleton himself recalls this very moment from 1,000 years ago, when he was shattered and his memories scattered into fragments. Jinfrey calls out for Grimm in desperation, but no matter how hard he reaches, he can't connect. Abyss only laughs, claiming that every shred of divine gear has now become the foundation of his mental world, never to return. He demands that Jinfrey hand over his soul quietly and accept becoming part of him. A dagger whistles past, forcing Jinfrey to dodge. He steals his mind, desperately trying to think of a solution. He remembers moments like this from his hardcore player days, when defeat seemed inevitable, but even then nothing comes to him that could actually fix this situation. Abyss, eager to wrap things up and finally rule the world, launches a barrage of weapons all at once. Just as Jinfrey braces for the worst, Luluka bursts in, skill active, blocking the fatal strikes aimed at him. Abyss pauses, startled to see another challenger step in. Luluka tells Jinfrey not to give up. Not now, not when they're all still fighting. Jinfrey, stunned, watches as Luluka explains that he can hear the voices of humans and the 8 guardians who refuse to go down so easily. At that exact moment, Abyss feels stiffness crawl through his own body. Jinfrey suddenly hears Leon's voice urging him to fight with guts. Jinfrey spins, looking for the source, but Leon answers from within. They are all inside Abyss, surviving through pure willpower. Maria's sharp insults echo through. Nyx checks on everyone's condition, and Jinfrey realizes every single one of them is still alive inside. Levin adds her voice, firm with determination to return to the world, while Kukuru chimes in, promising to complain about being abandoned later, but still throwing her support behind him. Abyss is shaken to his core. The voices shouldn't exist. He should have total control over every soul he's absorbed. Then it hits him. This was Grim Reaper's doing all along. Just before being sealed, Grim had carved out a piece of Abyss's mental world, creating this loophole. Fury burns through him, but the resistance inside his body keeps growing. Jinfrey can feel the tides shifting. Mira suddenly reminds him that every piece of his equipment is ancient, and according to her hardcore gear otaku instincts, old relics like that always choose their true master. So, if they destroy the mental world where the gear was absorbed, the weapons might return on their own. With that spark of hope, Nyx rallies everyone, tens of millions of souls trapped within Abyss, to overload his inner world and blow it apart, freeing the divine gear. Abyss strains with everything he has to keep control, but against raw guts and sheer willpower, he's helpless. The 8 guardians and every single soul Jinfrey had met on his journey lend their strength to fight back for humanity's sake. Abyss roars and pushes back with all his might, but even that isn't enough. The president himself unleashes his mad fist skill from the outside, hammering Abyss while the internal rebellion rages. Jinfrey, who has spent his whole life fighting alone, is floored to see everyone, humans, guardians, allies, joining together to shatter the mental world of the final boss. Even Luluka is taken aback by the impossible, breaking Abyss's mental barrier. Light floods the battlefield, rushing toward Jinfrey, and as he reaches for it, an explosion of brilliance restores all his hidden equipment right back into his grasp. The gear doesn't just return, it triggers something far greater. Equipping everything at once unlocks a hidden condition, simultaneous, full release. In that instant, Jinfrey unlocks the secret job, Gear Retrieval Master. The power that surges through him is beyond anything he's ever felt. Bro unlocked God mode. His stats climb so high that system literally can't keep up with him. Jinfrey has become something unparalleled, an existence beyond limits.